ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
It is the biggest Thursday night clash of the year. Collingwood versus Carlton. You don't need to say too much more than that. It's as good a rivalry as the game has, and it headlines the opener to round 4 of the AFL Premiership season. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch to call the footy. Our Thursday night experts, our number one picks, the All-Australians in Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. And Tim Hodges with us on the boundary tonight. Ben Cameron won't be too far away as well. He's inside the Collingwood camp in just a moment. I can tell you tonight there are no late changes. So that is the news off the top. No late change. The subs are in. For Collingwood, it's going to be Ned Long, and for Carlton, it'll be Ashton Moyer. So that is how it is stacked up tonight. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Good evening, everyone. Yes, the rivalry, the tradition continues, and to think that there'll be over 80,000 in the house tonight, and what a way to start round 4. As you mentioned, if Collingwood could get a win, they'll move to 3 wins and 1 loss. We don't need to repeat the narrative all that much for Carlton fans. The possibility of getting on the board, or 0 wins and 4 losses. It's, of course, the annual Peter Matt Cup. The interesting stat about these two sides is 4 of the last 6 games have been decided by under a goal in the Michael Voss, Craig McRae era. Before that, just 4 of the 74 were decided by less than a goal. Ooh. So the recent history, when you think of Jesselinko, you beauty, and McGuan still running, Wayne Harms slapping the ball back into play, traditionally, these have been close contests. So we come along tonight thinking, well, it could be an edge of your seat experience, as it was when Mitch McGovern had the chance to try and spoil Scott Pennery's party last year in his 400th game. He wasn't able to do so on that occasion tonight. Can the Blues get their season up and running tonight? 3
points and 6 points, the margins in the 2 games last year, with Collingwood winning both of those. Tonight they come here with a piece of history again. So they've already fielded the oldest team in their club's history. Tonight, in the history of the competition, we've never seen an older team take the field on average. So 28 years, 275 days. They will be older on average than the Geelong Premiership team from 2022. So an interesting stat. You look at their youngest players. They've got 2 guys that are 22. One is Ned Long. The other one is arguably the player in the competition in Nick Dacos, who's just about the youngest member of this team. He's a month older than Ned Long, but both at 22 years of age tonight, up against the Baggers, who, of course, are hoping for bigger and better under coach Michael Voss. Brett Delidio's here. Hello, Lids.
Corby, Clinchy, good to be here. I'm excited. I'm hopeful for a cracking game like we've had over the last few years, just to see Murph twitch a little bit. You know, I'd like to see that and see whether we can get a shot after the siren again, or either that or just a walloping. I don't mind. Either way.
You're supposed to be a neutral broadcaster.
I am, but I'm going to enjoy just sitting here next to you and listening to you try and spin it for me today, because there's been a fair bit of chatter out of the Baggers, and we're interested to see how they can come out and perform on game day.
Mark Murphy is here, the former Carlton captain, 300 gamer. Hello, Murph.
G'day, Corbin. Lids, good to see you, Clinchy. It's always a pleasure turning up on a big night when Carlton and Collingwood are playing, and unfortunately for Carlton fans in recent times, it's been a tough watch, hasn't it, against their fiercest rivals over the years. So hopefully for Carlton fans, they can turn the tables tonight.
Give me an optimism meter. So 10 is absolutely think we can win, 1 is grim. Where are you on 1 to 10?
I'm sitting about 7.
Okay.
Which is quite high.
Okay.
Yeah, text would suggest that too today.
I've been more optimistic than I have for the start of this year.
So where does that optimism come from?
I don't know. Yep. Maybe it's just blind optimism.
Debutant?
The debutant just turning the fortunes around. But I did like the way in which they played last week for the first half.
Yeah.
They tried to move the ball quick. And it's been an area of their game, and we constantly keep talking about it. Everyone talks about their lack of leg speed and the way in which they move the ball. But the ball does move quicker than a bloke running. So they did move the ball quicker last week. I loved when Saad would run past and they just give him the ball. So that'd be the directive, I think, from Michael Voss, about these running players being used and give them the football. Let the running game come out and be seen, because on turnover, that's the only way I reckon you can beat Collingwood.
Unfortunately, there's another 60 minutes, though, isn't there?
That's right. Can you describe what the week is like when everyone gathers around Carlton and the questions are coming quick and fast? Like the media are waiting at the front of Princes Park. The questions are around Michael Voss. Is Harry Mackay going to play? And he sort of put them to one side and said the mental health is not going to be a weekly dialogue we engage in, but everyone wants to know given the expectations were so high about Carlton, as to how you deal with that external pressure?
Look, it can be really energy zapping when you're constantly having to worry about who's standing in the car park going to fire some questions at you, and there's no doubt you can hear the talk around town. Even though you can put your head in the sand a little bit, it inevitably gets through family members and friends who reach out and say, I hope you're doing okay and good luck for this week. I'm sure it'll turn around.
Yeah.
So that's when you know people are talking, and for them, they need to get that out of their heads pretty quick, smart, and that needs to happen, the first 24, 48 hours after a loss, because you need to focus on the next game.
This is Michael Voss, by the way, who spoke at his midweek press conference about Harry Mackay. We obviously learnt last night that he won't be there. He's not named in the 23 tonight.
Probably won't go into the H stuff. I think the important thing for us is that we don't get in a dialogue weekly about where he's at. Yep. I think we've been pretty sound on our position as a club that when he's named in the team, he'll be ready to go. When we get to the point where he's named, you'll just know that he's ready to go. So I think as an industry we've sort of been really supportive, and I think for us that's where we need to stay right now. And as you can appreciate, if I'm standing up here every week and I'm answering that question, then I don't think we're fulfilling what we'd like to be.
Is that fair enough? I mean, he's out. He's on mental health leave, clearly, but he's not taking leave from the club, or we haven't had any direction until then. I guess Michael Voss clears it up at least and basically says, look, he's saying, look, he's not available for selection until he is. But if he had a knee injury or he had an ankle injury, the questions would be the same way. Hey, is Harry playing today? I didn't think it was too personal in the nature to basically... I didn't think it was an unreasonable question, basically, for the media to say, hey, is Harry playing tonight?
No, it's a fair enough question.
I agree.
He's obviously you can't speculate and talk about all scenarios and everything, but you can ask the question about how's Harry Mackay looking. I mean, he's on the list and he's not playing. So
and he's out there at training. It's not as if he's not at the club.
Played an intra-club on Sunday, wasn't it? Or Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday. He said he was part of the VFL guys. I mean, the only thing, Corby, is it adds to the speculation, doesn't it? For as much as you shut it down and say, right, we're not going to talk about it, the AFL is a big industry now, so there's journalists going, well, we'll find out. If you're not going to tell us, we'll follow him around and we'll camp out at the front of Princes Park. I just don't think that narrative helps. I get what he's trying to say, but I think you're better off being upfront and honest and saying, look, I'll give you one sentence, I'll give you one answer on him, and that's the only question I'm going to answer about it. He's not playing this week. This is the reason why. Let's move on. But I think by denying it and saying we're not going to have a weekly occurrence, it almost makes it worse.
Yeah. I mean, surely it needs to be addressed at some stage. Like, he's going to make his return. At that point, Michael Voss is going to have to answer a question about it. That's the industry that we work in, and even surely the Blues have to have some kind of an answer ready to go in that situation. And as we said, we obviously hope he's back sooner rather than later. Huge occasion here tonight. Tickets were exhausted as early as Monday, so it is a sellout for the general public. And as with all these things, it will rest a little bit on the MCC members to see how many eventually make their way in. We'll go inside the Magpies camp in just a moment. Ben Cameron is down there. Now, the news of the day is really around the West Coast Eagles, and obviously Oscar Allen, who is who is off contract at the end of the year. He's obviously been discussed a lot during the week for his meeting with Sam Mitchell. So it made me think about other captains that possibly met with opposition club coaches, if there was any that we might know. And so we'll delve into a little bit of that with our own Mark Murphy coming up in just a moment. Unfortunately, Lids, it is a sad week for the footy community, and condolences to you and to everybody that you, Andrew Cracker, who passed away earlier in the week after 102 games with Richmond, 35 with Collingwood, and one of the best grand final displays you'll ever see in the 2010 WAFL grand final, where he helped Swan Districts to a premiership against Claremont, but sadly passing away after a heart attack earlier in the week.
Yeah, it is, and that news really shocked me because he's such a young, vibrant figure. When you see him down here at the games, he'd be calling and on doing his media stint. He'd always welcome you with a big hug and how are you, brother? Which was something he always did when you first walked into the club. But your heart just goes out to Barbara, his wife, and his 4 little daughters. It's really sad that they've lost their dad and husband. So, yeah, rest in peace, Cracky. Loved you, brother, and we're always thinking of you.
Valet Andrew Cracker and the Magpies will wear black armbands tonight, and there'll be a moment for him before the bounce here in front of expected to be 90,000 at the MCG for Thursday night footy. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the action. Tim Hodges will be on the boundary, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, our experts. But we start by catching up with Ben Cameron, who's gone deep inside the Magpies camp. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I am down here with Dan McStay, a man who came to Collingwood, I assume, to playing games just like this. So Carlton, Collingwood, MCG on a Thursday night, in excess of 90,000. How do you feel right now with all of that?
Yeah, it's all pretty exciting. There's always a little bit of nerves when you play in front of crowds this big, but yeah, when you get chosen by Collingwood, they definitely tell you about the rivalry and how important it is to each and every member and staff member as well. So yeah, it's just exciting, and we're looking to play our best footy tonight.
How would you put into words the rivalry?
Oh, it's fierce and probably just historic. It's gone on for so many years now. So many legends of both teams have played well in these games as well. So it means a lot, and it obviously means a lot with playing for the Peter Mac Cup as well. So
it's great of you to speak to us pre-game, and a lot of Collingwood players do it, which we greatly appreciate. From the moment you arrive at the ground to the moment when the ball is bounced, what does it look like for you?
Yeah, so arrive about 2 hours before the game. I like to come out and have get a sense of the ground and just a bit of a feeling of how it is underfoot. And then just go down and kind of prep normally, bit of stretching, just try to stay relaxed with the boys. And then Fly will have a meeting around an hour just after an hour before the game. It's usually got a few laughs in there to relax the boys, which is always fun. And then, then it's time to lock in.
That is the thing we've seen with Craig McRae, is that generally he said that, look, he's worked out what this group needs is a little bit of humour before they're ready to run out. What have been some of the recent gags or themes in those pre-game meetings?
Oh, it's usually got something to do with Darcy Cameron. He's a very funny man. They usually love stitching him up of some sort. They got when Steele and Pendles played their record-breaking game, they got Bruce Buffer to do an intro for him. So that was pretty funny. Pendles loves his UFC. So just little things like that get the boys up.
Just via swish or something like that. Just it's time. I don't mind it. This is the oldest team that's ever been put out on an AFL ground, surpassing Geelong's premiership side from a few years ago now. How aware is the group about that? Does it get spoken about?
I didn't even know that, but can't beat experience, can you? So we don't look at it as being old. We just look at it as being experienced, and we've got so much knowledge to surpass to each and every player out here, and hopefully we can show that tonight.
I did hear Craig McRae say that Scott Pendlebury is actually coaching ball movement for Collingwood this year. I don't know if it was sort of a half tongue-in-cheek comment or whether it's accurate, but he's such a great field general, and speaking of that age and experience, how accurate is that, and what does it look like?
I'm sure Pendles has been coaching for the last 10 years. He knows the game better than anyone, and I can guarantee you that post-footy he'll definitely be going in some sort of coaching role, and he'll be great at it. He sees the game so well. He understands people and how to coach, and he's such a good leader for the young guys as well. So, he's been incredible.
Has there been much ribbing of Nick Dacos this week about the fact that he was a Carlton fan growing up, despite his dad for a brief period, and his favourite player was our very own Mark Murphy?
Yeah, that actually did come up. There was a photo of him in one of the meetings this week. Just a little bit of a laugh about just some of the history and stuff. And like I said, they always like to try and stitch players up. So I didn't actually know he was a Carlton fan, so that was pretty funny.
Yeah, Murph reminds us sort of once a week probably that he was his favourite player growing up. So we can't forget it. Dan, great of you to speak to us so close to the bounce and pre-game. Appreciate it. Best of luck tonight.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Dan McStay, great to catch up with him downstairs with our own Ben Cameron. So, of course, Collingwood getting set to roll here tonight up against Carlton. There are no late changes for either team. So Ned Long is the sub for Collingwood, and for Carlton it is Ashton Moyer Ashton Moyer, just to get that right, the 19-year-old who plays for the first time since late last year. And there's a debutant as well in jumper number 38 in Will White, who plays his first game just 39 days after signing a contract as a pre-season supplementary pick. He's the late call-up for Jagger Smith. Rest of the network to join us next.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Bruce alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
It's all about love right now on ABC iView. The hit series Love Me, Love on the Spectrum, Summer Love, and more great titles.
Seriously? I can't stop smiling.
Find them where it's always free, always heartwarming.
Cheers to us.
ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He filled the river in magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's good. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar. Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket, whacks it for six, scores level, running past, throws it on the left, could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down, we're not done yet, what a finish!
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Michael Voss, he defines the term embattled coach, and tonight he leads a football club dragging decades of disappointment behind them. Carlton still looking for their first win of the young season as we enter round 4, and standing in their way, the biggest rival that the club has in the black and white stripes of Collingwood. You say their names, you've said it all. It is Collingwood and Carlton to open round 4 of the AFL Premiership season. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Our number one picks, Brett Deledio and Mark Murphy. And just repeating, there is no late change here. So 2 changes made at selection for the Magpies. Frampton and Myercheck come in. For the injured McInnes and Cox wasn't required. While for Carlton, they've got 3 ins. Ashton Moyer is going to play as the sub tonight. Ned Long, meanwhile, the youngest member of Collingwood's team at 22, will be their sub. The other inclusions, Cooper Lord's back. He plays his 3rd game for the season after missing the match against the Bulldogs. And Will White, who's a 21-year-old on debut, didn't sign a contract until the 23rd of February as the injury cover for Jagger Smith. finished third in last year's VFL, best and fairest out of South Warrnambool. So Will White will get his opportunity to play for his boyhood club tonight. Cottrell, Boyd and Evans, the three that miss out, the first injured, the other two omitted. We've got a bit to work through before the bounce, which is 27 minutes away. Of course, you'll hear all the action tonight here on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774. The big story, not just of today, but of the week, has really been the West Coast Eagles co-captain in Oscar Allen, who did media earlier today after he was linked with a catch-up with Sam Mitchell, of course, the Hawthorn coach, who made his way to Perth. It was all very public about whether the captain should be off meeting coaches of other teams mid-season. Quite a brazen approach from Sam Mitchell to waltz into Perth in such fashion and catch up with the captain of the biggest team in town. Oscar Allen fronted up to the press earlier today, and here's what he had to say.
First and foremost, I just want to address my sincere apology and serious embarrassment of what's happened over the last few days and weeks. Clearly, the public nature and the timing of what's come out isn't in the best interest of myself and the football club. For me, I mostly feel remorseful towards our fans, our playing members, supporters, staff. I can imagine how you guys are feeling, and for that I'm incredibly remorseful. I'm going to continue my role as co-captain alongside Liam Duggan this season. In conversation with people at the footy club, everyone feels like it's the right thing to do, and I still am really confident I'm the right man alongside Duggo to take this club forward and achieving some real progress and success this year.
Did you formally address the playing group?
Yeah, I addressed them this morning. It's quite difficult. I just feel quite embarrassed and ashamed in front of the boys. Everyone here is working as hard as we can to achieve success and to get better every day. And clearly my actions have become a distraction this week, which is exactly what I don't want for this playing group. I want us to get better. So I addressed that, and I'm just looking forward to the challenge of this week and what lies ahead.
We've got the perfect couple of men here to talk about this. Brett Delidio, you're a player agent with Max Sports. Yep. And Mark Murphy, you've lived this experience as the captain of the Carlton Football Club. And as you told us on ABC Sport in the past, met with Richmond during your playing days.
Now, come on. It wasn't after round 3.
Okay.
So it was the end of the season.
End of the season. Were you still playing games, or you'd finished?
No, I was finished. Yep.
Right. Okay, that's a very different set of circumstances. We'll come to that in just a moment. Let's big deal, no big deal.
I agree with Murph. It's far too early, and that's where the manager should have been playing his role and just said, listen, none of this comes about unless, and I find it hard to believe that Mitch would have gone direct to Oscar Allen, even though they might have had a relationship when Mitch was there as a senior assistant. I think it would have got to go through through his manager, and they should have just been, listen, nothing can happen until October. No, there's no need to meet right now because all it does is cause grief, and he's got to then think about that for the whole year and try and play and perform as the captain of the club. Yeah, to be honest, I haven't got an issue with players meeting other clubs, and he's a free agent at the end of the year, so you've got to explore and tell me anyone in the real world who hasn't gone and had an interview to try and upgrade their job or change jobs or whatever, just because it's in a footy sense and we expect loyalty and we should be stuck to the end.
I think that the captain bit is
that's the sticking point.
Yep.
But it's like I'm not getting bent out of shape over it all. I don't think. Yeah.
Is there a higher burden on the captain, Murph, than the rest of the playing group?
Yeah, of course there is. Yeah, because everyone looks to the captain's lead in every way that you hold yourself, whether that's at training, what you say, how you play. It's crucial that your leader of your footy club is committed. And 3 days or 3 games into the season is
that's the concern.
Is not the time. So like, it's fair enough for him to explore the thought of going somewhere. I think meeting with an opposition coach so early in the season is just completely incorrect.
Does it undermine his ability now to lead, knowing that the entire locker room knows what he's been up to?
Oh, you could tell in his voice then he was almost shaking, wasn't he, the way in which he was talking. So it's going to impact him in a big way, I would have thought.
Can I ask you, Murph, because I wasn't ever captain, but you wear the burden and the weight of a whole club, and you take on so much more as the captain. So I get that you've got that, and you're like, I can't really explore because I am the captain, but it's also like, well, there comes a tipping point where it's like, I just need to break free of this. And I know Ryan Griffin was nearly exactly that from the Dogs to the Giants. He was like, I can't handle all this external pressure and noise that's coming on and the want to be better all the time. It's like, well, and that's why he vacated. I think there has to be a point in time where he's like, well, you have to, as captain, maybe sometimes you just need to let it go.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. Like, talk through your managers at this point in time, and then if you are feeling this way halfway through the season and you feel that you need to start to explore it more, because it doesn't become real until you probably meet that coach. Really, it's all well and good talking through your agent, but he's got to sit down, or already has sat down with an opposition coach and asked him questions about their culture and how they want to go about it and how he fits into their system. So I find it baffling that he's allowed Sam Mitchell to fly over. It was always going to get out.
Can you tell us about your circumstance?
Well, mine was at the end of the season, so it was completely different. That was 2015.
Yep. So Moldhouse got sacked mid-year, and John Barker took over.
John Barker had taken over at that point, but it wasn't until Brendan Bolton had already been named coach. So it was me just having a chat to another coach from another team about what the opportunities there.
Which coach?
Damien Hardwick.
Yep.
Yeah, I think everyone sort of knows this, don't they? It's not like this is groundbreaking stuff.
People driving out there thinking, I didn't catch up with that.
I talked to Bolts being a new coach as well of Carlton, so it was going to be a whole new team. I knew I wanted to be part of the rebuild and be a part of all that. So I had to have that discussion with another coach from another team about, well, is this the avenue I want to go down? And obviously made the choice to stick at Carlton.
We're talking about two of the highest profile teams in the land, though. Like, you're, at this stage, the Carlton captain, one of the most recognisable people in Melbourne. How did you go about having this clandestine meeting with Damien Hardwick?
Well, I went through my agent. We had the same manager, so organised the meeting at his house with their list manager.
Blair Hartley.
So I met with Blair and Dimmer and went through a presentation, and I was wearing the number 1. I wasn't wearing the number 3. Liz, you were still there.
I wouldn't have been giving that up.
But,
as much as I love you, mate.
Went through their list and just had a look at it, and I thought it was a pretty handy list, and just the demographic about where Carlton were and where Richmond were. And Dimmer's son walked through the door when I was sitting on the couch. I was like, good timing. But luckily for me and just shows you how sort of a good club they were, that nothing got out.
Amazing.
So, you've got to hand it to Richmond, don't you, about the way in which they hold themselves, and they go on and win 3 flags, and
we could have both been
3 times sitting here. And anyway,
so how close did you get to contemplating it?
Oh well, I got pretty close because I went and met the senior coach. So but then. The more I sat and stewed on it, it just didn't feel right to leave a place that I loved, and I'd talked to the players for years, and especially that year was a really difficult year about sticking it out, and we'll push these younger guys through, and we'll enjoy the fruits of our labour down the track. But obviously that didn't occur. But what I said, I really meant, and I didn't really want to bail out on that.
How do you feel now, in retrospect?
Oh, well, to be honest with you...
Because now knowing what you do, because this is what people ask me, why did you leave? It's like, because I knew it was going to happen, didn't I?
Well, yeah, you're right. Well, you never know what's going to occur, and at that time I was... I think it might have been 26 or something. I don't know. So I still thought I had...
So pretty similar. I mean, Oscar Allen's 26. How much longer did you have on your contract to run at Carlton?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. Maybe 2-3 years. I can't remember.
Yeah, okay. That was the question I was going to ask you, Lids. I mean, he's out of contract at season's end. He played 11 games last year. The West Coast Eagles kind of hedging their bets here in terms of we don't know what offers on the table. So give us an insight for these relationships between player, manager and club as to how it goes down. Clearly, Oscar Allen felt like it was an avenue worth exploring.
Well, he's a free agent, and you've got to respect that he is. He's given 8 years of service there, and if it feels like, well, do I want to be this guy who leads this club through where we're at the moment into the next wave? Am I going to be around long enough to see success at the other end, or do I jump ship? And that's the right of free agency, to be able to go and explore that. So I think West Coast have been pretty open in saying they've got an offer on the table for him, ready to go, but he wants to wait and explore and see where that fits. And I've got no issue with that.
What would you say that offer would be? What would be a reasonable offer for a captain of a club, 26 years of age, who's had injury concerns?
Oh, mate, you're asking me to speculate a fair bit on that. I've got no idea. I'd say that it'd be...
Well, you're probably not going to give him a 7-year deal?
No, I wouldn't imagine.
Not going to give him a 5-year deal?
Given the amount of footy that he's played and the amount of footy that he's missed, I'd say that it'd be 4 or 5 years. I'd imagine, maybe even 6, with a trigger for a 6th and some Mate, with the amount of money that a key forward is commanding now, like, he's going to be earning some pretty damn good coin.
We just heard what he had to say moments ago, Oscar Allen. Should he have given up the captaincy, effective immediately?
Good question. Depends where you hold it and what he's done.
Would you struggle as a senior player if that was your captain?
Yep, probably.
Yep. Murph?
Yep.
Sweet. 0437 774 774. David and Lonnie, just as well, the oldest team has been given an extra week off. That's after Collingwood tonight fielding the oldest team in history. That is the other aspect to this game, sort of rest versus rust. So Collingwood have had a 13-day break. The Blues off 6 days, having played last Friday night. And Ken in Sandringham on topic here. I felt so sorry for Oscar Allen during the press conference. Really awkward. Why did he need to do it? Whoever suggested it needs to have a reality check. Keeping the club keep it in the club could have been handled so much better, is the message from Ken. He had to address it, didn't he?
Well, I thought with the announcement that he was going to make an announcement was that he was relinquishing the captaincy. That's all I thought. I didn't think he was just going to come out and apologise.
I thought it was interesting. He and Dom Pike fronted the media today, and Andrew McWalter will do his usual press conference before a game as the senior coach of the West Coast Eagles. He's sort of the one who's been taken over as the West Coast Eagles coach and probably caught off guard trying to deal with this circumstance as a first-year coach.
I think, I know, like we answered that we both struggle with it, but footy clubs move on really quickly and you've got your next game to focus on. So, it'll be you forgive and forget until he riles someone up and they're like, oh, right, are you going to jump ship again? And that's where, the comments tend to come back and bite you a little bit.
Well, no doubt he's going to cop that every time he plays, isn't he?
Every time.
Yeah.
The longest-running charity and game partnership in the competition is the Peter Mac Cup, which Clinchy referenced a little bit earlier on today. It's all to raise funds, of course, for the Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre, so petermac.org if you are able to donate. And this renews again tonight, so they'll play for the Peter Mac Cup tonight. It was just a touchy moment as we were having that conversation around the MCGs. The lights were dimmed. Everybody held up the light on their cell phone or their mobile phone, and as a result was able to create almost like a Firefly-type sort of atmosphere in the stands. As a little hat tip to those battling cancer out there. The umpires have made their way out onto the ground. They're all decked out in yellow, bouncing the yellow Sharons. And the banner crews for both Collingwood and Carlton are in readiness. We got a juicy game in footy in front of us. Doesn't matter where these two teams are located on the table. The Blues 0-3, Collingwood are 2-1, having had the bye the week before. Now, if you've been lucky enough to play in a number of these games, what is it about Carlton Collingwood when someone says to you to describe that rivalry or put it into words? What is it?
Yeah, it's the best one. I used to love playing against Collingwood, just knowing that everyone in Melbourne was talking about it. And inevitably, families are split between Carlton and Collingwood sometimes, which is quite funny too. But everyone who you walked, down the street, everyone's talking about this game in the lead up. So, all eyes are on it, TV-wise. There's going to be 80,000 plus. Doesn't matter where the teams are situated on the ladder. But it's like tonight walking in here. There's a lot of Collingwood people who are like thinking, well, this is the chance to really put a nail in the coffin almost of Carlton's season. And they've done that a couple of times in the last couple of years, haven't they?
They have.
Pies won 5 of the last 6, and as Clinchy mentioned, 4 of the last 6 have been decided by under a goal. So they've had a happy knack about them, haven't they, Lids, and just producing great games of footy. The McGovern won last year. Jamie Elliott, of course, denying the Blues that place in the final, which we all did together back in 2022. So there's all of a sudden a nice little set of these games in recent times that have been absolute humdingers.
Yeah, and there's not a great reason, because I don't think Collingwood are absolutely flying at the moment. Yes, they are the most mature team out there, but with that, I think they lack a little bit of speed as well, which would suit playing against a Carlton side they're not blessed with a whole lot of speed right across the board, are they? So I'm expecting a pretty even game, but I'm not. I'm loath to say that's what we're going to see.
Let's have a listen to this. Here come the Blue Baggers. The Blues, it's their away game tonight, so they're all in the navy blue with the white shorts and the white monogram. Big night for Carlton. They are debuting a new player in Will White, who we touched on a short time ago, the 21-year-old in jumper number 38, 39 days after he signed his contract with the Carlton Football Club. Ashton Moyer and also Cooper Lord are the other two which come in from the side that was beaten by the Western Bulldogs last week. Mark Murphy told us earlier his optimism meter is on a 7 out of 10 to about how optimistic he is tonight. Some numbers that will support that, Murph. I noticed on Fox Footy last night the comments from Lee Montagna, where basically provided a little bit of an indication as to what has gone right for Carlton in recent times, and the fact that they do have a lot of the key indicators pointing their way. So they're number one for intercepts, they're high up for defending ball movement, and their profile actually reflects pretty similarly to the Brisbane Lions in the early rounds last year. We know the Lions were eventually able to get their offence up and going, and that is really Carlton's big problem at the moment, is what they do with ball in hand, which you think out of the two things you need to correct in the game, either ball in hand or when the other team's got the ball, you'd like to think that one's slightly easier perhaps to improve, at least when you've got it, and try and get a bounce quickly.
Yeah, you would. You'd be happier if you're a Carlton fan listening to Lee Montagna talk about that last night, because the ball movement side of things, they're getting close to getting it right. I mean, the first half last week, I was pretty buoyed by it, because they were giving the handball to their runners, and Saad was instrumental in that first half. I'd like to see him even go further with it. So it's a matter of if they can do that for the four quarters, which has been their Achilles heel for quite some time, and they haven't got it right this year. So the defensive side of the game is quite sound. It's just adding that offensive layer to it.
On the other side of the coin, they're minus 89 in second half quarters this year. So been completely overwhelmed. Michael Voss refuses to buy into the fact that they've got that it's a fitness issue or a fatigue issue. 0-6 in second half quarters, and Leeds, they've lost 10 of their last 12.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Vossi on that as well. Yes, the points don't stack up, but I think there's only marginal differences between all teams in terms of fitness right across the board. I think it's all their game style, the way they set it up, the way they use the footy. Yes, you will be tired if you butcher it and you don't take care of that footy like it's a piece of gold. So I think if they can clean up that stuff, the stuff you were talking about just then, Corb, is that's where they're going to see the most bang for buck and their ability to actually get the job done.
Let's listen in. Here come the Magpies for their home fixture against their arch rival. All right, Magpie Army! The Pies in the black and white stripes. Perhaps there's no bigger magnifier in footy than that. They've got the black shorts on tonight, and their home game against their arch rival in the Carlton Football Club. As much of a magnifier as those black and white stripes are, perhaps the white monogram for Carlton is equally as large. We're expecting 90,000 in the MCG tonight, and they're in the very back row of the Shane Warne stand as we look across from our position alongside the members. This is ABC Sports coverage of Thursday night footy. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our number one picks, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. Frampton comes back in, the premiership defender. Of course, he came in late for Dan McStay, did the job on Harris Andrews on grand final day. He's one of two inclusions, and Brody Myercheck, their champion goal kicker, returns. Ned Long is going to start as the sub for the Magpies. And what we're looking at here with no late change is the oldest team in VFL AFL history. It is a competition that's trending older. Two of the last three premiers have been two of the three oldest premiers that the game's ever seen. Big deal or no big deal, Murph, at 28 years and 275 days on average?
Well, if you look at those stats and some of the recent form of the older teams winning flags, well, it's on your side, really.
Yep.
So they've still got pace through their team. I mean, you talk about being old, but Nick Dacos is the most electric player in the competition with his leg speed.
Bo
McCreary's another one. So they've got pace. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. So
why do you guys think it is? Why do you think the comp's skewing older?
I think the way in which they prepare and train and look after their bodies is only just getting better and better.
Yep.
The sort of the knowledge that they're getting from overseas, and I don't even think back like 10 years ago what we were doing compared to what they're doing now is just completely different. So players have got more longevity because they've been looked after better by their clubs, and the way in which I know Mick Moldhouse is big on the pre-season's too short, but I think that can sometimes lend to players playing longer because you're able to refresh and do your own training. You know what's required of you. It doesn't help probably the younger teams, but the older teams, the more experienced players they've got, they don't need to rely upon learning structures and overtraining so much. So maybe that's where the benefit comes from as well.
Yeah, I think the money's not bad, is it, Liz?
Sorry, mate.
The money's not bad either to be a professional athlete for as long as you can, as opposed to working 9 to 5.
Yeah, it's a lot easier, trust me. Well, it isn't because we know the
scrutiny,
the pressure, the scrutiny that comes with it. But they invest in themselves a hell of a lot more as well.
Yep.
These players, in terms of saunas, ice bars, they've got them in their own homes now, so they're in them much more than just going into the club. I went and did ice bars on my day off. I went down the bay. Whoop-dee, mate. Well done. Yep. That's where you got your leg up back in the old days. But yeah, I think they are just becoming more professional, but we're also being more accepting of players, you don't lose your smarts. Yeah, you might lack a little bit of a yard, but tell me that when things get tight, you're not turning to steel side bottom, a la the game not that long ago when he kicks the winning goal. Scotty Pendlebury setting them up around stoppage. You don't get that from an 18-year-old, do you? So I don't mind it. I think we're too quick to turn out 30-plus-year-olds.
I'm a little surprised Ned Long is the sub. He played pretty well in that game against Port Adelaide. So what's the right balance for Collingwood? Jordan De Goey coming back from it was general soreness in the end, wasn't it? He had that knee,
as well.
knee bruising throughout the pre-season. They tried to manage him, Brody Myercheck as well. But Collingwood bring in Billy Frampton with a Carlton forward line which has, Charlie Curnow, Kemp, Young. Maybe they've gone with the extra tool to try and free up Darcy Moore. How do you see it?
Yeah, Kemp's come off 5 goals, so he's your dangerous forward up there off the back of last week. I think Darcy Moore will go straight to Charlie Curnow and try and lock that away. Frampton to Kemp, and then just allow your smalls to and how to do his work, and your other smalls to get to work. Quainer will lock someone away, whether that's a Williams if he starts down there. He's on the bench, so he won't be starting down there, but they just complement each other really well, Collingwood, as long as and I think Darcy Moore, if he gets that role and sticks to his job like he did probably second half against Sam Darcy a few weeks ago, I think that's where, that's his best footy's at.
We've touched on Will White a couple of times tonight, Murph. He gets to live his boyhood dream as a young Carlton fan. You can't help but smile when you hear this story. So 21 years of age, third in the VFL best and fairest last year for the Blues, overlooked for a list spot, and then one man's misfortune benefits the other. A shocking ACL tear for Jagger Smith. He goes on the long-term injury list. Will White gets signed at the last moment, and he debuts tonight in front of a suspected crowd of 90,000 for the club that he grew up supporting against the Magpies. It is the first Carlton debutant against the Pies since Jack Silvani in 2016. So Zach Williams actually played his first game for Carlton against the Pies, but of course had played AFL footy before that with the Giants. But for Will White, this is AFL footy, and it's in front of 90,000 on a Thursday night.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I mean, how quickly can your world change? He's had an amazing 3 or 4 months, hasn't he? From obviously being down there at the reserves and playing in front of 85,000 plus tonight. Boyhood fan of the Baggers, so. They're the real good stories of football when you see them call their friends and their mates and their family, and the club releases that info. I reckon they're the real good stories of football we love to see. So wishing him all the best. Wearing the 38, isn't he, Corbin? So hopefully he's got some speed like Jeffy Garlett. That'll be really nice.
And good to see him actually starting. That's what I love. He's not there in the vest. He's actually out there letting him have a go at it.
Give me one or two areas. Where's this game going to be won tonight? What would I guess if you want to give us the Collingwood point of view, Lids and Murph on the Blues, what's the key focus here?
Well, I think that the Carlton midfield are going to be ready and raring to go. So that's where Collingwood, Hewitt's going to have to go to Dacos to try and stop his influence, but whether he can keep up, I don't think so. And the forward line to me looks more dangerous. Bring back in Myercheck. You got Hill down there. McCreary gets to work. De Goey spending more time down there as well. That's a danger sign for me, but it has to be the midfield of Carlton that are going to get it done, Murph.
Yeah, I think George Hewitt will definitely go to Nick Dacos. I wouldn't mind seeing Hewitt go to him for the first half of every quarter and let Walsh go head-to-head with him after that. That's when the running game can really occur, and Sam Walsh is their best runner, and Nick Dacos is probably Collingwood's best runner. So that's where the game opens up from a Collingwood perspective and it did the last couple of times because George Hewitt has played on Nick Dacos, and he's inevitably just got off the chain. The longer the game goes, he probably gets off. So I wouldn't mind seeing him go to him initially and then letting Sam Walsh just go, well, let's go to the contest and you go one way, I'll go the other and see who comes out on top. But I don't think that would occur. I think Sam Walsh will just go head-to-head with him, get off when you can, win your own ball when you can.
Is it hard to play free knowing the outcome if they lose, like knowing that the potential to go 0-4? How do you keep yourself in the game knowing that's the backdrop?
That we'll see that if they're down 4 or 5 goals going into the three-quarter time, that you'll see, and then the Collingwood kick the first of the last, and they know they're no chance, then you could see a real bloodbath in the last quarter. But I think at the start of the game, you're just saying, right, I hope we're on. Let's get that first hit on the body.
There's no doubt at some point in the last quarter it's going to come and creep inside their head saying, I hope we finish this off, because they haven't been able to do it at all this year. And these games, as we've discussed already, are always really tight. So I think it's going to be tight in the last quarter, and then that's when the challenge will come in the head of the Carlton footballers to go, well, back to process, worry about the next contest, worry about running, worry about playing football, not worrying about what's happening on the scoreboard and what's going to happen if it's 0-4.
The Blues have led at half-time in each of their 3 matches they've played so far this season, so we're not going to see until we get to the second half. The other matchup is Tom De Koning up against Darcy Cameron. Now, Darcy Cameron has become a very good player for Collingwood. Can Tom De Koning take his game to another level and expose him at ground level, I guess?
Well, and that's where he's going to have to get him, I think, at ground level, because he'll challenge him in the air, which Darcy Cameron's been really good at. But you know, he's fast becoming a very enjoyable ruckman to watch. And I don't say you don't enjoy watching a lot of ruckmen go to work, but he gets after the game, tries to go forward out of stoppage, which I really like.
And the other one is in the coach's box. Of course, 2 guys that shared 3 premierships together at Brisbane. Michael Voss in one box, and in the other, of course, Craig McRae, the premiership coach from 2023, both in their 4th season in charge, leading 2 of the biggest teams in the land. Paddy Cripps, the 2-time Brownlow medalist, on his way to meet Darcy Moore, the Collingwood skipper, and a chance for us to check in with Tim Hodges in the front row of the grandstand. Good evening, Hodgie.
Corbin, your timing is impeccable as the coin is tossed into the air and Patrick Cripps wins the toss. He'll kick to the city end, which is an odd one. The flags are blowing off the post towards the punt road end, but down the bottom down on boundary side, the wind is swirling. It's as swirling as much as I've experienced in a number of years. So Murph and Lids upstairs will be better versed to actually tell you how difficult that is to play footy, but it will play a part tonight. It's just swirling from one end to the other. It's like a big saucepan, and it's going to make conditions really difficult for both sets of players. Just on the crowd, a thumping Thursday night crowd. The MCC expecting 80,000 plus, so I know a lot of people are saying 90,000 plus, but I don't think we'll get that much. At the moment, I don't think it's at 80,000, but it is building by the minute. I think the earlier start on Thursday has caught a lot of people out. It's been chaos outside the MCG with traffic arriving. It is a chilly evening, currently 17, feels like 14, but as I said, those swirling winds are going to play a significant part, especially early on. No late changes. The subs for the Pies, it's Ned Long. For Carlton, Ashton Moyer. It is only round 4, guys, but it does already feel like there is plenty riding on tonight's result.
Thanks, Hodgie. He's got that big game feel about it. There's no doubt about that. As the countdown timer ticks away, we're 21 seconds away from the bounce. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. And what a way to get going in round 4. The black and white stripes of Collingwood, the CFC white monogram of Carlton. It's as good a rivalry as the game has. It's Collingwood and Carlton on a Thursday night to open round 4 on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
The Blues season on the line early in 2025, and we're all in readiness. De Goey alongside Cripps as the umpire bounces it in the middle. De Koning wins down the tap for the Blues. Charging in, it's Houston who volleys it straight up in the air. Cameron back with the flight, bounces into Schultz. A chance for Hewitt for the Blues. Hand pass to Hollands. He's tackled by Crisp, and the ball will be balled up in the middle. So Hewitt alongside Nick Dacos as the umpire sets it in the air. De Koning wins down the tap. The umpire goes down. Cripps can't clear it. Cameron can for Collingwood. Kicks up towards Myercheck alongside Silvani. Did he get a disposal away? Hand pass came from Perryman to Pendlebury to Nick Dacos. 50 out from goal. Centering kick by the L. Up with one arm. Can't come down with a footy. And it clears the pack and goes out of play in the right forward pocket. That would have been some start as Bobby went aerial.
Interesting to see Young going to Darcy Moore, and the gating role, I think, really punching him in the back almost at the moment. Frampton to Curnow, and Howe has gone to Kemp.
Opening minute, forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Cameron straight down to Pendlebury. Bangs bodies with Akers. Ball close to the boundary line, and in the end the Blues see it out. We'll have a boundary throw in again. Forward pocket for Collingwood, kicking to the punt road end.
Sam Walsh also started on a half-forward flank, so he's up in this contest at the moment. So be that's 5th, 6th midfielder coming up as for Carlton.
Bit of rainfall.
Cameron wins it down. Sard got a hand pass high up and under. De Goey punches it away for Collingwood. Still at half forward. Quaynor collects. He's tackled, taken the ground. Raining already, Hodgie.
It is very light, very, very light. As I said, it's as swirly as a breeze as I've experienced here on the boundary for years.
Cameron wins it down, but straight to Hewitt for the Pies. Hurried kick down the wing. Bouncing footy out in front of Curnow and Frampton. Ball looked like it was going out. Curnow keeps it alive. Surge kick down to half forward for the Blues. Howe should be favoured by the bounce. Needs it to sit for him. It doesn't. He knocks it out of bounds. The umpire says throw it in. Half forward for the Blues. Michael off the SMS, by the way, 0437 774 774. Any rain forecast during the match? I don't think this is forecast rain. Also goes on to ask who it would suit more.
Oh, good question. You'd hope Carlton would be hoping it's them with a bigger body midfield.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. De Koning got it to Cowan. The kick was smothered for the Blues. Hollands, half pass to Hewitt. Nick Dacos lays the tackle, holding the ball. A win for the young Pie there. As the Collingwood army rises and Nick Dacos gets a disposal on right half back. It's not his first as he kicks around the Shane stand wing, looking for Lipinski. It hung in the air for a moment. And the easy spoil in the end, out of play by Cowan.
This is as close a jumper clash that we have in the modern game. And to be honest, it doesn't bother me one bit knowing that the iconic jumpers are out there. Perhaps maybe regardless of whoever the home team is, maybe if the Pies wore the white shorts and the Blues are all in navy, it might help us a little.
The Blues have worn some horror away strips over the journey, but these two sides traditionally wear their natural clashes. Motlop trying to knock it forward for the Blues into the path of Kemp. He's locked up. Still 2 kicks out from goal, no score. Through the opening 3 minutes, the last 6 occasions these two sides have met, a crowd of over 80,000 on each.
They've done it for 120 odd years though, Murph, haven't they? And there hasn't been too many dramas as Cameron wins it down towards Lipinski. Hand pass out towards Perryman. Sweeping handball, puts it into front of the path of Hill. Clever, sockers it further afield, but it rolls out of bounds, and that's deliberate.
That's rubbish.
And Ray Chamberlain does talk to us about this, where if the kick goes forward but is directed towards the boundary as opposed to inboard, that
he's not Lionel Messi.
He was trying to give it to a mate.
I agree.
Teammate.
I think the umpires is told that that's deliberate, and yet it was probably less deliberate than the Howe one earlier in the quarter. Hollands down to half forward, bounces off the chest of Moore, no mark, spills to Motlop, 60 from home, kicks the Blues inside 50, ball turns into the path of Akers, left it behind, Howe collects, he's gang tackled. And a ball up full forward for the Blues at the City end, no score through the opening 4 minutes.
The Blues would love a positive start here to Koning and Cameron. Cameron gets a toe post, spills to Fogarty around the body, he misses to the right hand side. First score is Carlton's way, but it's a behind. Through 3.5, no, make that 4 minutes opening term on ABC Sport.
So the one danger with having Walsh coming up to the contest is that it's probably going to release a Houston or a Maynard. So if he's not getting the effect around the contest, probably have to reset and have 6 forwards, but they're going to try and bring him up through the middle of the ground.
Pendlebury marks the kick out. Of course, he's 400th. The last time these two teams met, goes long down the boundary line, and Silvani knocks it out of play. High half forward for the Blues. A couple of keen onlookers in front of you, Hodgie, down there. Notice a couple of the AFL staffers in Andrew Dillon and Laura Kane. Literally right in front of our man Tim Hodges on the boundary. The boundary throwing. Cameron. It's a little hand on the way through. Comes to Chera, though, of the Blues. Hand pass to Akers. He gives it to Hewitt between wing and half forward. Kicks inside the forward 50. I think Curnow was the target, and Jeremy Howe, as he does, drops back in the hole, takes the intercept mark. Half back for the Pies. Carlton one behind. Pies yet to score. 5 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
He sends the Pies inside the defensive 50 to Dan Houston. Quainer makes space at right half back. Back with the flight. Didn't take the mark. And juggles it over the boundary line for a throw in. Carlton fans enjoyed that. A throw in at left half forward for the Blues. Carlton leading by a point. 5 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
And that's where the wind is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it gets up high, you just don't know how to read it as the ball's travelling. Houston thought he laid that off perfectly.
Hewitt still alongside Nick Dacos. Lipinski and Walsh as it's thrown down. Thrown in, I should say. Cameron tries to knock it down. Walsh lays the tackle on Lipinski. Harder gets the boundary line. Pendlebury kept it alive. A hand pass into space. Cowan up against Bobby Hill. Taps it to the path of Wiedering. And offhands it goes out of play. And a boundary throw in. So some of those matchups which Lids made mention of. Silvani alongside Myercheck. Wiedering has McStay. McGovern alongside Elliott. And Bobby Hill has Lockie Cowan early.
Boundary throw in as De Koning wins it down. Chera can't trap it. Knocks it to the advantage of Walsh, though. Hand pass out in front of Doherty. Umpire says keep rolling, but it's an advantage Carlton as Silvani ends up with it. Back edge of the centre square, gets around 2. Kicks to centre half forward for the Blues. Slides through to Curnow. Hand pass to Cripps. Quaynor's got him. Great tackle. As soon as he received the footy, Collingwood win it back. Pendlebury to Frampton. Hurried kick towards half-back, and Lipinski will run onto the loose ball. Blues fans want it in the back. Collingwood happy to be away with it. Lipinski 2 bounces, runs over halfway southern side, kicks to half forward, and Elliott takes the mark. G knows this team well. Hand pass back inboard to Dacos, who drives it goalward. It just skids offline. And a behind, the opening score of the night for the Pies is a behind at Nick Dacos to the punt road end. They've got 1 behind each. We're 7 minutes in on ABC Sport.
It's a great kick from Lipinski there. He just held long enough to allow the play to unfold.
Hollands into Sard, who receives it and kicks up towards the wing, and Young takes the mark. Members side scores level at a behind a piece. Young's eyes dart inboard, nothing really on offer, so short to Akers, not 15. Has to give it back to Louis Young. Tries to fire a hand pass over the top of Crisp to Kemp. He couldn't take it cleanly, and Crisp gathers for Collingwood. Hand pass to Pendlebury, to Moore. Now the run of Houston, darting into the middle of the crowd. Adventurous kick across to the other side of the back flank, where Lipinski takes the mark. It stretches the Blues, and now Bobby Hill on a long lead at left half forward. It bounces wide of him and Cowan, and goes out of play at right half forward for the Magpies. A behind a piece through the opening 7 minutes. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
You just tell the Pies are making a real emphasis on going wide and really stretching the ground long, aren't they? At the moment, they've just missed a few of those kicks, but really trying to stretch the Carlton defence.
Taccone reaching over the top, knocks it down, but straight to Lipinski, shovels it out towards side bottom, high kick inside the forward 50. Myercheck got separation on Silvani, no mark. Sard just soccers it to centre half back for the Blues. Here's Hewitt, slides the side bottom tackle, hand pass to Chera through the phone booth, got it to Walsh, Blues away through the corridor, hand pass to Akers, kicks out to the wing, too much on it, made it tough for Young, more right with him for company, paddles it out of bounds in front of the benches. The boundary throw-in. He's had an indifferent start to the year, Blake Acres, the lowest rated wingman in the AFL, kicking at just 30% this year.
Yeah, just unfortunately then too for Carlton, they had 2 or 3 handballs through the corridor and then went wide. So keep on going straight, try and get through the ground.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Koenig wins down the tap from the throw-in. Crisp tries to knock it on, taken high, the debut's on wide. He'll get a first touch here on the wing as he pushes back behind his mark. The bag up from Warrnambool as he comes inboard to Sard, not 15. Had to get around Myercheck. He did well in the end to keep his composure. Back to Silvani. Off balance, kicks a high ball up the wing. Have a fly at that to Koenig's there. Cameron as well. Off hands to Akers. His hand pass chopped off by Crisp. He's tackled and brought down. Still a chance for the Blues. White clean. Good pickup. Got it to Paddy Cripps. Kicks around the corner. Up towards Williams. Hand pass to the runner Walsh. Little fumble. Cripps lays the tackle. It's still a chance though. Lord links up with Hollands. It opens up in front of him. Swings onto the right. First goal of the match goes the way of Carlton. And the celebration as well from Ollie Hollands as he finishes in the right forward pocket. Carlton lead by 6 points. 1-1-7 to the Magpies. 1 behind. We played almost 10 minutes in the opening term. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, that's a handball chain I was talking about prior to the game, Lids, and you saw it there firsthand. It was a little bit of a fumble from Walsh.
Wasn't a great handball, I think, from Zachy.
The handball was pretty average, but it's the want to actually give the hands. And you've seen Sard running past and being used so far. You've seen Sam Walsh being given the football, and that's what they need. They need the ball and the good carriers. And they're actually starting to get their game up and going here.
Hodgie, the boys spoke a bit about the breeze, and you set it up perfectly before the start. How is it down there for the players?
Yeah, it's still swirling around. It's probably, Lids and Murph are probably best placed. How difficult is it when it is swirling as much as it is? And you can see the flag posts above the scoreboard there blowing directly to the punt road end, but it almost swings right around this enormous stand and goes back towards the city end.
Pies in the end get the clearance. Cameron kicks it wide to Nick Dacos, who follows up his own handball, gets a second one away to Houston. Handball out wide to Josh Dacos. Now he's on the wing member side. Handball back to Houston. Blues well set up. Houston hemmed in. Dangerous 45 kick back inboard. Ball hits the deck. Blues win it to Koenig. Hand pass away to Sard. Short kick to Curnow. Front edge of the centre square. Curnow loads up. It'd have to be all of 70 metres as he bangs it goalward, but he's offline and behind. How difficult is it out there when it's swirling like this?
Well, you just don't know where the advantage is. It changes in every position on the ground that you're at. You might get in one pocket and you feel like you've got it right behind you, get to the other one and it's directly in your face.
Blues by 7 on that behind, so Carlton 1-2. Collingwood 1 behind, 11.5 minutes in. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
5-3, the inside 50s away the Blues early as Darcy Moore brings Collingwood back into play, into the pocket for Houston. Hemmed in the left back pocket. Looks long down the line. Cameron and De Koning. They wrestle in position. De Koning got rid of him and takes the mark on his chest. Legally, says the umpire. TDK with an early win there as he veers out to the left. Looks to send Carlton inside 50. Elliott got there late. Made a spoil. It was touched off the boot. Lord had to wear the contact and turns it over for the Blues. Josh Dacos gets the hand pass away to Schultz, trying to come back inboard. Saad read it superbly for the Blues. Gets it to Akers. Back to Saad around his body. Cameron and Moore both backpedaling. Darcy Cameron in the end takes the mark. No collateral damage there.
So can the Pies move the footy now? He goes back to Frampton. Back pocket. And well set up the Blues, Murph, without the footy.
No, they look organised so far. You can just tell Collingwood is trying to pierce gaps at this point in time, but having to bail out again long.
Short to Houston, who of course was of interest for both these teams. Goes long up to the wing. Knocked away by Young, down to Silvani. Hand pass to Lord, to Walsh, all by hand to Cripps. Under pressure, got it to Hollands. Didn't give the handball. Caught by Cameron, holding the ball. And a free kick for Darcy Cameron. And I'll reload again. The man who started that last chain now has it at half back. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Back to the big man Cameron. Steps around Lord easily. Kicks out wide and Jack Crisp takes the mark. Of course, we've got Crisp and Cripps both playing tonight, which is a little trick for us.
Good enough.
This is Jack Crisp, who's rolling around for the 241st consecutive game.
Closing in on that Jim Stone's record of 244 as he sidestepped Cowan and kicks up towards Membry at half forward. Had to spoil in the end. Pendlebury front and centre. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Centre and kick. Looking for McCreary. Doherty underneath. Spoils it down. McGovern gathers. Hand pass to Chera. Feeds it back to Haynes. Carlton work their way out of it. Back to Doherty. Kicks up towards the wing. Motlop out position. In from the side. McStay didn't complete the mark, but it clears the pack. And Houston gathers for Collingwood. Works it up to Schultz at left half forward. Just a couple of metres in from the boundary and the Olympic stand. He looks up inside the punt road, attacking 50, and it's congested, so he veers out to the right, sends it in the direction of Membry and McCreary. McStay in from the side. Where are the Crummers? Wienery desperately defending to go. He tried to get a boot to it. It tumbles through for a minor score to the left. Carlton leading by 6 points. We played 13 minutes in the opening term on ABC Sport.
Would Crisp and Doherty been teammates once upon a time?
Yes, yeah.
The Lions? Yeah.
Absolutely. I think for Sam Doherty's first coach in AFL footy was Michael Voss, and now, of course, he's still coaching him. Different colours all these years on. As the Blues work it off the half-back line, there's young Will White on debut. Short kick to Walsh, chips it to Lord. And Lord can put them into the front half. Kicks looking for Young. Not a great kick. Slides through to Doherty. Now at half forward. Hand pass away to Fogarty. Swings a hand pass to the skipper. Paddy Cripps shoots. Goals. The two-time Brownlow medalist involved early. And Carlton with a hot start. 2-2-14. Collingwood 2 behinds. The Blues by a couple of goals after 15 minutes. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, the pleasing thing there for Blue supporters, Murph, was that it was young Will White, Cooper Lord involved in and around centre-half back, and they're looking to go and get the ball in motion, aren't they? They're not going back and slow and wide. You may have mentioned that before. They had the ability to keep running through the back of the square, but go wide, and they get halted and they just turn the ball over. That one, keep going forward. I know it was a little missed target, but it snuck through to Doherty and a couple of errant handballs, but great finish from the big fella there, Paddy Cripps. I know he does a power of work inside. Good to see him up forward and getting on the scoreboard.
Yeah, there's a bit of a breakdown there from Collingwood, wasn't it? It was almost a +1 ahead of the football, so something's gone wrong there where the Collingwood midfielders hasn't turned his head.
First goal of season 2025 for Patrick Cripps. Louis Young in the right, wins down the tap for the Blues with Sidebottom. Read it best for Collingwood. Drives him inside 50. Myercheck tries to juggle the mark off Silvani's hands. Cowan scraps for it. At ground level and the umpire will pull it up. 35 metres out from the Magpies' goals. Still searching for their first goal of the night through 16 minutes. Umpire tosses it aloft. McStay trying to tap it down to Membry. Wiedering has it locked to his chest, and McStay and Membry both lay the tackle. We'll do it once more. Elliott, Nick Dacos on the move as this is thrown up. Young with a decisive tap. Bobby Hill gathers it for Collingwood. Hand pass out to Maynard on 50. On the left, fires towards the Keith of goals, and through it goes. Myercheck did some good wrestling on the goal line to get rid of Wiedering. And Collingwood have their first through Brayden Maynard. Carlton's lead cut back to 6 points. The Blues 2-2-14 to Collingwood 1-2-8.
Yeah, just questioning the Lewis Young hit out to space in D50. That's where Collingwood are going to have their numbers. So they're going to be they're going to be set up. You have their wingers outside the contest and the mid hanging out. And forwards for Collingwood will trade up and try and get those men and just releases a +1, which is exactly what happened there for Collingwood on the back of Maynard just sitting out there by himself. So that's not the play to hit the ball a long way away from goal in your D50 because Collingwood is set up for that.
That's why you've got a wingman who releases around the back, who's you hit to, just put it down his throat.
Got to be in tight.
Yeah.
Just his 23rd goal for Braden Maynard, game number 213. Well, with the one club so far, he's in a contract year, of course. The media reports big offers coming from one club. The different colour stripes. And the blue and white of North Melbourne. Back in the middle. Perryman soccers it forward into the lap of Schultz. Turns deep entry for the Pies. To full forward. Bouncing footy. Still on offer. Elliott throws his boot at it. Can't get it through. And in the end, Wiedering clever. Knocks the ball out of his hands and into the behind post. We'll have a throw in deep forward for the Pies.
His brother's there as a PDM Corb.
Okay.
Might be the lure.
What do you reckon? Is it?
I think he stays.
Stays. One club player versus the Mega Bucks and the long-term deal with the Roos. Boundary throw in. McStay, who we spoke to pre-game, wins it down in front of Lord, though, for the Blues. Trying to clear. Kick smothered. Nice 1%er. Perryman forces it out of play and a boundary throw in forward pocket again for Collingwood.
Win the flag, it might be a different story.
And you got two and on your bike.
I'll fill your boots.
It's interesting, his language changed a bit around it too, didn't it? It went from, I can't see myself playing anywhere else, to, hey, it's a business.
Thrown back in, it clears. Young and McStay, Akers around the body, trying to clear the congestion. Awkward bouncing ball for Lipinski and Houston. Houston punches it inside 50. Perryman tackled, dispossessed. It spills out the way of Akers. His hand pass missed the intended target in Williams. Well kept alive by Maynard. Got it forward. Pendlebury, hand pass to Lipinski. Kick smothered, tried to charge forward. He's tackled and brought down by Chera. The ball up in the left forward pocket for Collingwood. Carlton leading by 6 points through 19 minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, really important from Chera. They had Elliott in the pocket all on his own.
Blues kick the first 2 goals of the match. Collingwood with the last as McStay wins down the tap. Akers' kick is smothered by Elliott. They scrap forward in the left forward pocket for Collingwood. Perryman tries to dribble it towards the goal mouth. And Cowan was looking for contact. He, in the end, didn't clear it. And now Elliott's tackled by Akers and holding the ball. Wanted the boundary line. Umpire says didn't do enough to try and get it clear. Jamie Elliott, free kick going the way of Blake Akers in the right back pocket for the Blues.
Game 52 for Carlton, of course, after starting his career with the Saints and a couple of years at Freo. High up and under down the line. An easy one for Houston to punch into the advertising hoardings. Boundary throwing 60 out from the Pies goal.
I think I know now why Youngie was belting that ball forward. He doesn't want to hit it to the wingman who just kicks it back to the oppo.
Yeah. He's out of sorts, isn't he, Blake Akers? And think about that final series he had.
Yeah, he was huge.
Enormous. Had the best footy of his career in 2022 as De Koning grabs it out of the ruck. He's playing his best footy right now, but a hand pass here goes straight to Pendlebury. Well-weighted hand pass from the veteran out to DeGoey, and Akers gets him out of play. The boundary throwing half forward again for Collingwood.
The other matchup is Scotty Pendlebury just going everywhere with Paddy Cripps at this point in time. So a few contests within the actual greater battle there through the midfield.
The voice of Mark Murphy alongside Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Thrown in. McStay in front of De Koning. Wins down the tap, but Hewitt was slick for the Blues. Hand pass away to Akers. Little fumble from Paddy Cripps. Under the pressure of Scott Pendlebury, it goes out of play. The Collingwood fans lean over the fence. Encouragement for their former captain against the Carlton captain, having already kicked a goal tonight. So who's the loose the Blues are trying to get? Lids, is it Cowan, ideally? He's the loose at the moment. Bobby Hill is kind of loose at the moment as it's thrown in. De Koning wins down the tap. It's picked up by McStay. Kicks out in front of Myercheck, reaching out with one arm in front of Silvani. He can't complete the mark. And it goes out in the left forward pocket for Collingwood. His inside 50s have started to balance out a little bit. Collingwood now lead 10-8. The Blues by 6 points on the scoreboard.
Well, he needs to either commit fully up off the back of Bobby Hill or go right back to help out his defence. At the moment, he's sort of in no man's land.
Carlton by 6 points, 21 minutes in, boundary throw in. De Koning threw his boot at it. Says keep rolling, and then you can throw a blanket over 10 of them. Says ball up. 21 and a half gone, opening quarter. Blues with the first 2 goals. Collingwood with the last. They're only of the game so far. De Koning down to Hewitt. He's tackled immediately. Touched on Dan Houston in jumper number 9. Broke his nose at training during the week. First year with the Magpies, of course, leaving Port Adelaide. First time he gets to play in one of these big games tonight as Schultz gets a hand pass away towards Perryman. Floats a goal when it's there. Perryman knocks it through. His first in the black and white stripes. And every Magpie on the ground awake to it as they rush to him. Harry Perryman ties the game. Scores level, 2-2-14 apiece. 22 minutes into the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, a few little alarm bells just around the contest at the moment for Carlton, because 2 stoppage goals within the first 15 minutes of this game, but just the way in which the +1s are setting up behind the stoppage is looking a lot more dangerous for Collingwood. They've got Maynard and Dacos who are sitting off the contest there, and you look at what Carlton have got as their +1, it's Lockie Cowan, so they're probably not getting the benefit from their +1 as opposed to what Collingwood are getting.
And Cowan he hobbled off the ground there. I saw him just grabbing at his either glute or high hamstring. It'll be interesting to watch down there, Hodgie, for you.
You can add anything on that, Hodgie?
Yeah, he did come off. He didn't even speak to the doctor. It was more a look, and they went straight to the room. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if hopefully that's not a nick in the hamstring.
Back in the middle, Cherrett taps it to Zach Williams, kicks inside 50, a bouncing ball. Young tries to volley it to Fogarty. That worked. Gets the hand pass away. Flying shot on goal. And it out to the right in the end from the debutant, White. He just couldn't quite steer it straight, and it veered out to the right, enough to give the Blues the lead by that point. 23 minutes gone, opening term.
Will White, great name. We love players with good alliteration. Murph, you're obviously one of them. Mark Murphy. As we get a kick out here from Dan Houston out to half back, and McStay takes the mark. Blues by a point. Jack Crisp on the back flank. Kicks it down in the direction of Myercheck, who gives a little nudge to De Koning, clears him out of the way, takes the mark, plays on, runs into Doherty, slips over, got a hand pass going back to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Crisp. Now to Maynard, pokes it along the line, and McStay just took the mark. He had Cameron in front of him, left it for him. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, kicks inside 50, and Haynes bowls over his former teammate Bobby Hill, takes the mark, and starts the counter-attack for the Blues. He goes back to McGovern, short kick to Silvani at centre half back. Carlton by a point, 24 gone opening term.
This is where the Blues can be a little jittery, although that's a good kick to Lord at centre half back. Into the middle of the ground for Chera. Coming the other direction. Well done, Josh Dacos. He tried to hold Chera up, but Chera was able to hang on to the mark. Turns and comes back inboard. Another chance for Cooper Lord to get involved here. Just attacking side of the centre circles. Carlton by a point. Out to the Shane Warne stand side where Haynes takes the mark. Out wider still. Young takes the mark. Arms out in front of Darcy Moore. He can poke it over the top. Ball on his own. Here he is on the boot. Will White. He's about 5 metres in from the boundary in the left forward pocket. A chance to strike truly here with his second shot on goal.
He's been good, Will White, so far. He's been involved in a few passages of play. Looked clean. Then just good run and good creating a space for himself. So this would make his family pretty proud. Big moment.
One of the last players on the Carlton list. Out to the left. He'll kick from 45 metres out. He fires on goal, and it's left all the way. 2 behind to the 21-year-old, and Carlton lead by those 2 points. 25 minutes gone. Opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
As you saw there, left footer, one of 8 on Carlton's list. They got 4 playing tonight. And he's one of them. Will White is Dacos. That's Josh, is off and running from the back pocket. Long kick down the boundary line, and McGovern takes the intercept mark for Carlton. Gets a hand pass away towards Akers. He gives it back to McGovern. Now the inside 50 kick to the forward pocket. Curnow climbs from the back, spills down to Williams, but there's a free.
Frampton.
It's coming back to Billy Frampton. Was that there, Lids?
I think it's either paid the mark or, yeah, he was just in front. I think he held it for long enough. Eyes.
Switches on to Howe, and then the long kick to Jack Crisp, who takes the mark, keeps it moving. Pies on the counter-attack, up to Myercheck. The ball pitches and runs away from him. Ends up out of play in front of the benches. Carlton by a couple of points, 26 minutes gone in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Jeez, they're out then too. Collingwood just need to hit that kick. Carlton had pressed up, but just fell out of sorts, and they were away then, the Pies, if they hit that target.
Blues by 2 points. De Koning tries to tap it down, but it's Jack Crisp of Collingwood. Bursts away from the stoppage. Kicks inside 50 on the bounce for Elliott. In the end, Haynes came charging out, gathered. Hand pass to Hollands, to Motlop on halfback. The run of Sard. He switches it out to Akers, who takes the mark at left halfback. Possession number 11 coming up for him. His first effective kick, though, to McGovern. Great kick through the middle of the ground to Motlop. It opens up in front of him. Fogarty the target. He couldn't hang on to it as Moore came late. Houston tries to get a little toe poke to it. He thought he was held when not in possession. The umpire says ball it up. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
This is not good news for the Blues. Lockie Cowan is out of the game. You can see the substitution paper is just being handed out in front of me as we speak. So Moyer is into the game, and unfortunately Cowan is out. It looks like a hamstring.
Thanks, Hodgie. That's rotten news for the Blues and for Lockie Cowan as they get a little kick inside 50, but Howe and Sidebottom and now Moore all combined to clear it for Collingwood. Handball on the boundary line. Josh Dacos Sidebottom to Pendlebury, has a fumble. Uncharacteristic for him. Now it's out of the 50. Motlop goes and gets it. He's tackled immediately. And a ball up as a heavy tackle sticks from Jeremy Howe. We'll have a ball up here, half forward for Carlton. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and number one picks, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. Carlton by a couple of points. Out it comes to Hewitt from the restart. Hand pass to Akers. He goes back by hand to Hollands, who fumbles. McCreary, heavy tackle. Ball comes out. Says holding the ball. Free kick for Collingwood, defensive side of the wing.
Perryman took the advantage, tried to shovel a hand pass forward. McGovern has to withstand the tackle from Membry and Jamie Elliott. He does so.
They've done that a bit, Clinchy, where they've just handballed forward and tried to get their half forwards to run onto it, break open that Carlton defence. You've got to pick your moments, though, I think.
Thrown in the air, Blues by a couple of points. De Koning wins down the tap. Perryman for Collingwood gathers. Hand pass forward, looking for Sidebottom. He breaks the tackle of Hollands. Looks up inside 50, kicks for De Goey. Great pass over the hands of Saad, who was trying to backpedal. And Jordan De Goey has it directly in front, 45 metres out from goal. Still Sidebottom just continues to contribute at 34 years of age, Murph.
Oh, yeah, that's as classy a kick as you'll see. That every other Carlton defender was playing proactive. And he just lobbed that, just his back shoulder into the pocket of space where that was the only option that he had for 4 or 5 pads ahead of him. So it was a beautiful kick.
Jordan De Goey directly in front, looking to give the Magpies the lead for the first time tonight from 45. He comes in and steers it straight through the middle. The Pies all of a sudden take control here at the MCG. And after the Blues started brightly with the first 2 goals of the match, now Collingwood have kicked the last 3. 3-2-20 to Carlton 2-4-16. The Magpies by 4 points. 29 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport. You're with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, it's another great example as to why you don't tip out your experienced players, Murph. He did have one other option, and I'd be filthy if that was me, as Bo McCreary, who's a couple of metres in front of him for a handball receive. You don't get a lot of looks as a half forward, so when someone gets out and you're free running inside forward 50, you expect that you probably get a handball. I'm just seeing it on the replay now. He had 30 metres in front of him. They could have walked it in, but great kick from Sidebottom. Just picked out to go in, and a really nice finish. Good for his confidence.
They're right on top here, the Pies, in the clearance game, 14-8 at this point in time. That's usually the area of the game where Carlton are great.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, confirmation from the Blues. Unfortunate news for Lockie Cowan, subbed out of this game. It's a left hamstring, so no good for him. Ashton Moyer is into this game.
Bad news for the 20-year-old, thanks Hodgie, as De Koning out of the middle, got a hand pass away towards Cripps, went down to pick it up, got a nudge from De Goey. Simultaneously, De Goey was coming through. It was nothing too bad in all of that. Just clipped Cripps high. Free kick. Hand pass away to Saad. Kicks inside 50. Curnow jumped in front of the pack. Takes the mark. And Curnow will shoot just left of centre from 45, 50 out. As De Goey was sort of passing through looking to try and soccer it, wasn't he?
No, he tried to sidestep Darcy Cameron, and then as he got caught up and then got Cripps. But yeah, good movement from Curnow to sidestep around the 2 players in front of him, then to get on the end of this one.
Here we go. Charlie Curnow kicked 3 against the Dogs. His first game of the year here. He went scoreless. Curnow says, not tonight. Straight through it goes. He opens his account and returns the Blues to the front. So the lead swings on the last 2 goals. Collingwood 3-2-20. The Blues move to 3-4-22. Carlton again by a couple of points. 31 gone opening term. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
It was an important response by Carlton then. It's the small give then to Saad, which just doesn't allow the defenders and the mids to get back and be proactive in their defence. It's a one-on-one game when you can move the ball quick, and it's been a concerted effort. I can tell watching this game to start this game is that the message coming out to Carlton is to use the hands at every opportunity. And you're seeing Saad and Walsh really getting the end of them at the moment. Hollands as well. So they've just got to keep on sticking at it. If it doesn't pay off, they've got to keep on going down this quick ball movement style.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Cameron and De Koning. De Koning gave away, in fact, it's Cameron who's given away the free kick.
They're hard to read sometimes, those ruck and freezes, aren't they?
No idea.
Sometimes the umpires point the wrong way, which confuses everyone as well. De Koning takes his free kick. Kicks looking for Cripps. It clears him in the end. Lord tries to keep it alive. A hand pass over his head. Houston for Collingwood. Hand pass to Jock Stakos. Looks out to the Shane Warne stand side. It's on the bounce for McCreary in front of Hollands. Can't gather. Akers a slick hand pass. Got it back to Hollands. And in the end, Paddy Cripps is dragged down by Nick Dacos. Surely didn't have the footy. And the Carlton captain will have it between wing and half forward, with the Blues leading by 2 points.
So Cripps can go deep inside the forward 50. Kemp competes, slides off hands through to Moore. Hand pass meant for Nick Dacos, runs out of bounds. Ump says throw that in. Nick Dacos, there's some people out there that get on him about it. He doesn't lay enough tackles and everything like that. I guess when you're having the ball 40 times,
Can't
you don't need to worry too much about that. But he's laid a big one there, unfortunately. Pat Cripps had already lost it.
Doesn't fly with the coach, that one, unfortunately.
I'm with you as well. As De Koning grabs it out of the ruck, tried to shoot goalward, smothered by Cameron, regathers, shoots, misses. Left-hand side of behind for De Koning, so Carlton by 3 points. They kick the first two, Collingwood the next three, then Carlton the last. A couple of lead changes, highly entertaining opening term, 33 minutes old. Carlton by 3 points, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Dan Houston looking to bring Collingwood back into play. The former All-Australian with the power. That's a lace-out kick to Josh Dacos. Did not have to move as he pulled it at the last moment and found him at left half back.
Geez, that's trust in your kick, isn't it?
Yeah.
On a swirly night at the MCG. Josh Dacos called to play on. Veers out to the right. Long looking for McStay. It won't reach him, and Schultz gives away the free kick. Over the shoulder of Haynes. Sam Walsh takes the advantage, closing in on quarter time, and Cameron back in the hole, takes the mark, hugging it to his chest for Collingwood.
Oh, wow.
At half back as it kicks out to Lipinski. It was out on the full, but the siren sounds and there's a bit going on off the ball. They're into Nick Dacos. Sam Walsh is involved. Players come charging in from everywhere. This is where the umpires are powerless. Charlie Curnow comes in. The crowd want to get animated as well. All of a sudden it's gathered to just about everyone involved. As even the players from the bench are starting to wander over. And the umpires just having a word to separate it. Charlie Curnow and Braden Maynard are in the very middle of it. And Louis Young is now having a chat to Jamie Elliott as eventually they will break into their separate huddles. Now Braden Maynard with a bit of finger pointing, and that always fires it up, and now Saad didn't like that.
Back on again here.
And just as it was looking to sort of simmer out, now they're gathered and grabbing the front of the jumpers as well. So those sitting near Hodgie will be starting to ruffle their fingers together. This is more cash into the AFL's back pocket.
You don't see blokes on match payments in there.
Now eventually,
I'm not paying, and then giving it all back.
Eventually, they start to separate to head to their respective huddles.
There's one for the promo when they meet again in round 17. A bit of push and shove, a little melee on the quarter break. Tim Hodges?
Well, I'm just sitting behind the bench in between the two clubs, and there's one of the more influential men in world sport. It's the Shai Sergev. He's the global CEO of DAZN. They've just taken ownership of Fox Sports. The Ukrainian, he's in the country tonight to attend the AFL in Melbourne, and tomorrow night he's in Sydney to go to the NRL, sitting beside Josh Marnie, Andrew Dillon and Laura Kane from the AFL. They're rolling out the red carpet to make sure he has the best experience, and that was the first time he stood to his feet during that that melee, and he pulled the phone out and started taking photos. So clearly he enjoyed that bit the most of everything in the first 30 minutes, but a very, very powerful man in the house tonight.
Absolutely is. And the broadcast deal, of course, locked away for the next number of years, and now under new ownership, Fox Sports, and a significant partner in the game of Australian rules football. So Carlton by 3 points at quarter time. The goal kickers, we got one each for Hollands, Cripps and Curnow. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, Maynard, Perryman and De Goey are their goal kickers. This is a Rigidage text, Murph. I know you think I'm making this up.
Oh, here we go.
There's no name, no pack drill, but it has come through off the SMS line 0437 774 774. Was it Carlton versus Collingwood when Murph gave the cheer squad the finger after he kicked a goal?
Let's move on. It was.
It was that game. Brett in Canberra, is Kemp a better option going forward than Harry Mackay?
Well, what's he had tonight, Kemp? 0 sniffs of the footy.
If he plays like he did every week, like he did last week.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think Harry Mackay is still a better player than
Interesting.
Brody Kemp, but he's showing some signs, which is good.
He's competing.
3 Magpies and 2 for Carlton haven't touched the footy yet, so Wiedering and Kemp without a touch. Quaynor, Membry and McCreary, the 3 players that haven't touched it so far for Collingwood. Just repeating that sub's been made as well, as Hodgie told us, suspected hamstring for Lockie Cowan. So Ashton Moyer is in the game now, the sub for Carlton. It comes early in the piece, while Ned Long is the sub for Collingwood. There's no danger on their bench for the time being. The thoughts of Murph and Leeds coming up in just a moment. Quarter time here in the blockbuster between Collingwood and Carlton. The Blues by 3 points. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Friday night.
Racing forward, edge of the box, the shoots right footed. What a strike!
The Matildas are back.
What a goal!
Catch every minute on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Got it to Paddy Cripps, kicks around the corner, up towards Williams, hand pass to the runner, Walsh, little fumble. Cripps plays the tackle, it's still a chance though. Lord links up with Hollands, it opens up in front of him, swings onto the right. First goal of the match goes the way of Carlton.
Lord can put them into the front half. Kicks looking for Young. Not a great kick. Slides through to Doherty. Now at half forward. Hand pass away to Fogarty. Swings a hand pass to their skipper. Paddy Cripps shoots. Goals. The 2-time Brownlow medalist involved early. And Carlton with a hot start.
Young with a decisive tap. Bobby Hill gathers it for Collingwood. Hand pass out to Maynard on 50. On the left, fires towards the Keith of goals, and through it goes. Mychek did some good wrestling on the goal line to get rid of Wiedering. And Collingwood have their first through Brayden Maynard.
Schultz gets a hand pass away towards Perryman. Floats a goal when it's there. Perryman knocks it through. He's first in the black and white stripes.
Jordan Ngoe directly in front, looking to give the Magpies the lead for the first time tonight. From 45, he comes in and steers it straight through the middle.
Confirmation from the Blues. Unfortunate news for Lockie Cowan, subbed out of this game. It's a left hamstring, so no good for him. Ashton Moyer is into this game.
Here we go. Charlie Curnow kicked 3 against the Dogs. His first game of the year here. He went scoreless. Curnow says not tonight. Straight through it goes and returns the Blues to the front.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Blues by 3. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
It was a good start from both sides, Murph. They tried to pick a few little holes in them. Collingwood, they looked a little bit more settled, but great responding from the Carlton side. That goal from Charlie Curnow late was crucial.
Yeah, really important. It was a bit of a tug of war, really, at the start of that game. It was Collingwood trying to expose the Carlton overall defence and try and move the ball wide. And it was Carlton that sort of changed the way in which they've been playing from the first 3 weeks, trying to go through the corridor by hand, which really stood out and actually overlapped the Collingwood midfield and got to their Carlton forwards in some space and quickly, which is the way in which Charlie Curnow needs the footy coming in. So really enjoyed the quarter of Adam Sard, who had the 9 disposals, and they need him getting the ball in that fashion. He's their one break. He breaks the lines. He's the one that gets them going. So though, no doubt Collingwood would look at that and go, we need to try and tighten up on Adam Sard.
Pendlebury had the 10 to Cripps, who's had just the 5. Interesting battle, that one. The old boy versus the young bull.
It's raining too. Start this second term down to Hodgie in just a moment. As young Cooper Lord stands alongside the famous Collingwood 35 in the middle of the ground. Hit out one by Cameron, straight down to Hewitt though. Got it to De Koning, back with the Blues. Cripps by hand to Lord. Hand pass over his shoulder to Cripps. Pressure from McCreary, somehow squeezed a kick out. Side bottom taken off it. Pendlebury collects the footy. Sweeping hand pass in front of Nick Dacos. Got some contact from Doherty, wins the ball. Hand pass back to the corridor, turnover. Hewitt for Carlton. Hand pass to De Koning. Walsh clever. Sockers it out of mid-air down to half forward. Quaynor taps it to the boundary line. Half back for the Pies. Frampton puts his head over it. Motlop locks him up. Good tackle. Ball comes out illegally, said the umpire, holding the ball. And a free kick for Jesse Motlop. Half forward for the Blues. Start of the second term. Carlton by 3. Motlop hands it away to Doherty. Kicks inside 50. They come from all directions. De Koning knocks it down. Trying to trap it. Young can't. Maynard, short kick, finds Jack Crisp, who marks in the back pocket for Collingwood. Carlton by 3 points, 60 seconds into the second term.
Chris spots Quainer at right half back. He takes the mark in front of Lord.
Were you ready for this, Hodgie, by the way, the rain?
There was talk yesterday of a little bit of rain, and there's nothing on the radar. I just had a look, so this is as heavy as it's been all night, so it's enough to probably play an influence on the game.
Hodgie's tough. He doesn't pull out of those sort of ones. As McCreary tries to keep it alive for the Pies. Had a tug of the jumper as he socketed the half forward. Haynes clean pick up. Hand pass too slick for McGovern. Nick Dacos gathers. Looking for McCreary. Knocks it inside 50. Elliott hard against the boundary. He couldn't, could he? He fires on goal and it's across the face. Hits the left behind post. And out of bounds on the full. He has broken Carlton hearts before. The Blues by 3 points.
Hurried kick out towards half back. Finds Kemp. And takes the mark from the Williams kick. And he just dabs the kick short and away towards Lord. So Lord defensive side of the wing. Long kick down to half forward. Curnow takes the juggled mark. Open forward 50. Looks back in the corridor. Wants to Coney. It'll get to him on the hop. Knocked away by Jack Crisp. He wins it back for Collingwood. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Retreats by hand at Josh Dacos. And he kicks out to the wing, wanting Membry. He waited for it. McGovern didn't. Gets in front, steals it. Kicks Carlton to half forward, overcooks the kick. Missed Motlop and it rolls out of bounds. 40 out from the Blues goal at the punt road end. And your man leads, Zach Williams, of course, is this a little back to the future. Has gone to the back flank with Lockie Cowan going down.
Playing against his old little mate, Bobby Hill.
Looks like he's got a job in the back six now. So Zach Williams back where he started.
Thrown up, thrown in. Pendlebury's alongside Paddy Cripps as it's clears both rucks. Sidebottom tries to slap it towards the boundary line. McCleary knocks it away from McGovern and then lays the tackle. Hard against the boundary just under the Olympic stand, and the umpire will ball it up. Carlton by 3 points.
As you can see why McCreary's in the side every single week, can't you? Just the little things that he does to make his teammates better, lock the ball in. Such an important role player.
Hewitt alongside Nick Dacos as well to start this second quarter. From the ball up, spills away of Doherty, blazes away inside 50, out of bounds on the full. And Josh Dacos will take the free kick for Collingwood at right half back. Carlton by 3 points. Call to play on. So the older of the two, Dacos has run the boundary line, drives it up towards Darcy Cameron. Off his hands, it gets to the very back where Elliott thought about the hand pass, then fired it inboard to Nick Dacos, tackled and dispossessed. McGovern, hand pass forward for the Blues to De Koning. His hand pass is a little loose as well for Wiedering off the outside of the boot. He can't find Doherty, so maybe that greasy ball as it goes out of bounds on the full. Free kick going the way of Collingwood. A couple of moments that's pretty unforgettable.
Just a match-up that's working really well for Collingwood at the moment is the job that Tim Membry's doing on Jacob Wiedering. That was his first disposal then for Carlton, so playing a really important role on arguably Carlton's best player.
What difference did that just make?
I have no idea.
That was ridiculous.
Trying to reset the mark. There's no one even standing the mark on the boundary line, and so Josh Dacos is off and running after he realigns, and he's not even in a good spot to view whether he's on the line or not. Back inboard, kicks a turnover. Wiedering marks. Hand pass to Doherty. Blues long inside the forward 50. Young to target. Moore punches it away. Follows up. Hand pass out in front of him. Josh Dacos on the back flank, back where we started. Hand pass meant for Jack Crisp over his head. Doherty for the Blues. Oh, hand pass to Walsh. He's tackled without the footy. Free kick Carlton.
Yeah, you feel for players when someone fumbles the ball and they go to tackle them. You're rewarding the fumble, but certainly there.
Looks inboard, finds Ollie Hollands. Looks inside a crowded forward 50 at the punt road end. Blues by 3. Kicks to the forward pocket. Oh, leaping up was Pendlebury. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Motlop's there where he should be. Got a hand pass through to Young. Goes to ground. Collects. Hand pass to Kent. Net front on by Quaynor. Keeps them going. And we'll have a ball up on the behind line. Deep forward for Carlton. The Blues by 3 points. 5 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Paddy Cripps is going to do the ruck work here. Up against Darcy Cameron. As they tangle, Cameron tries to tap it down. It pinballs around. Moyer into the action. Tackled by Quaynor and across the boundary line. It's sort of push and shove at the end of quarter time. Sam Walsh sort of dumped Nick Dacos.
Well, you've got to stick up for your star players, but all the other huff and puff, like, what are you going to do?
And as it sort of petered out, Adam Sard, clearly something was said to him that he wasn't all that thrilled about. Seemed very out of character for him. Thrown back in. It clears to Koning. And Cameron. Walsh gathers for the Blues in the left forward pocket to Doherty. Nick Dacos lays the tackle. Hewitt's problem now as he tries to break a tackle to Walsh under immense pressure from Collingwood. McCreary takes him out. Umpire says holding the ball. Collingwood free kick. And Bo McCreary is eventually rewarded for all his desperate defending.
Yeah, a further example of what I was speaking about before. He just does all the right things at the right time.
There's Bo McCreary, winner on grand final day the last 2 years as he kicks down the wing and punched away by Wiedering and out of play. So we'll have a throw-in on the wing. Because he won the sprint last year, Lids. He joins illustrious company.
He does. Yep.
What year
was that?
Yeah. I was 05. Yeah. Were you born then, Merv?
First year. Got drafted number 1.
Whack.
Carlton by 3 points.
That'll do me.
Boundary throw into Coney, wins it down. Side bottom, sockers it up into the front half. Picked up by Wiedering. Goes back by Handy Silvani. That's an errant kick. Side bottom should win it back. Clever. Knocks it into the path of Membry. High half forward. Oh, hand pass to Schultz. Just got it away inboard to Perryman. Handball inside 50. Membry gives chase. Wiedering in the other direction. Forces it out of play. And we'll have a throw in. 45 out from the Collingwood goal at the City end. A 3-point lead for the Blues. 7 minutes into the second term. Eddie Maguire's box is up there somewhere. Interestingly, he was invited to the President's function tonight. First one he's accepted since he gave up the presidency. So back in the Collingwood camp tonight at the President's luncheon.
Darcy Cameron wins down the tap against the Koning, but it's Haynes who gets the hand pass away to Akers. The Blues clear up towards the members' wing. Collingwood are well set. Frampton knocks it down to Maynard. Reloads to half forward. Darcy Cameron's outnumbered. It spills down to the front. Schultz was all to it. His hand pass looking for Perryman on 50 to Pendlebury. Inboard, he links up with Lipinski. Thought about the hand pass to Decoe. Cuts on his right. Goes himself. Misses to the right-hand side. His teammates would be reminding him there was a couple of options there to give it off. Carlton's lead is 2 points as we're 8 minutes into the second quarter. Still searching for our first goal.
That luncheon would definitely be a dinner too, wouldn't it? I would have thought. Particularly when a 7:30 start.
Yep.
Holland to the kick-out duties. Blues by 2. Long kick to the wing. Young punches it inboard. Fogarty, slick hands, got it away to Walsh. And pass to McGovern in the red boots. Kick smothered. Nice work, Perryman. Ball comes out. McGovern has a mulligan. He goes running away, but their free kick's coming back, and Fogarty's going to get it. You can spot exactly what that was for, but it's a Carlton free, and they'll keep moving forward down to the punt road end. Kick goes wide to Doherty. To high half forward, finds Hewitt. Big numbers, went over 30 disposals in both meetings last year with the Pies. This kick's a high up and under inside 50 here. And 2 fly for it. Kemp and Young both up. Punch close to the boundary line, and in the end, it spills out of play forward pocket for the Blues. 0437 774 774. Your thoughts off the SMS throughout the night. Corbin Middlemass calling the footy with Tim Hodges on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, your experts. And here's Matt Clinch.
Thrown back into play. Collingwood into attack. Cameron tried to protect the space, but it was tapped down by DeConing. Maynard gets a clearing kick for Collingwood up towards the wing. The foot race is on. Jamie Elliott leads the way, trying to break away from Zach Williams, who did well. Locked him up and won the footy. Back in his natural roll across half-back. He jams it up towards half-forward. Collingwood are well set. It's 4-on-1, and the one is Paddy Cripps. He fights as hard as he can. Cameron's hand pass, though, out to side bottom as Doherty came charging it off support. And the free kick is coming back to the Blues. Is that for a throw?
Yeah, throw.
So a throw in which Sam Doherty is going to be rewarded at right half back, if nothing else, for his tireless determination. Of course he is in the Peter Mac Cup game.
Goes short with the kick to Chera, who's got it 60 metres out. Lays it up to full forward for the Blues. Darcy Cameron backing back, takes the intercept mark. And immediately Collingwood want to go. All those green lights. Hand pass to Quaynor, kicks to a one-on-one, and Schultz wins the battle in front of McGovern.
50.
Oh, and now 50. Is that fair enough?
He pulled him down, as he was trying to get away from the mark. Because he had the hand on him, you're not supposed to touch him.
And the angle improves, so comes back inboard, takes the kick from right on halfway. Schultz down to half forward to go. The target slides over the pack, close to the boundary line. Myercheck wants to keep it alive. Got a kick away. Says keep going. Back pocket for the Blues, taken by Wiedering, tackled by DeGoey. Out of play, and now we got the throw in forward pocket for Collingwood. Right in front of their race. It is the Blues by a couple of points. 10.5 gone second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 3 goals each.
Toss back into play. Shallow throw in. Tom de Koning taps it towards the boundary line. He races after it himself. He can't keep it alive. Scott Pendlebury with 14 disposals. Blake Acres with 14 as well. 12 to Josh Dacos and 11 to Dan Houston and to Sam Walsh. Nick Dacos with the 9 disposals. Hasn't had an effective kick so far. 4 hand passes and 5 kicks. As the company of George Hewitt tonight. De Koning tries to take it to the ruck. Tackle by Dan McStay. Immediately turned to the umpire. No free kick. Hewitt gets a hand pass out to Walsh for the Blues. Over his shoulder. Trying to find McGovern. Perryman fends him off. Kicks inside 50. No one there for Collingwood. And Blake Acres takes the mark. Across left half-back. Blues leading by 2 points. 11 minutes gone, second quarter.
Goes all the way back to Haynes, who marks just in front of Myercheck. Short kick to Silvani. Back pocket. He dabs his kick short along the boundary line. Finds Doherty. So a dozen minutes into the second term, still looking for the first goal of the quarter. Who goes back to Haynes like a baby giraffe, slips over and takes the mark at fullback. All's well that ends well. Long kick for the Blues up to the wing. Lord leaping for it. No mark. Hits the deck. McGovern collects, and on his back like a backpack is Jamie Elliott. Tackles the bigger man to the ground. We'll have a ball up on the wing.
It's a bit clunky, Collingwood, aren't they? They're not really firing on all cylinders, it doesn't feel at the moment, Murph.
It's been a bit of a sloppy second quarter, hasn't it?
It's almost like the little pushing and shoving at quarter time. Both sides have lost their traction. And Sidebottom fires a hand pass forward. Carlton are well set. Schultz races into Haynes. Can't bump him off the ball. Haynes gathers. Hand pass to Lord. Tackle by Sidebottom. Look away hand pass. Nick Dacos gathers. His hand pass. Chopped off by Saar to the Blues. Arches his back. Jams it as far as he can up towards Charlie Curnow. Frampton went to spoil. Couldn't take the mark. Curnow over the top of him. It spills out the way of Darcy Moore. He can't gather. Houston over the footy. Little toe poke from Cripps. He tries to get it forward for Carlton. But Josh Dacos for Collingwood. Hand pass to Frampton. Turns it over. Chera takes the mark for the Blues.
To get it going back the other way, Chera looks for the skipper over the head of Cripps. Well, a touch on it from Moyer, but slides out of bounds. Had that heavy shower, didn't we, at quarter time? And you can see even though the rain stopped, the way the ball's skidding around and slippery footy.
It's just, causing a little bit of indecision. This double grabbing means you're not quite as clean. You're just missing those little handballs. The guy's running past, doesn't break the game open.
The dual All-Australian Brett Delidio on ABC Sport as Young wins the tap. Down in front of Lipinski, left it behind. Walsh grabs it. Says I'll have it as they all jump on top of Walsh. 11 minutes into this, or 13 minutes in fact, into this second quarter. Carlton by 2. One down towards Fogarty. Kicks a high up and under. 15 out from the Blues goal. Jack Crisp at the drop of it. Trying to get a kick away as he's been smothered. Didn't go 15. Walsh gets a second look at it. He's tackled hard. Ball comes out. You throw a blanket over 10 of them here. Lets them roll. Trying to get it out like tunnel ball. Eventually comes out the back Collingwood's way. Pendlebury had it. Lost it. Still live. Off the deck goes Moyer. Soccers goalward. One bounce out of play. Opposite pocket. Another stoppage. Forward pocket for Carlton.
So the inside 50 is 8-5 the way of the Blues so far in this quarter, but Carlton have had 15 marks to 4. So trying to sort of slightly change the way they've been playing.
Blues by 2, 14 gone second term.
Maybe in those greasy conditions, not quite allowing for that game style as Maynard in the back pocket for Collingwood. Hand pass away to Jack Crisp. Links up with Josh Dacos. He runs to right half back. Drives it up towards the wing. McStay in front takes the mark. Good support from Membry. Haynes could defend both of them. McStay turns and bangs it up towards Myercheck. Jack Silvani wrestles. It spills to the back. Doherty one direction. De Goey the other. De Goey clean pickup. Fends off one tackle. Not the second. Jack Silvani comes in to support Zach Williams. And the two baggers win out. Free kick going Carlton's way. Holding the ball as De Goey tried to cut a path forward.
Yeah, just need to get that ball over. Bobby Hill sitting at the top of the square all by himself.
Surprised you didn't see him and just hoik it over with a handball once he did get past that Doherty first tackle. But good supporting tackle by Jack Silvani.
Blues out of defence. Williams to Hollands. Back to Williams. The walls close in. He's caught. Umpire says keep going. And now a ball up. Centre half forward for the Pies. They are irate.
He's dropped the ball. Yeah, he's stolen the ball.
Of course, the last time they played Collingwood, they were on the right side of the free kick count on a Friday night against the Dogs. They won that 33-14. The whistle's been harder to come by tonight. Now inside the forward 50 for the Pies. Still no clean possession. De Goey had a play on it, lost it. Walsh, hand pass meant for White. Broken up by Bobby Hill. Was he taken high? Yes. Free kick Collingwood. And the Magpie Army screaming at last. They get one here inside the forward 50, and Bobby Hill will take it 50 out at left half forward.
Well, that's a classic drop your knees and drop the shoulder into the tackler. So it's certainly there.
Yep. Concern for me there was Doherty trying to boot the ball out of midair rather than bend down and pick it up, take clean possession. Just feeling the heat a little bit.
Bobby Hill started his approach, pulled out on the runway, regathers, deep breath. It'll look up to the big screen, and now the long-range drop punt from the 50. The kick is left. It's a behind, and Indy unlucky to squeeze in for that. We got a 1-point game. Carlton by a point, 3-5 to 3-4. 16 gone in the second term, 16 goalless minutes. We haven't had a goal in the quarter. Blues by 1, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Saad brings the Blues back into play, chips a kick to Doherty. Takes the mark in the left back pocket. Inboard kick, set a challenge in the end. It got to Zach Williams, but only just over the fingertips of Brodie Myercheck. The Blues switch it to right half back. Hollands looks out towards Chera. Now wider still, where the mark is taken by White. Just inside the boundary line on the Shane Warne stand side, centre wing. He looks up towards half forward. Kicked 2 behinds in the opening quarter. That's 2 wide in the end for Kemp. He marked it on his chest, but he was out of bounds on the full. Free kick Collingwood's way at left half back, and Dan Houston will take it.
So that's where Carlton needed to just keep on going through the corridor. The Sam Doherty kick, that opened up the game. You need to go straight from there and really put Collingwood under pressure.
Houston kicks up over halfway, finds Lipinski, who takes the mark overhead in front of Williams. He's gone to half back, by the way. Lockie Cowan's out of the game with a hamstring. That happened in the opening quarter. So Moyer's on, he's playing forward, and Williams is back. As the kick is an absolute dart.
Yep.
Straight to Myercheck, who marks on the 50.
That was a beauty. Yeah, he's just lowered his eyes just in the last minute, pulled that kick late. Everyone thought he was going to go long because he was reeling around onto his right boot, but then just pulled it back and allowed Myercheck just to get in front of Haynes. Great kick.
Not much you can do about that if you're Nick Haynes. Myercheck just got half a step on the perfect placement, and now he's kicking from just beyond the 50. Their champion goal kicker, Myercheck. It's right to the line, and Louis Young leaps up, whacks it through for a rush behind. And the game's tied again. 23 points apiece at the 18-minute mark of the second term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, Lockie Cowan cutting a pretty dejected figure, has just emerged back from the rooms. He's showered, he's got the trackie on and has got a significant limp, so it suggests he's done a pretty decent job of that left hamstring subbed out of this game earlier.
Thanks, Hodgie. Ned Long is the sub for them. Pies yet to be used. Assad comes in, short to Walsh. Had to wear a late challenge from Brodie Myercheck. He works it out to Jack Silvani by foot. He marks in the right back pocket. Risky kick looking for Chera. It's a good kick. Cleared the fingertips of Perryman. Takes the mark in the middle of the MCG. Kicks across the half back line to Saad. Schultz comes right up on the mark, maybe a couple of steps over. So Carlton fans want him back behind. Short to Zach Williams, still inside the middle of the MCG. Kick mark game from the Blues. Looks up towards half forward. Clears Hewitt in the end. It may work for White. Can't take it cleanly. Houston in the other direction. Maynard threw his head back wanting a free kick. Umpire waves play on. Fogarty on the bottom of the pack. They'll be keen to lock it in, the Blues. 45 metres out from Carlton's goal at the punt road end. 3 behind to the Magpies in this second quarter. No goal, no score for the Blues through 19 minutes.
23 points apiece. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport as DeConing wins it down. Motlob had a play on it. Gets a second look as he goes to ground. Pack forms around him. Ball up again. Heavy shower right on quarter time as the second term was beginning. Into the slip and slide throughout this second quarter. Lots of stoppages, and we'll do it all again here as the ruckmen knock it straight down to their feet. There's plenty of players there. There's probably about 20 players around this stoppage as DeConing knocks it down for the Blues. Straight to Chera. There's a quick kick forward to the full forward line. Punched away by the Magpies. They haven't killed it though. Picked up by Fogarty. Slips over. Keeps the footy. Hand pass to Kemp. He shoots off balance. Hit the fat part of the footy and puts it out on the full in the opposite pocket. Still no score in the quarter for the Blues as we tick into time on.
I had more time. Brodie Kemp just needed to take an extra step. He was just on his heels a little bit there, and ball just flew off the side of his boot, but just had a little bit more time. He's going to make use of it.
Right, Maynard brings Collingwood back into play. Kicks up towards Cameron. Can't take the mark against Hollands, but it clears to the back where Bobby Hill arches his back, opens up some space. Hand pass to Membry. They're on the break here. He kicks long towards Myercheck and McStay. They both fly against Haynes, and running onto it superbly, Zach Williams. Little kick to Lord. He's tackled by Pendlebury. Pressure comes for Collingwood at half forward. Trying to sweat on the Blues here. Spills out the way McStay. Tries to knock it out to Membry. Where's the contact? Hand pass to Lipinski. Chips it to McStay. Was there a free kick from Silvani? There was. He dragged down the effort for Dan McStay in the left forward pocket. He's grabbing his shoulder as well. I think that hurt as he hit the ground.
It was well done by Dan McStay. Just forced his way to the front of the contest and almost just really slipped. Jack Silvani just wasn't expecting him to be there and drew the high contact.
So the free kick going the way of Collingwood. Daniel McStay in the left forward pocket.
Another great kick by Lipinski, just to pull it last minute to get it inside there, McStay.
A chance to try and kick the first goal of the second quarter and return the Magpies to the front. He comes in, leans back on his left all the way. Not his best effort, but enough to give the Pies the lead by that point. 3-6-24, plays Carlton 3-5-23. 21 minutes gone, second quarter, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Third lead change of the night after Carlton kicked the opening 2 goals. Collingwood the next 3, Carlton the last, and that came in the opening quarter. As Clinchy said, we're now 22 minutes into this second term. As the kick-out's coming back, Howe takes the intercept mark. Collingwood by a point. And just about every player on the ground in front of him. He's 70 from the Collingwood goal. Puts it into the forward pocket. McStay forced to spoil close to the boundary line, and Nick Dacos helped out of downs. Hewitt for company and a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Pies.
He's done a good job, Hewitt. He had the 12 himself. Dacos only had the 10. 0% of kicking efficiency still, Clinchy, as you mentioned before.
Boundary throw in, rucks miss it. Williams collects for Collingwood, for Carlton rather, dumps it out of defence. Fogarty and Houston involved in a little incident there. Fogarty goes to ground, up says keep it going. Picked up by Quaynor, hand pass at high half forward to side bottom, looks inboard and here's DeGoey. Second game back from that knee complaint. 15 against the Bulldogs, but 3 behinds. A tattooed one, kicks to full forward, great kick. Myercheck takes the mark. At full forward, slight angle, he'll kick from 15 out. But another superb kick in the greasy conditions, this time off the boot of the Collingwood number 2.
It was just Nick Haynes was sort of sitting in the space trying to protect the leading lanes, but almost got to be on your man there and allow a midfielder to come back and sit in that spot. Just lost complete body control. Couldn't get physical on him whatsoever. Almost an uncontested mark in the end.
He's 5 straight for the season so far. Brodie Myercheck, he moves in, hits the post. That was always going to happen. As soon as I said 5,
as soon as you said it,
it's my fault. I apologise, Brodie, and all the Collingwood fans. It's been that kind of quarter. 3-7 to 3-5. And if we break it down in this term alone, Collingwood have kicked 5 behinds.
Houston's in trouble.
Carlton have not scored. That hit on Fogarty.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
So he's run past the ball.
Run through and got him with his elbow to the chin, and then he was like, oh, God, I can't believe I've done that.
Yeah. By Jingos. Houston has a problem. There's the free kick going the way of, Lord at halfback. McGovern comes inboard, finds Zach Williams, back to Lord, linking up across half-back, trying to get it out to Akers on the Shane Warne stand side. He marks in front of Sidebottom, hand pass to Chirrut, opens up for the Blues now, and Kemp comes leading out, marks on his chest, hand pass to Hewitt, they don't stop, and Hewitt finishes. There's one against the tagger. Finishes in front of goal as he streams inside 50, and with the job on Nick Dacos tonight, Carlton will be happy. The first goal coming of this second quarter at the 24-minute mark, and the Blues wrestle back the lead. 4-5-29 to Collingwood 3-7-25. Carlton by 4 points. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Again, it was Cooper Lord created that play off half-back. His ability just to get that handball receive and swing it, but Akers, he had the decision.
That was the one.
Do I go back off my mark, or do I just flick it on to Chera? Chera, great lowering of the eyes. I reckon Kemp was well within his rights to go back and knock that one through, but reward the runner again of Hewitt going past. That's obviously a mantra of tonight, is reward that runner who's going. Let's keep the ball moving. Good finish by George Hewitt to get one back against Nick Dacos, who he's sitting on.
4-point lead for the Blues, so lead change number 4. It took 25 minutes, but the quarter now has a goal as we tick towards half-time. Blues by 4 points. Back in the middle. Socked away by DeGoey, trying to run after his own footy. Does well to win it on his knees, though. Tackled by Walsh, got it out. Hill had it, lost it. Picked up by Hollins. He's tackled just outside the centre square. 4-point advantage for Carlton. That goal completely against the flow of play. So just getting a few more replays at that Houston incident where he felled Fogarty, jumped up, bumped him in the head. Hopefully Fogarty's okay, not just for Fogarty's sake, but for Dan Houston as well and his immediate playing future. More on that to come. Side bottom tries to break a second tackle. He got through one, not the second. And the ump says that's quite easy for me. That's holding the ball and a free kick for Walsh. Blues by 4 points. 26 gone second term. Kicks out wide for Akers. Collects against the boundary line. He goes short. And the young marks between wing and half forward for the Blues. Just kicks a high ball into the pocket and Frampton works in front of Ashton Moyer. Takes the intercept mark, back pocket for Collingwood. One of 17 premiership players out there for the Pies tonight. Carlton by 4 points, 26.5 gone second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Frampton points in the direction in which he intends to send it back with a flight was Lewis Young. Couldn't complete the mark. Nick Dacos couldn't take it cleanly. Side bottoms hand pass to Myercheck around the boundary line. McCreary on the bounce. Wiedering escorts him over the line and the umpire will throw it in. Centre of the Shane Warne stand side. The Pies have 5 behind so far in this second quarter. The Blues were the only goals so far. Carlton by 4 points. 27 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Dacos with 3 in the quarter, having had 7 in the opening term. Gives him 10 for the night.
De Koning takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Akers for the Blues. Away to Paddy Cripps. Drives the ball up towards half forward. Motlop in the end chose not to fly, thinking that Young would take the mark, but Quaynor read it superbly for Collingwood. Comes inboard to Houston. He's kicked to De Goey is sublime. He takes the mark, stretching back in the middle of the ground. Now there's a bit of blocking on Hewitt to Nick Dacos. Eventually Collingwood get it forward. Out in front of McCreary. Can't run onto it. Wiedering gathers for the Blues. Hand pass to Akers. McCreary offers chase. The kick up the Shane Warne stand side. Hewitt comes charging in. Hand pass to Lord. Around Quaynor. Lord kicks it up towards Curnow at half forward. Frampton got there late. Made the spoil. Down to De Goey. Here goes Collingwood.
De Goey to centre half forward for the Pies. Punched away by Silvani. Still alive footy. Centre half forward. Oh, windy from Sard. Missed it completely. Schultz collects. Kicks it into oncoming traffic. Akers did well with the smother. Centre half back for Carlton. Williams wins it. Hand pass to Hewitt. Flares it to the wing. Walsh trying to mark in front of Quaynor. Spills the mark. Kept his feet. Wins the footy. Hand pass away to De Koning. De Koning slips over. Hand pass under pressure. Got it to Walsh. Ump says keep going. Walsh down to half forward. Houston picks up the awkward half volley. Sweeping hand pass is a good one. Finds side bottom. Defensive side of the wing. Great kick. Hits up McCreary. Right on the bell. And that'll do us to half-time as he unloads a big torp to full forward and Wiedering takes care of that. And after all that, Collingwood went through the entire term without a goal. 5 behinds for Collingwood in the quarter. Carlton kicked the only goal. It was also their only score, and as a result, Carlton lead it by 4 points at half-time. So Carlton 4-5-29, Collingwood 3-7-25. It's a 4-point advantage for the Blues at half-time. A bit of a slog that second term in greasy conditions after the shower right on quarter time. Tim Hodges is with us on the boundary. What did you spot down there, Hodgie?
Sorry, I was just keeping an eye on Braden Maynard. He spoke to Craig McRae on the bench and then bolted out to the middle. I think he's trying to call all the Magpie players in and they're going to speak before they come off. So something clearly a directive from the coach. They gather mostly and then they start running off sort of as a group. Not really. I will say, and I know no one cares my opinion, but this jumper clash, and I know people have been saying it's been going for 100 years, it is ridiculous how close these jumpers are, especially down at ground level. You
can see the players watching.
One team should have white numbers on the back and the other team should have coloured numbers. It's ridiculous and unacceptable, and I can't believe we're still doing it. What year is it? 2025, and we're still playing with these jumpers that clearly clash when they have clash jumpers for a reason. Like why Carlton aren't wearing theirs tonight is honestly ridiculous.
Well, there's
good editorial. I liked it.
Hodgie on
very good
on ABC Sport. I think it can all be solved with the change of shorts. Put the
leave them in navy.
Leave the Blues in the navy shorts.
Collingwood
Put Collingwood in the white shorts. They've already got white in their jumper. One team's mainly dark. The other team's mainly white. Less alternative jumpers. Let's keep them wearing their traditional strips.
Poor old Eddie Maguire wouldn't be happy though.
Change the shorts.
Wearing the white shorts.
Change the shorts. It solves all the issues. Carlton by 4 points at half-time. Lockie Cowan did his hamstring in the opening quarter, so he's been subbed out. 1 goal for Ollie Hollins, Patrick Cripps, George Hewitt and Charlie Curnow. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, De Goey, Maynard and Perryman are their goal kickers. That's right, Braden Maynard kicked their first of the night. That all happened, though, in the opening quarter. Collingwood went goalless through the 20-plus minutes in that second term. All right, half-time. Carlton again for the fourth time in as many games. Lead at half-time. They're on top here by 4.
Can they hold on?
The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
Well, I reckon that was what the message would have been from Maynard. They've fallen away in the second half. I know we're right with them now. Let's get out there. Let's just hang on, boys. We're not that far away from getting our game up and going, but they haven't looked like it, Murph.
No, they haven't.
They've looked really clunky, and their inability to actually get their game style up and going. The forward handball to no one doesn't. I don't think that's Collingwood. I know they've got some quick half forwards in Hill and McCreary, Elliott, the guys that like to get on the back and out the back of it, but I don't know. It seems to be a little bit in hope more so than anything else. And Dacos has been well held. They just haven't had any real flowy ball movement, which is a real credit to Carlton. Their ability to defend at the moment has been first rate in terms of inside. They're stopping them from getting that outside ball, but their back six, albeit, we've spoken about Wiedering having the job done on him, but their ability to shut them down and stop the outlets has been really good.
Yeah, it's been impressive, and there's no doubt that would have been the message from Craig McCraig to Maynard to go spread that out to the boys in terms of walking off the ground, knowing, well, this side, not that they capitulate in second halves, but they don't almost fire a shot.
Yep.
So that's what Collingwood would be talking about at half-time, knowing, well, the game's they're in a battle, and the battle has been won by them at the moment around clearances. I reckon they've been pretty good, the Pies by clearance. They've been scoring. They've scored 2 goals out of their 3 from direct forward 50 stoppages.
Yep.
So that's a real win, and you're right, they haven't really looked like they've got their running game up and going yet. I think sometimes you've got to give the opposition credit for coming hard and pressing forward, and that's been something that Carlton have actually done quite well this year. They've come hard forward. They haven't got it right all the time, but they do try and get numbers up and try and
get in your
force that extra handball, which Collingwood have been trying to do to try and get one over the top. And Carlton, to their credit, have actually pressed really well today. But the younger tested mark battle has been interesting tonight. Carlton never really ahead in that sort of space. They've had 51 tonight compared to Collingwood's 30. So you can tell they're trying to play that short game of trying to bring the Collingwood defenders up the ground and then try and get them over the back by that running handball, which Saad's been instrumental doing that. Walsh has been really good at doing that, being that real runner. He's had the 10 handballs, and Saad's had the 14 running kicks. That's what they need him doing. So he's had the 14 and 2. That's where they want Adam Saad, is through the corridor, running past blokes and getting the ball out to his forwards and out the back. So that's the area of the game I'm really enjoying from Carlton. But as you said before, Lids, Collingwood really haven't got their game up and going at the moment, so that could be almost a little bit of concern for Carlton going in. Well, we haven't seen Collingwood's best, but it's also on the back of them pressing quite well.
Yeah, I agree. Yep, defending really well and forcing Collingwood into a game they don't really want to play. So that's why we're so evenly poised. But now it's back on Carlton to say, well, we know what we've done in the first 3 weeks. Let's make sure that doesn't happen today. And that'll be all the chat I can imagine in there at half-time. Right, 0-0, let's come back out. We're starting the game fresh. How are we feeling? Yeah, we're great. Let's go.
What would be the mind of Dan Hewson? He missed round 1 through opening round through suspension.
Yep.
A bump on Lockie Fogarty, which has got him high. He's got it wrong, unfortunately, and the match review officer will have a good look at that, you'd imagine, post-game tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the biggest thing for him is to put it, you can't think about it. I know like it'll be there in the back of your mind, but you've just got to focus on your job and what you're going to do in this second half before, and you worry about that at the end, but it doesn't look great from the vision that I've seen. I
haven't even seen it.
You haven't seen it yet?
Pretty bad.
He's jumped and he's just collected him with his elbow, shoulder, right across the chin.
Which, given what happened with the Rankin incident, ordinarily when players go through something like that, which is very out of character, if anything, they put that kind of stuff away, almost in an unnatural way, where it's somewhere in the back of your mind. But you're right, he immediately reacted after that, where he thought, oh no, what have I done?
Well, he's left the ground too.
He's left the ground, he's clipped him high. So I dare say it'll come back similar like the Tom Lynch incident, for example, when he got Tom DeConey. So it'll probably be graded somewhere like careless. It'll come back as if he's okay. This is if Fogarty plays out the rest of the game, which he has so far. It'll be high contact and it'll be low impact, but because the MRO has the ability to bump it up for potential to cause serious injury, or something like that would, it'll get lifted to something like medium, and as a result, he'd miss 1 week instead of nothing. So it's probably a 1 week sanction for something like that, the same way we saw Tom Lynch rubbed out.
No matter how much you put your hands up, though, and realise you've done the wrong thing, they don't take that into consideration.
Carlton by 4 points at half-time. We've had 4 lead changes in the opening term, and the rain came right at the start of the second term. It did clear up, but it made for very greasy and scrappy conditions in that second term. Just the 1 goal kicked. It was a Carlton goal. 5 behinds for the Magpies, who are still very much in this game at the half. More of your thoughts off the SMS coming up in just a moment. We'll also tell you what's happening in the NRL tonight. All still to come. The second half action around the corner here, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. In the meantime, with the Blues up by 4 at the half, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. The Federal Treasurer has asked his department for updated modelling on the impact of Donald Trump's tariffs on Australia. Australia has been hit with a baseline 10% tariff on all exports to the US. Jim Chalmers says he'll publicly release Treasury's modelling of potential impacts.
If the Americans don't want to buy our amazing goods, we'll find other people who do. And we've got the best exporters in the world. We've got the best employers, we've got the best workers, and we will make the best of this bad situation.
Some car makers are considering whether to pull models out of the Australian market or lift prices as the United States tariff announcement collides with domestic climate laws. Here's political reporter Jake Evans.
Car makers will have to account for their emissions from July, with heavy penalties for those who breach set limits. 2 industry sources have told the ABC in the wake of a rapidly reshaping global market prompted by US President Donald Trump's tariffs, some popular brands are worried the Australian climate scheme could pose another shock. The models that could exit the market include the SUV variants of the Ford Everest and Isuzu MU-X. Some car brands, including Mitsubishi, are urging a delayed introduction to the scheme's start date.
All but one crossbench MP in Tasmania's lower house has hit out at the state's 2 major parties, saying they're disgusted that they're pushing ahead with the government's controversial stadium for Hobart. State political reporter Adam Langenberg has more.
The government says a scathing Planning Commission report hasn't blunted its enthusiasm for the project. It's backed by the Labor Party, which has guaranteed its unconditional support. 10 crossbench MPs banded together this morning to condemn Labor's position.
They've walked away from the critical need to scrutinise the government.
We now have in Tasmania effectively a Liberal-Labor coalition government.
A project of this magnitude deserves the right scrutiny.
The government has sought advice about introducing special legislation to approve the stadium, instead of continuing with the project of state significance process.
An Indigenous prisoner from the Eastern Goldfields Regional Prison in WA has died in custody. In a statement, the Department of Justice says the 31-year-old man was found unresponsive in his cell yesterday afternoon. He was taken by ambulance to Kalgoorlie Hospital, where he was declared dead. His death is not being treated as suspicious. Police will prepare a report for the coroner. Lawyers at the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre say they're worried about the conditions inside an immigration detention centre in Melbourne, with reports that some detainees have been locked outside since a fire was started at the facility overnight. The Resource Centre's acting principal solicitor, Catherine Holbeach, says rioting started inside a compound at the Broadmeadows facility last night after a detainee was allegedly denied adequate health care. She says it's been difficult to understand exactly what's happening at the centre, but she's worried detainees aren't being afforded basic human rights.
It just sounds a bit chaotic. Someone has emailed us to say that the weather was freezing last night. Now it's really hot. We don't even have access to the toilet. We don't have water to drink. We have to drink hot water from the tap. This is not human rights. Please help us.
An ABF spokesperson didn't specifically address claims detainees had been rioting, but said in a statement that all detainees are accommodated safely and appropriately. Lawyers for a man who pleaded guilty in the ACT Supreme Court after being caught engaging in highly sexualised discussions online with a 14-year-old girl say there was an element of naivety in his actions. Courtney Barrett-Peters has more.
Hector Contreras had unknowingly been communicating with an undercover police officer posing as the girl. Police moved in to arrest him when he began making arrangements to meet the girl in Sydney. His lawyers urged the court to impose a non-custodial sentence, saying he had a better chance of rehabilitation in the community. But prosecutors have called for jail time, saying Mr Contreras seems not to understand the gravity of his offending.
Hungary's government has decided to withdraw from the International Criminal Court. Prime Minister Viktor Orban's government announced the move shortly after Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu arrived in Hungary for a state visit. It marks the first time he stepped foot on European soil since the ICC issued an arrest warrant for him over allegations of war crimes in Gaza, which he denies. That brings you up to date with the latest ABC News. For more at any time of the day or night, you can download the ABC Listen app.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Do you know what your bushfire risk is today? The bushfire danger rating system is the same no matter where you are in Australia. For warnings near you, go to the ABC Emergency website and listen to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
He's 5 straight for the season so far. Brodie Myercheck, he moves in, hits the post. That was always going to happen. As soon as I said 5,
as soon as you said it,
it's my fault. I apologise, Brodie, and all the Collingwood fans. It's been that kind of quarter. If we break it down in this term alone, Collingwood have kicked 5 behinds. Carlton have not scored.
Hand pass to Chirrut opens up for the Blues now, and Kemp comes leading out. Marks on his chest. Hand pass to Hewitt. They don't stop, and Hewitt finishes. The first goal coming of this second quarter at the 24-minute mark.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time of the MCG, Carlton leading Collingwood by 4 points. A crowd of over 80,000 in at the MCG for the traditional rivals to start round 4 of the AFL fixture. The Blues 4-5-29 to Collingwood 3-7-25. Mark Lynch alongside Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary. Brett Delidio and Martin Murphy are your experts. You can go down to Tim Hodges for an update on Lockie Fogarty, Hodgie.
Yeah, Clinchy, after that incident with Dan Houston, he came off the ground. He spent the rest of the second term on the bench. It made us wonder whether he was actually having a HIA after the heavy collision with Houston that will be looked at by the match review tomorrow. But Carlton is adamant. They said he just couldn't get back on the ground. The play was on the outer wing. He would have returned if he could. He hasn't had a HIA. He will start on the ground in the third quarter. So I'm not sure if that helps Dan Houston's plight, but that Fogarty is okay and will return in the second half. We have had just another dump of rain during half-time as well, so probably not ideal for conditions. It's the radar said there was no wind and no rain. It's done nothing but blow a gale, and we've had a couple of dumps of rain during tonight's match, so another dump during half-time will make conditions, again, very, very slippery in the start of this second half.
No good for boundary riders and young kids trying to come to the footy on a Thursday night. The Blues led by 3 points at quarter time. They led by 4 points at half time. Corby, the teams have come through, of course, for the rest of the weekend's action, and no shortage of talking points in the rest of round 4.
Just on Friday night to begin with, Clinchy, so Stewart and Manor are the ins for Geelong. Out goes Nevitt and Clark, so they're the two that drop out. 4 changes again for the Ds. They made 5 the week before. They made 4 this week. So Windsor, Pickett, Turner, Spargo in. First 2 particularly handy. Yep. Billings, Johnson, Howes and Lindsay are the 4 that miss out, but still no Lever. So he was a laid out last week and yet hasn't come back in this week. For the rest of the round, just the big names that really jump out, none bigger than Zach Butters, who's been listed among the inclusions for Sunday's game. So this squad still to be trimmed down tomorrow, but Butters has been named along with Ollie Lord and Jeremy Finlayson in an extended squad for Port. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, they've named Jack Steele as well, their skipper, to make his return. O'Connor will miss, of course, after being concussed in that incident with Ryan Mansell. So they're the big ones out of the teams for the rest of the weekend. In the NRL tonight, it is half-time between the Canberra Raiders and the Cronulla Sharks. 18 points apiece at half-time. Of course, all these games available through the ABC Listen app, so 18 all between the Raiders and the Sharks. Meanwhile, just off the SMS, 0437 774 774. David says he tipped the Blues by 10, looking good so far.
Oh, I forgot my tips.
We did. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Hate that feeling on a Thursday night.
So what do you get? All the home teams.
You get the away team, don't you?
Away teams.
Round 4, that's early in the season to forget.
It's worth reminding you, David, too, that 0-6 Carlton in second half quarters this year, and they've been outscored by 89 points through the first 3 games so far. Now, Myanmar, Bangkok and the surrounding region has been devastated by a 7.7 magnitude earthquake. Homes have been destroyed, families have been separated, thousands of lives have been lost, and there are many more missing. Buildings have collapsed and critical infrastructure has been severely damaged, including roads, bridges and transport. The ABC is working in partnership with the Emergency Action Alliance to help those affected by the earthquake. You can support organisations on the ground in the affected region by visiting abc.net.au/gives, GIVES, abc.net.au/gives. Your donation will help provide food, water, shelter and medical assistance to people affected by the earthquake. So that's abc.net.au/gives if you're in a position and able to support. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our number 1 picks, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. A focus from both coaches at halftime, Craig McRae and Michael Voss, premiership teammates in different dressing rooms.
Yep.
What would have been the theme at halftime, do you think?
Well, Michael Voss would just be saying, don't go down by... we've got to rectify this 89 points that we've combined lost by over the first however many rounds. So they've just got to start 0-0 and come out and make sure they keep playing the same way they have, but not drop off their intensity, Murph. I think that's the key for Carlton. And if they do fall behind on the scoreboard, don't drop your head. Let that stay out of your minds, out of the game, and continue to try and go about the way they played in that first half. That was probably the most impressive that we've seen them.
Do you think as a coach he would be highlighting what's occurred, or do you reckon he'd be talking more about the process? Surely that's got to be his message.
Yeah, he could go back on the first 3 rounds.
Talking about getting the moments right when they pop up.
As a player, do you want it referenced or not referenced?
You don't, because I think everyone understands. Yep. Everyone knows the situation.
Some do. Some blokes are that simple that they wouldn't even be thinking about that. They're like, I haven't touched it yet. I just got to get a touch, and how am I going to stay in this side?
You got to keep it simple for some blokes, don't you?
For some blokes, you do. You need to really simplify and just say, right. But you know that because that's what the coach's job is to do. And, you know, that's the art of coaching, isn't it?
And there's no doubt that Craig McRae would definitely have brought that up. So, to his charges, all right, boys, let's just keep on taking the game on. We know these guys will crack because they've shown in the first 3 weeks that eventually they'll capitulate, as a word that you used in that group message today.
But as if you wouldn't be saying that as a Collingwood player. You'd be letting every single one of them know. If Vossi hasn't already mentioned it, well, I guarantee you one of the Collingwood players is going to be yelling it out. We've got these blokes.
Yep, no doubt.
All right. Don't forget, ABC AFL Daily. You can find a new drop in there every day. All your latest footy news and discussion, including AFL Saturday and AFL Sunday. And tomorrow morning when you wake up, I'll have your podcast with myself, Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Brett Delidio every Friday to preview the weekend. Look back on the Thursday night game, so you can find that tomorrow through ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcasts. Second half upon us, rain falling at the G. Carlton by 4. Here's Matt Clinch.
Taccone wins down the tap for the Blues, but Nick Dacos read it superbly. Hand pass to side bottom. Collingwood up towards half forward. Bobby! Great mark. Lockie Schultz leaning back. In the end, made the contact with Mitch McGovern and pulled in an impressive one-handed mark.
Yeah, great mark.
Yeah, we made contact first. The ball was in the air, and you could just tell that Mitch's eyes were obviously at the footy, but it was Schultz who just outbodied him and just was the first man to understand where the drop zone was going to be and just pushed McGovern out of the way, and great mark.
Lockie Schultz trying to replicate his best in Freo colours in the black and white. He'll start from outside 50. Here's out to the right. You heard the Bronx cheers. It's offline. McStay flies with a fist trying to spoil it down. Membry's tackled by Silvani. Gets a kick towards the top of the goal square. Paddy Cripps couldn't take it cleanly. Bounces off Zach Williams. Back towards Cripps. McStay now locks up. Wiedering in the back pocket for the Blues, and the umpire will ball it up. Carlton leading by 4 points. A minute gone in this third term.
4-5 to 3-7. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. As the Rucks share it down, comes to Akers in the back pocket. Hand pass back into dispute. Side bottom trying to get his leg free. Kicks to a dangerous spot. Clean bowls a couple. Lipinski hunting out after it. Can't get a kind bounce. Motlop sockers it out of defensive 50. Josh Dacos goes to his knees trying to win it. Knocks it away to Lipinski. Knock on Surgeon type stuff at the moment. And Motlop slides in, finds the safety of the boundary line. He did well with a couple of efforts there. He'll get a stat for any of them, and a boundary throw-in 60 out from the Pies goal.
Yeah, just kept pushing it the whole way out. I know it was an errant kick from side bottom that went across goal, but well done, Motlop, finding 1v2 most of that time.
I think it may have been the number 3, the special stuff through the CFC monogram and the old dark navy blue. And Jesse Motlop's rolling with. There's a free kick here. And it's going to go Collingwood's way, a ruck infringement, and Darcy Cameron's going to take it as the rain continues to fall. It showers at the start of the second term, a heavy shower, light rain the opening of the game, and now a pretty big shower again here to start the third quarter as Cameron's kick is effective, slides off the boot. I blame the weather for that. It's gone out of bounds on the full. Free kick for Doherty in the left back pocket, and the Blues. Carlton by 4 points, 2 minutes into the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I reckon you delete that app, Hodgie. It's broken.
Doherty kicks to McGovern, couldn't hang on to the march. Pressure from Perryman, who gathers off the tap on from DeGoey, and Perryman gives the hand pass away. And Hewitt with a dumping tackle in the end, just to make sure Nick Dacos couldn't wrestle his way clear. A ball up 50 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Cameron and DeConing tangle. Cameron knocks it down. Lipinski knocks it on. Haynes didn't clear the area with his kick. Hewitt, was he pushed in the back by Nick Dacos? Umpire says no. Which said Lids as to how you've seen. Is it Doherty and Crisp playing side by side on the wing?
Yep.
As Doherty's got back to help, and Jack Crisp has often been the loose on the wing for Collingwood. Nick Dacos has another go trying to clear it. He's tackled and brought down with Hewitt. That battle continues, and Darcy Cameron's lying on his back with DeConing over the top.
They're just playing their wing roles really well, getting back to support their defence.
Down it comes. DeConing grabs it after it hit the deck, trying to crash his way through a tackle. He's been pinged holding the ball. Bounced off one would-be tackler and Perryman, and then he was locked up by Schultz. And the umpire said that's holding the ball. Free kick for Lockie Schultz.
It was an aggressive hit.
It was, wasn't it?
By Schultz. Yeah, basically just... Here we go.
Lays it off by hand to Dan Houston, who unloads from long range. He misses out to the right. Little wrap around the back. It's another behind for Collingwood, so 3-8 to 4-5. When the Pies kicked their third goal, they were 3-2. So the last 6 scoring shots for Collingwood are all behinds as Carlton quickly work it up out of defence, but rolls out of bounds here. So another boundary throw in, again 60 out from the Collingwood goal. Carlton by 3 points, 4 gone, third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
All of a sudden the 29-minute mark of the first quarter. Collingwood's last goal through Jordan DeGoey. Blues leading by 3 points. Toss back into play. Cameron and DeConing. Cameron in front, taps it down to the front. Side bottom tries to tap it in the path of Nick Dacos. Clean pickup. Hand pass to Perryman. Jams it on his right boot. Inside 50. Schultz back with the flight. Couldn't get there, and it ricochets off Haynes. It was kept in by side bottom. Cleverly by the instep, and Saad now bangs it up the wing, but it's coming back. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick going the way of the Pies, and Perryman is going to take it. Just attacking half of the Shane Warne stand side.
They're wearing out that bit of grass over there, aren't they? Gee, the amount of play sort of southern side. In between the wing and half forward for Collingwood, kicking to the punt road, and Elliott floats in from the side, just spills the mark at the last moment, regathers, sets up DeGoey, who hooks it through for a goal. Their first since the opening term. And it's DeGoey who kicked their last and the next in the game, and they're an hour and a bit apart. Collingwood now by 3 points. They snatch back the lead off the back of DeGoey's boot. 4-8 to 4-5. And it's Collingwood by 3 points at the 5-minute mark of this third quarter. Lead change number 5. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Well, he's the man who kicked their last goal, but I just don't get how a bloke of such class is just running inside 50. It was a slow play too, so I'm not sure where the breakdown was from, whether or not someone's been drawn into the contest and tried to lay a tackle, but
McGovern who's sagged off.
He's just come and tracked the ball. Well, he's done nothing. He's got caught in the middle. That's just got to stick with DeGoey there. That's just a bad error by an experienced player.
Collingwood by 3 points. 6 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport. Walsh, Cripps, Chera into the middle, side bottom, Pendlebury, Nick Dacos for Collingwood. Cameron beautifully down to Nick Dacos. Oh, and he sells the dummy around Walsh. The party time Pies. Hand pass over the top to Pendlebury. He jams it on the boot, looking for Schultz, who takes the mark. The magic of Nick Dacos in the middle of the ground, and it finishes in the hands of Lockie Schultz, with Pendles involved as well.
Oh, it was one of the better clearances you'll see. Just Beautiful tap work, and then just hit it at pace, and then just stopped on a dime, didn't he, and ran back towards the Collingwood goals. That was a beautiful bit of play by the champion footballer, and then Pendles finishes off a nice little round-the-house kick. Pretty good football.
Lachie Schultz has won one shot tonight, which has failed to score. Out to the left, 40 metres out, comes in, doesn't miss this time. 2 quick goals for the Magpies in the third quarter to establish a 9-point lead. 7 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. Collingwood 5, 8:38 to Carlton 4, 5:29. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
It was an incredible bit of play, wasn't it, from Dacos? His ability to get out of a tight space. No one to lay a glove on him. It's like, put some pressure on him. He just gets away, and to even have a cheeky bounce in there. He's basically rubbing the nose in of the Carlton mids to say, well, you're not going to play with any speed or have any speed in there. I'm just going to run away from you. It's a penalty, nice little touch kick. I thought he may have given the handball off the side bottom who was running in towards goal, but a nice little touch kick to a free Lachie Schultz. Good reward for effort from the big tackle just before that he put on.
Off and away, they went more than a quarter without a goal. Collingwood, they kicked 2 in 2 minutes. And all of a sudden, it's their biggest lead of the night. 9 points Collingwood's way. De Koning wins it down. Cripps, a little fumble, soccers it out in front. Houston on the end of it, comes off the back of the square, kicks Collingwood down the wing. McCreary left it behind. Saab soccers out wide and turns out okay. Onto the chest of Doherty. Marks in front of the benches. Collingwood by 9 points. Doherty sends it down the line, and Will White takes the mark. A young man on debut. A 21-year-old. Drives his long left footer into the forward pocket. Moyer leaps up after it. No mark. Kept alive down there by Maynard to the Pies back pocket. Hand pass to Jack Crisp. Handball to Moore to Quaynor. Tried to knock it back in the field of play. And now they're going to have a ball up as White burrows in again. Quaynor tackles him. And a ball up 55 metres out from the Blues goal. 9 minutes into the third term. I'm not sure we need to recap for Carlton fans, but they're 0-6 this year in second half quarters. They concede the first 2 goals here in the third. As De Koning whacks it back out of play, and we'll have a boundary throw in now. Still 60 out from the Carlton goal.
Inside 50, 7-1 Collingwood's way through the opening 9 minutes of this third quarter. They've put on 2 goals from those 7 inside 50s. The Blues have only touched it 10 times so far in this third quarter. From the throw-in, De Koning tries to slap it down to the front. Lord couldn't take it. Nick Dacos is putting on a show. Spins out of traffic, gives it to brother Josh. His kick is a turnover. Saar takes the mark. Centering ball inside 50. Charlie's the man. Darcy Moore nudges him underneath. Lipinski came to offer support. Charlie Curno's back onto it. Tackled by Sidebottom, holding the ball. Collingwood take the advantage. Quick hand pass comes to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Out in front of Nick Dacos. Doherty tried to put the block on. Made sure not to get him high. Wins the ball for the Blues. Doherty bangs it inside 50, Cameron underneath. Moyer came charging out, but Darcy Cameron was filling the hole well for Collingwood. He kicks out to Jack Crisp, who marks at left half back.
Crisp off and running, gives a handball away to Josh Dacos. He goes short back inboard to Maynard. Mentioned it earlier, Crisp tonight, game number 241 consecutively. All-time record Jim Stein's 244, so if he keeps going, Jack Crisp is due to equal the record on Anzac Day against Essendon, and would break the record round 8 against Geelong. So a big month ahead for Jack Crisp. What durability, the AFL's Iron Man, as Josh Dacos kicks down the wing, and Myercheck a strong mark as Silvani makes him earn it on the wing. Just professionally clumsy, lands on top of him on the way down.
Learned that from the old boy, you reckon?
Yeah. I can earn it.
With his mitts around it, goes short to Crisp. And I was speaking about what a run he's been on.
It's an incredible stat, isn't it?
Unbelievable. In modern footy, 241 consecutive. Kicks inside 50. Membry brings it down. Here's Myercheck again. Silvani tackles him. Ball spits out. Hill's got it. He's tackled, and a ball up 15, 20 metres out from the Pies goal. They lead by 9 points. They've kicked the only 2 goals of the quarter, which is 11 minutes old.
Tossed up in the air, Cameron and De Koning. Cameron wins down the tap. Akers read it best though. Hand pass, Williams under pressure. Nick Dacos slides in, and Bobby Hill under the pressure of Akers sees it out of play. Left forward pocket for the Magpies, who lead by 9 points. Kicked 2 goals, 1-0 so far in this third quarter for 11 minutes. Crowd of around 80,000 plus into the MCG for a Thursday night. two arch rivals. Cameron slaps it down to the front for Collingwood, but Hewitt gathers to the Blues. Hand pass away to Zach Williams. High ball up the wing. Curnow and Maynard. Maynard brought it down at ground level. Gathered by White. Jams on his boots. Straight to Darcy Moore. Hugs it to his chest, the Collingwood captain. Settling on the members' side, and now 50 against Kemp, who can only assume was told to come back. And Darcy Moore, in a former life as a forward, he's going to be within striking distance here.
Just a very silly error. Just almost a brain fade, really, by Brodie Kemp. Just didn't even need to do that at all. It's a big penalty, isn't it, 50, when you make such a small error like that. Probably overstood the mark by about half a metre, but gives Darcy Moore an opportunity to put Collingwood further in front.
The Collingwood captain, now president of the Players Association as well. A rare chance to try and strike a goal here. Out to the left, he'll kick from right on 50. Moore comes in and he hangs it out to the left. The minor score. Collingwood leading by 10 points. Didn't kick a goal last season or the season before that. You've got to go back to 2022. Last time the Collingwood captain kicked a goal.
It's McGovern. Plays on out of the goal square, goes short to Williams, back to McGovern.
Oh, no.
This is chaotic, coming out of defence, somehow dodges Nick Dacos, kicks to the middle of the ground, punched away though by the Pies. Schultz wins it back, hand pass to Pendlebury, handball to Nick Dacos, sends it inside 50. Membry collects on the bounce, rolls around on his right peg, snaps for another. The Pies have got something cooking at the G. 3 on the bounce for Collingwood. And the Magpies all of a sudden lead it by 16 points, having trailed at the half. Collingwood after 13 minutes in the third term, 6-9-45. Carlton a 4-5-29. Biggest lead of the night either way. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
Well, they've been their own worst enemy, I reckon, this third quarter, Carlton. Just biting off too much. It's slippery conditions, and Collingwood, to their positive on their side, they're tightening out the outlets, so they're not allowing Carlton to find those uncontested marks. And that one was Mitch McGovern just trying to force something through the middle of the ground, which they were doing well in the first half, but Collingwood have tightened that up. So you've got to play the percentages in this type of conditions as well, but just can't keep forcing the ball through there when it's not there.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 16 points. 3 unanswered goals after being held goalless in the second quarter. Young's into the ruck against McStay. Young gets a hand pass away to Paddy Cripps, to Hewitt, dodging and weaving, back edge of the centre square. Kicks a high ball towards half forward. Have a fly at that. Houston's the only one who does so. He marks to his chest at right half back for Collingwood. Tim Hodges, any concern around Nick Dacos as he came to the bench?
Yeah, he's been sore ever since that moment in the middle of the ground with Sam Docherty. Came to the bench, he waved the doctor off, just getting some work on his quads from the physio. So I think he's okay, but just a bit sore.
Here's Josh Dacos, kicks out to Lipinski on the Shane stand side of the MCG. Short chip kick to Scott Pendlebury, who is continuing on 400 and above, chasing that Boomer Harvey record. Kicks out on the bounce to Lipinski, gathers between wing and half forward, inside 50. Perryman in from the side. The Blues defence thought they had it covered. Nick Haynes was there. In the end, it was Sam Walsh who thought he was going to take the mark, and Perryman enters from stage right, pinched the mark.
Yeah, he even thought he wasn't going to be an option. He sort of almost second-guessed himself before then sticking out the left mitt, but Sam Moss didn't expect him to go, did he?
No. That's great. Such a good, just a nice forward craft sort of mark, wasn't it?
The type of mark that when it's clicky in your gear, it all comes off. Perryman looking for his second of the match. It's offline to the left. And a minor score. The Blues are scoreless though. Collingwood have booted 3 goals, 3 in this quarter. The Magpies a game high 17-point lead as the light rain continues. 16 minutes gone, third term at the MCG.
Short on the kick out. Hollins finds Wiedering, right back pocket. Had much more rain than anticipated. A light shower to start the game, and then heavy rain started the second quarter, started the third quarter, and still raining now halfway through the third term. Collingwood by 17. Short kicking game from the Blues. Wiedering to Walsh to Hollins. Oh, Hollins dangerous. Coming back inboard. Puts it on the chest of Myercheck, who breaks it up and takes the intercept mark for Collingwood at left half forward.
They're trying to force it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to take your medicine. It's like everything's covered. All right, we'll get it down the line, get a contest, and we'll start all over again. The last couple of times they've tried to exit, McGovern previously before the last goal, and then Holland's there trying to bite off a bit too much.
What a kick this is. From outside 50, Mychek's drop punt is on target. Is it touched on the line? They want a conference. The Carlton players are confident. The umpires are getting together to have a chat. The goal umpire at the punt road end. We're going to the arc. The soft call is touched. Which would have been a big kick to put it beyond 20 points, and that was the right call as it's touched there on the goal line. So a minor score makes it 3 goals neat. The lead for Collingwood. 6-11 to 4-5, so an 18-point buffer for the Pies at the 17-minute mark of the third quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Danger signs here for Michael Voss and the Blues.
Just too many players at Carlton at the moment just can't get their hands on the footy.
Zach Williams brings the Blues back into play, kicks up towards Curnow and Louis Young. Spoiled away from behind. Doherty can't gather. His hand pass in the end put Lord under enormous pressure. Tapped out by Collingwood into the path of Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Sidebottom. Corralled by Saab. Kicks end over end up towards Pendlebury. Look away, hand pass was Sublime. Saw McStay. Kicks a weak ball inside 50. On the bounce to Elliott. Can't gather. Membry can. He fires on goal and misses to the left. They have got the Blues flat-footed at the moment. And Collingwood are threatening. It's a 19-point lead. 3 goals, 5 in this third term. Carlton haven't scored. The lead is 19 points.
We spoke about Collingwood not really setting up well, or they're executing their game style. Geez, they've been good this third quarter.
Hollands long to the wing. Louis Young the target. He works his way in front, but the free kick's going to Curnow. The goal just before quarter time. It's his only major involvement in the game. He's got a defensive side of the wing here, and as he trots back to take his kick, he's almost at half back. Long in the Kemp direction. There's no one else in the contest. Bangs bodies with Howe. Ball hits the deck. Akers does well to win it on his knees. Handball to Walsh. Hand pass to Young. Swings a hand pass back to Curnow. Looking inside 50. Takes a bounce in the greasy conditions. That's brave. Long kick towards the forward pocket. They cut from all directions. This ball knocked out of play. And a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Blues, but they've moved it at least from one end to the other.
They have. It's been pretty barren up there. They've only had the 4 inside 50s in this third quarter to Collingwood's 13.
Carlton leaders needing to stand up here as it's thrown back into play. Young taps it to the front against Cameron. Fogarty through traffic, tries to knock it into the path of Curnow. Can't pick it up. Side bottom, taps it to Quainer. He rushes it through. Under pressure, taps it across the behind line. Collingwood's lead is 18 points. 19 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport.
So senior midfielders just can't get their hands on the footy, Murph, unfortunately for the Blues.
Being outscored at the moment by 22 in the quarter. As Maynard goes to Howe, shanks the kick off the side of the boot. Young knocks it away back inboard. Pack forms around the blue on the bottom of all that. It's Adam Chera. Yep, says I'll have it.
Chera hasn't had a disposal in this quarter. Walsh only had the 2 and Paddy Cripps only the 2.
60 out from the Blues goal at the city end. Cameron grabs it out of the ruck, got a kick away. Akers, hand pass to Hewitt, he's tackled, lost it. Perryman did very well to win the footy. Now he's wrapped up in a 2-man tackle. Sard and Walsh stop him in his tracks on the wing. So Collingwood by 18 points, having trailed by 4 at the half. As we tick into time on in the third term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Cameron tries to do it himself for Collingwood. Gathers, kicks up the wing. Bounces across the boundary line in front of Wiedering and McStay. Not far from where Tim Hodges is watching on.
Clinchy, tell Murph I'm getting a new weather app. I'm deleting this one. It still says 0 mils of rain. It hasn't stopped raining for 25 minutes. It's coming in sideways now, so it's miserable for about 80,000 people here.
Good on you, Hodgie. Tough it out. Collingwood by 18 points. Cameron tangles with Louis Young in the end. He's back to it. He pinballs around towards Hewitt, who's tackled by McCreary. Tackle slip over the shoulder. The umpire says throw it in. Patrick Cripps gesturing towards his midfielders, maybe towards Tom De Koning as to where he would light the ball. Hewitt's alongside De Koning, alongside Jordan De Goey at the moment. As that light rain just becomes a little heavier. Cameron wins down the tap for Collingwood. Hewitt puts his head over it. Tackled by Side bottom, gets the hand pass to Akers, back to Hewitt on the wing. Looks to drive the Blues up towards half forward. Moyer comes charging out, it won't get to him. Frampton didn't complete the mark. Umpire waves play on, a little slow. We got the hand pass to Houston. Kicks it back up the wing. Nick Dacos was shoved by Hewitt. Right in the middle of the back, in the front of the umpire. Free kick Collingwood's way.
Nick Dacos, he's up to 7 for the quarter. Goes short to brother Josh. This will be his 7th touch of the term as well. 2 leaders on the ground in this third quarter. He comes wide to Pendlebury. The experienced veteran sends it down to half forward. Elliott and Sard wins the one-on-one hands down. Takes the mark.
Geez, he's good one-on-one, Sard.
Yeah.
He doesn't lose too many.
Adam Sard now in his 90th game for the Blues. Played more games for them than he did his previous 2 teams. Goes long down the wing. Offhand spills to Cripps. He's tackled by Cameron. Ball comes out. Says play on. Side bottom. Gets the loose footy. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Gives it to Howe. Penetrating kick inside the forward 50. Meyer check down there. Hands to it. No mark. Bobby Hill paddles it out in front. Collects in the pocket. Spins around. Handball goes back to Elliott. Elliott looking corridor with the kick. And Schultz marks. He can walk it in. Jams it through for another. 4 on the bounce for the Magpies. They got a head of steam up here at the G. A second for Schultz. And Collingwood's game high advantage swells to 24 points in a low-scoring affair. Collingwood 7-12-54. Carlton a 4-6-30. Flat-footed in this third term, 23 minutes old. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, they're just getting smacked at every facet of the game at the moment. The Blues, the contested games just being completely...
24-16, Murph, in that one.
Just completely dominated by the Pies, leading the clearances 9-3.
Yeah.
And then we've also obviously spoken about the inside 50s. They're just having too many balls going in there, and that was just a hazard ball. But when you continually getting the football in and getting it in deep in these conditions, it just puts the defenders under enormous pressure. And
70-41 disposals, but 13-8 tackles, all in favour of Collingwood.
14-4, the inside 50s Collingwood's way in this third quarter. The down wall is breaking. Side bottom trying to get a hand pass away. Pinched by Chera. Hand pass to Fogarty for the Blues. They've got it to half forward. Motlop missed it, trying to knock it on. Josh Dacos' hand pass. Lord's trying to grab the greasy footy. It's not an easy ball to grab. Nick Dacos' kick is partially smothered. Side bottom puts his head over. Can't win it for Collingwood. Fogarty just gets it going forward on the bounce for Charlie Curnow. Frampton in tow. Trying to knock it on to Motlop. He's locked up by Craner and Houston. It's just 35 to 40 metres out from the Blues goal at the city end, still looking for their first goal of the third quarter through 24 minutes.
It's been all Collingwood in the term, so 4 goals to zip. Cameron palms it down to Lipinski. Hand pass straight to Akers, but he's tackled immediately. Nice work, Schultz. Ball comes out, side bottom, hand pass close to the boundary line and now out of play. And Williams and Quaynor and a boundary throw in half forward here for the Blues.
Well, this has got nothing to do with fitness, Murph. This is all just getting your hands on the footy and being able to beat your opponent 1v1 to get it going your way. So I can see why Vossi is defending his fitness guys.
Collingwood by 4 goals in the rain late in the third term from the boundary throw-in. Sard from one direction does well, whacks it back towards the 50. Quaynor knocks it out to Elliott. Hand pass to Lipinski. Handball to Josh Dacos. Flicks it further afield to Schultz. Outside of the right boot. Kicks beyond the wing. Clever from Mutt. McStay punches it inboard. Unkind bounce for Hollands. It'll sit for De Goey. Kicks inside 50 and Bobby Hill marks. And McStay just whacks it forward, took a con roll, and it's all coming up Collingwood in the third.
Well, just the contest, not getting it right, another clearance for Collingwood. And then they just ran hard in numbers. Yep. They just wanted it more spread. There was a bad bounce in there, but they still had more numbers getting to the next contest, and that's where they're really hurting Carlton at the moment.
And now Bobby Hill, and the Norm Smith medalist, of course, from their premiership triumph in 2023. 20 metres out, 45-degree angle, drop punt. Keeps it right up behind. And a 25-point lead for the Pies. Leaves one out there at the 26-minute mark of the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy and Tim Hodges.
McGovern into Chera, back to McGovern, clears the defensive 50. De Koning on the bounce though, had to try and work it to Holland. Under pressure from Perryman. They're desperately trying to hold on the Blues, and Chera is locked up by Jamie Elliott, who lays the tackle. Collingwood 4-6 That's 4 goals, 6 in this third quarter. To the Blues, just one behind. Inside 50s, a whopping 15-6, the way of the Magpies. Holding the ball, free kick going Collingwood's way. Darcy Cameron follows up his ruck work and wins the free kick for the Pies, just short of left half forward as George Hewitt is pinged. Cameron looks long inside 50. Myercheck offers a lead. He pokes it into that path. It might not get to him. Lipinski up, can't complete the mark. Off hands, Myercheck can't gather. And in front of he and McGovern, it goes out of play. Left forward pocket for the Magpies. They're 7-13-55 to Carlton 4-6-30. The Pies by 25 points at the 27-minute mark of the third term.
The Pies did go goalless themselves in the second quarter, but they had 5 scoring shots to 1. They really controlled the quarter despite losing the term. As Sard from the boundary throwing got it to Doherty, kick smothered on the way through. Nick Dacos passing through, can't trap it. Slides out of bounds. We'll do it again. Half forward for Collingwood. And then in this quarter, 4-6 to 1 behind. Holy smokes, 10 shots to 1. And Collingwood just inflicting more woes on the Blues and their second half problems. They've been outscored by 89 points in second half so far this year, leading in. Boundary throw in, Schultz tackled as soon as he got it. Lipinski for the Pies, handball to side bottom. Hand pass back to Lipinski, hand pass out in front of him. Hewitt collects. Helped out of bounds by Lipinski in a boundary throw in closer to the Collingwood goal. So still 3 minutes to run in the quarter. Pies by 25, 7-13 to 4-6. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Josh Dacos has had 10 disposals in this third quarter. Still side bottom with 8. Nick Dacos with 8. Sard leads the way for the Blues with 5 alongside Doherty. From the throw in, it spills down the way of Hewitt. Kicks a long ball for the Blues up towards half back. Kemp arms over the front of Darcy Moore over the shoulder, and a free kick going the way of the Collingwood captain.
Once you put 2 arms around Clinchy, it's a sure sign for the umpire just to say, nope, you're not having that one. It's a free kick against.
He's had a couple of moments, Brodie Kemp. Carlton fans will be happy for the return of Harry Mackay. Kicks inside 50, Tom de Koning. Big fly coming from the back. And takes an impressive mark, unfortunately, for Carlton fans at the wrong end of the ground, as he denies Collingwood another foray inside 50.
And then just sits it on Chera's head, getting across. Perryman whacks it out of bounds. So throw in between wing and half forward for the Pies. Heard Ross Lyons say during the week on Channel 7 he met with Tom de Koning before Christmas. Some big numbers being thrown around. Gut feel, Lids?
Well, I'll tell you what, if they keep going this way, I'd be thinking he's out the door.
Murph?
Pretty similar to Lids.
De Koning palms it down out in front of Pendlebury. Hand pass stolen by Chera. Hand pass away to Cripps. Handball meant for Walsh, slides out of bounds, so a throw in on the wing.
Could you blame him?
Big bucks, 1.7 million?
Yeah. I was going to say, if it's north of 1.7, it'd be hard to say no.
You couldn't blame him.
That's where the situation of how the team's going at that point in time is
plays a huge role.
Yep.
Pies by 25 points, half-hour mark of this third term from the boundary throw-in, down to Pendlebury, across the body, looks for Myercheck, can't complete the scrawling mark. Hewitt collects for the Blues, hand pass away to Doherty. Hits down the boundary line, Big Cameron floats across, takes the intercept mark for Collingwood. Defensive side of the wing, Pies by 25, 2 to go before three-quarter time.
Who was the last big-name player to leave Geelong? Can't really name one or think of one off the top of your head, can you? Well, that's true. He wanted to go home.
Yeah.
Yes, the kick up towards the wing, and Doherty hugs it to his chest.
It's good by you, Murph. Just
but they don't lose too many, do they? Because they're consistently in and around playing finals.
Sam Doherty tries to put it up to Tom de Koning. Can't take the mark. Cameron might have given him a shove. The umpire spotted that. Sam de Koning signed for another couple of years at the Cats during the week as Tom de Koning veers to the left and long inside 50. Where are the Flyers at the very back? Kemp's there, can't take it. Motlop front and centre, tackle brought down. Frampton for Collingwood, hand pass away to Nick Dacos. Works it back to Sidebottom. He chips a kick out towards Cameron. So composed, Collingwood. Despite the wet conditions, they found an outlet. And Darcy Cameron marks it left half back.
To try and prove your point, Lids, my mind went all the way back to like a Lee Colbert or something.
I was thinking him as well.
Some of those famous ones back in the day. Went to the Kangaroos. Short kick to Moore. He's got it in the back pocket. He goes long down the wing for Collingwood late in the term. Wiedering trying to knock it out of bounds. Schultz collects. He's tackled out of play. Silvani takes him out of bounds. So 25-point lead for Collingwood. They've dominated this third quarter. Off the SMS, Carlton aren't doing much to dispel the second half fade-out myths. I'm not so sure it's a myth if that's the case. Cam the Truckee from Melbourne wants to ask you, Murph, about Paddy Cripps. I'll get to that in just a moment as Taccone misses it from the boundary throw-in. Cameron hooks a kick forward. McStay knocks it close to the boundary line and Walsh sees it out. Why do they have Cripps going up in the rucks? Up in the ruck, he's one of the best clearance players in the AFL. This happens a lot. As a Pie supporter, I like it, but bad coaching.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But I don't think they've gone that way tonight, though. But it has happened this year, which, taking your best ball winner out of the clearance is probably not the ideal way to do it.
He'd significantly gone up too. It was 17% of the time he'd spent in the ruck leading into last week's game as Doherty's kick smothered from the boundary throw-in, and now Chera sees it out. And guess what? We've got another stoppage, a boundary throw-in on the wing. Collingwood by 25 points. And they've opened up the game here in his third term.
Complements their midfield really well, Perryman. Just doing the defensive things. A little smother there. He's had a couple of big tackles, some big spoils.
Free agent from the Giants who signed a long-term 6-year deal with the Magpies. Taccone gets it down to Sam Walsh. Hand pass away to Doherty. Around the body towards the wing. Darcy Moore works his way to the front. Hugs the chest mark and might just about do us to three-quarter time. The Pies will be happy having kicked 4 goals, 6 to 1 behind as Darcy Moore drives it long. Myercheck sits underneath it. Silvani with a shove. Ripped away by Myercheck towards Membry as the siren sounds to three-quarter time. As the Pies put a gap on the Blues in that third term. They trailed by 4 points at half-time. Collingwood kicking 4 unanswered goals to lead by 25 points at three-quarter time. And the challenge for the Blues is they'll have to come from behind to try and get their first win of season 2025. Collingwood 7-13-55 to Carlton 4-6-30. For the Magpies, 2 goals to Jordan Ngoe and to Lockie Schultz. Individuals to Maynard and to Perryman. While for the Blues, all individual goal kickers held goalless in that third quarter. Hollands, Cripps, Hewitt and Curnow, the goal kickers for the Blues.
So you can add another 29 points on the 89 that they've been outscored in second halves already this year. So that number is up to minus 118. And we're only 7 second half quarters into the year. So for Carlton, that makes for pretty poor reading. And for Collingwood, it ensures they'll be playing from in front as we turn for home, where they've won both of their games so far this year. Richard from Geelong, loving the call. Can I send a big shout out to my brother-in-law, Ashley? He's a Blues tragic, now living in the UK with his English wife and 2 children. He's visiting Australia now, and he's going along tonight with his little boy, Eddie, who's never been to an AFL game, hoping it's a great game and that the Blues get up for him.
Uh-oh.
Unfortunately, Richard, it's not tracking that way, but we've still got a quarter to play. From Gaz, can definitely confirm that the clash of jumpers is terrible on TV. Luckily, the coverage on the ABC Listen app is great. Thanks, Gaz. Nice to hear from you. And from Robin Greensborough off the SMS, all of the same from Carlton. All about the skills. Can't hit targets, fumbling, not kicking to the advantage of players, especially forwards. Not something you can fix in season. So this is another wasted year from Rob. So
what about that top text, Corb? Someone has just put me back in my place.
Wow.
Gary Ablett, not a bad player. It's surprising we never got to that, did we?
Oh, don't just throw me under the bus. None of you boys come up with him either.
I wanted to get back there. That's the generational money that you couldn't deny, could you?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right.
I'll take equal part of the blame there from both Rob and from Dave off the SMS 0437 774 774. We'll hear from Murph and Lids on their take in just a moment. Collingwood by 25 at three-quarter time. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Friday night.
Racing forward, edge of the box, the shoot's right footed. What a strike!
The Matildas are back.
What a goal!
Catch every minute on the ABC Listen app.
Meet the Muster Dogs class of 2025.
He's chewing the mic.
New Muster Dogs, Collies and Kelpies.
What do you think? You're going to be a champion?
Stream all episodes now. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Between the wing and half forward for Collingwood, kicking to the punt road, and Elliott floats in from the side, just spills the mark at the last moment. Regathers, sets up to Ngoe, who hooks it through for a goal. Their first since the opening term. Collingwood now by 3 points. They snatch back the lead off the back of Jagowi's boot.
Cameron beautifully down to Nick Dacos. Oh, and he sells the dummy around Walsh. The party time pies. Hand pass over the top to Pendlebury. He jams it on the boot. Looking for Schultz, who takes the mark. Lockie Schultz has won one shot tonight, which has failed to score. Out to the left, 40 metres out, comes in, doesn't miss this time. 2 quick goals for the Magpies in the third quarter to establish a 9-point lead.
It was an incredible bit of play, wasn't it, from Dacos? His ability to get out of a tight space. No one to lay a glove on him.
Hand pass to Pendlebury. Handball to Nick Dacos. Sends it inside 50. Membry collects on the bounce. Rolls around on his right peg. Snaps for another. The Pies have got something cooking at the G. Bobby Hill paddles it out in front, collects in the pocket, spins around, handball goes back to Elliott. Elliott looking corridor with the kick, and Schultz marks. He can walk it in. Jams it through for another. 4 on the bounce for the Magpies.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
That's how it finished, 4 goals to zip in that third quarter, and as a result, Collingwood reverse a 4-point halftime deficit to lead by 25 at three-quarter time. Our number 1 picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Well, they've got to make a few moves here, I think, Carlton. You can't just hope that what they were doing in the first half is going to happen again in this last quarter. I'd move Jack Silvani forward, try and win the game, or a McGovern.
McGovern's the one, because he gave back 2 goals just then with a couple of blatant errors.
He's been one of Collingwood's best tonight. But I think they need to change something to sort of halt this momentum. But I think Voss, his directive at three-quarter time would be to his midfielders, get your hands dirty. They got absolutely walloped in that third quarter. To a man, they just couldn't get their hands on the football, and Collingwood were just too classy, too clean.
Plus 34 touches. What do we got there? Plus 12 in contested ball.
Yep.
Plus 7 in clearances. Inside 50s, plus 10. You're just not giving your forwards a chance. Like, you're sitting there as a forward. What are you saying? You're like, come on, boys, just give me a sniff.
So they're starting their offense from their D50, and the way in which Collingwood have been setting up behind the ball with their plus 1, they just can't penetrate in these conditions. The first half they were able to do so by using that short, then a handball receive, but they couldn't get any of that going in that third quarter. So they need to try and win the clearance game and get going from there.
Pies have made their sub, Tim Hodges.
It's a surprise. Murph and Lids, who would you think might be subbed out for the Pies?
Jordan Ngawi.
Oh, you just saw it. That caught me by surprise. I saw the number 2 on the substitution page. So Jordan Ngawi is out after kicking a couple of goals. Ned Long comes in for a bit of pace in this final term. Just one for you, Murph. I watched Michael Voss a lot there. Do you want him to get angrier? He seems very
measured,
placid, or measured. Almost, I hate to say it, almost defeated.
Sometimes you can get your message through with being calm and composed. So you don't know exactly what...
He might have been eyeballing him.
I think sometimes the coach, he doesn't have to say a lot loudly with knowing what he thinks and how he feels about their performance in that third quarter.
Can Carlton change the impending storylines? Another second half fade out after leading at the half. They're 25 down as the final term begins. Collingwood on top as Cameron wins the hit out down in front of Walsh. Knocks it out to Cripps. Got a hand pass away, but straight to Nick Dacos. Kicks to centre half forward. Good mark from Silvani. The juggled effort in front of Myercheck at centre half back for Carlton.
Dimmer didn't do it calmly, I know that.
Silvani to the other edge of the centre square. There's a free kick here for in the back. It's going to go Collingwood's way as Hewitt just ran into... In fact, it was Will White, my apologies, ran into the back of his direct opponent there in Maynard. Goes wide to side bottom. Long kick to half forward. Big late McGovern. Hands on it. Couldn't complete the mark. Spills down to Wiedering. Hand pass to Sard. Almost mowed down. Got a handball away towards Membry. Quick kick inside 50. Picked off by Wiedering. He just bangs it in hope down the wing. Bouncing footy southern side.
Kemp tries to knock it on, but there was no one there for the Blues. Darcy Moore gathers to Cameron. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Trying to get it back to Moore. In the end, he leaves it. Getting back is Josh Dacos. Centre of the Shane Warne stand side to Maynard, who had to sit underneath the high ball. McGovern got him with a knee right to the middle of the back. Memory tries to keep it alive back to Maynard. He slaps it along the boundary line to side bottom. He wore the bump and he kept the footy alive, although McGovern's back and it's stuck between his legs. And side bottom lays the tackle. So Mitch McGovern trying to get involved in the game, but certainly in a physical way there. Collingwood by 25 points.
I reckon Maynard will be stiff tomorrow. Oh, yeah.
Collingwood sub net long into the match as Hewitt got it from the ruck battle. Tries to get a kick up towards Motlop, and Nick Dacos for Collingwood. 1-2 with his brother Josh, too slow. Kemp got him, tackles him holding the ball. Carlton take the free kick, centre of the Shane Warne stand side.
Adam Sard has an issue with his right side as he's calling for the footy there. Stolen though by Myercheck. Hand passed along the sub. He gives it to Lipinski, centre half forward for Collingwood. Handball to McCreary. Hand pass over his shoulder, finds Crisp. Kicks inside 50. Hands on up Myercheck. No mark. Hits the deck. There's McCreary still in Collingwood's hands inside 50. Gives it to Long. Straight on the ground. Kicks a goal. Collingwood with the last 5. As the rain continues to tumble at the G, and Collingwood have now doubled Carlton's score. 8-13-61, Carlton 4-6-30. It is a long, long way back for the Blues, who have not fired a shot after half-time. 3 minutes into the final term. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Oh, they've just been cleaner too. Start this last quarter. I know Nick Dacos got run down before, but on the far wing, they were clean at ground level, whereas Carlton fumble, run over the top of the ball. But they're just getting the moments right here, Collingwood, and that's been something that Michael Voss has been discussing with the public in general and saying, well, we're just not getting our moments right. But again, unfortunately tonight, they're not getting it right again.
That rain is getting heavier here at the MCG. And for Carlton fans, the feeling is getting heavier as well. Back in the middle of the ground, Walsh tried to get the clearance. The kick was smothered. Ricocheted back to Williams. Kicks up towards half forward. Motlop did well to impose against Houston. Fogarty kicks inside the 50. Moyer comes charging out, but Darcy Moore got back there. The Collingwood captain growing in confidence. Kicks a long ball up towards Nick Dacos. Haynes gets back. Knocks it down for the Blues. McCreary front and centre. Hand pass to Lipinski. Fires a hand pass to Nick Dacos. His hand pass to Membry. Didn't quite come off the fist cleanly. Membry tries to win it. Sliding in, Haynes tries to knock it out, and the Blues take possession back again. Hewitt's little chip kick, looking for De Koning. Can't take it cleanly. Pendlebury picks it up for Collingwood. Hand pass to Houston, out to Nick Dacos.
Dacos looks inside the forward 50. Kicks in the Myercheck direction. Takes the sprawling mark as he skids out in the wet and hugs it to his chest about 40 metres out, just right of centre.
That was just surgical, wasn't it, from Nick Dacos? But just that little chip kick of Hewitt, like, you got a bloke who's 6 foot 100 and you put it at his toes on a wet day. Just hit your targets if you can, boys, and allow us to get away. It cost them so much.
Brodie Myercheck, their champion goal kicker, he moves in and he puts that way out to the left. In the end, it sneaks through for a behind, but only just. 8-14 to 4-6. Poor finish for Myercheck, who's ordinarily a dead-eye. He's had an inaccurate night on his return. It's 3 behinds. Thanks, Clinchy, on that. So 32-point lead for the Pies. 5 gone final turn.
Sard into Wiedering. He wanted it back, Sard, but he ignores that and goes short to Walsh. Kicks out to Doherty, who marks it right half back. Bit more space for him as he plays on. Looks to drive it up the Shane Warne stand side. Moyer flies from behind. Kemp's in the pack as well. Maynard gathers at the back for Collingwood. Hand pass to Sidebottom. Around the boundary line looking for Schultz. Slips over. Doherty in tow. Taps it on. Cleverly knocked on by Long. Walsh has to wear the contact from Schultz. Ball spills out. It's tapped out towards Long and now across the boundary line. And the umpire will throw it in. Collingwood by 32 points. 8-14-62. To the Blues 4-6-30. Carlton's last goal came at the 25-minute mark of the second quarter. As we're now past 5.5 minutes in the final term. Cameron and De Koning clears to the back of the pack. Houston couldn't gather it cleanly. He hacks it forward inside 50. Wiedering and Haynes are both there. Myercheck got it down to Elliott in the pocket. He runs out of room. There's Wiedering just closed space in the left forward pocket for Collingwood.
Just got a message from a die-hard Carlton fan who may also present the morning's program on ABC Melbourne. Says, I'm leaving the G now. He's got a good excuse at least. He's got to be up early to be on radio tomorrow morning, Raph Epstein.
Good night, Raph.
He said, I'm not the only Carlton supporter leaving though, so there's a few with him and are making their way now to the G tonight as Carlton hurriedly get the ball up to the wing. Collingwood put it straight back in off the boot of Houston. Slips through the hands of Elliott at half forward. Ball hits the deck. Hewitt, his kick smothered. Falls down towards Long. Hand pass in the direction of Elliott, but it's turned over. McGovern for the Blues. Got it out to De Koning. Hand pass to Cripps. Handball to the boundary line finds Walsh. Long kick down the wing for Carlton. Punched away by Frampton. Skims off his knuckles. Frampton's going to get it back. It's a second look at it. Hand pass to Cameron. Handball away to Perryman in the driving rain. Kicks inside 50. McGovern and Mychek meet mid-air. Schultz goes off the deck from 40 and misses near side. It was like the goalkeeper in association football trying to drive it downfield and behind. And Collingwood's game-high advantage grows with every score. They lead by 33 points, 7 minutes into this final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Akers, long kick out of the back pocket, up towards the wing. De Koning's in the pack. Cripps with a little toe poke, only as far as Josh Dacos of Collingwood. Kicks inside 50. Membry in a show of strength against Haynes. It spills down to the front. Akers' hand pass looking for Silvani. And I'll be happy to take this over the line under the pressure of Jamie Elliott. For those playing along at home, Collingwood have kicked 5 goals, 8 since half-time. The Blues have managed just one behind. This has been an issue for Carlton in their first 4 rounds of the season. There's the possibility of a winless start to the season looms here for Michael Voss. Doherty tries to break away from Nick Dacos in the back pocket, kicks the Blues out of defence. Charlie Curnow's outnumbered. Moore makes the spoil. Cripps tries to fend off Perryman. Umpire says throw it in. He was over the boundary line as he was tackled by Harry Perryman. Collingwood lead by 33 points. Approaching 8 minutes gone in the final term.
Just been completely dominant. The tall defenders for Collingwood tonight, they just killed everything. Won most contests, been far superior in the air.
Boundary throw in. There's a heavy tackle there. De Koning on Cameron. And there's going to be a free kick for Cameron. He grabbed it out of the ruck, had a hand over the shoulder. So free kick for Darcy Cameron, a high half forward for the Pies.
Who's taking the honours in that contest, do you think, tonight?
It's been a good battle, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've liked it.
Cameron goes short to Josh Dacos. Certainly the highly credentialed and smart player is De Koning. So for Cameron to play his role,
Cameron's had 21, De Koning's 16. Not all about that. We'll get the hit outs for you soon.
Short to Perryman, long kick to the forward pocket. Might check the target, slapped down towards Schultz. He's tackled, trying to take on the tackler. Picked up by Walsh, hand pass to Wiedering, jams it on the boot, still can't clear to 50. Side bottom, trying to pick it up, going in reverse. He runs out of room as Josh Dacos shoved out of bounds with the Sharon. The boundary throw in half forward here for Collingwood.
Hit outs in favour of Darcy Cameron by 2, but he's taken 4 more marks around the ground.
Okay. Who have you got, Lids? Answer your own question.
I got Darcy Cameron in front on that one.
Pies by 33, 9 gone final term.
It's like the votes in the ABC Football of the Year. They normally swing the way of the winning team. Nick Dacos spinning out of traffic. He's had a few moments tonight. Hand pass to McCreary. Got it to Maynard. Chips it inside 50. Long back with the fly. Can't reel it in with one arm. Williams streaming out of defence. Ran into Harry Perryman. He got a hand pass forward though. Fogarty to Motlop through the middle of the MCG. Thought about the hand pass over the top. Instead ignored White. Worked it to Kemp. He might get it in the end. White can't reel in the mark. Houston in tow. Spills out the way of Curnow. Trying to knock it on. Cripps now on all fours. And the moment is lost for Carlton. Right forward pocket for the Blues. The Pies leading by 33 points. Carlton haven't kicked a goal since the 25-minute mark of the second quarter.
We're now 10 minutes into the last. Up it goes. Cameron knocks it down. Here's Nick Dacos. Look away handball. In fact, it's a throw. So he didn't get enough force on his punching hand on the hand pass, and as a result, a free kick is going to go Carlton's way. It'll be taken by his direct opponent, George Hewitt. He's been with him for most of the night. And he'll kick here from 35 out, just right of centre.
He's been pretty close all night, hasn't he? He's just trying to get a little extra touch there, Nick Dacos.
Kicked a goal earlier in the game. The only goal in the second quarter. It was Carlton's last, and he misses here out to the left. And behind on the free kick. And Carlton can't cash that in. So 8-15 to 4-7. Collingwood by 32 points, 11 gone. In the final term, Carlton goalless through the second half so far.
Jeremy Howe brings Collingwood back into play, up towards Cameron. De Koning over the top, tries to spoil it down. Long for Collingwood through traffic. Hand pass to Membry, gets it to Chris. His hand pass to Perryman. He's tackled by Walsh. The umpire will ball it up. Have you seen the game of Sam Walsh, Murph?
I think he's been okay. I think he started the game really well, like most of his other teammates, but just haven't got much bang for buck.
Cameron
Second half.
Down to Jack Crisp. Hand pass couldn't link up with Bobby Hill. McGovern for the Blues picks it up. Hand pass to Chera. Drives it inside 50. Houston's a loose. He double fists it down. Straight to Hollands, who gathers for Carlton. Hand pass to Akers. Tumbles it into the pocket. Because this is in the forward 50. The umpire says throw it in. If it was any other part of the ground, it would be insufficient intent.
I think Sam Walsh, he's certainly been one of Carlton's better players tonight. He's had the 8 tackles along with his 24 disposals, so you can't question his work rate and his want.
Metres gain's the one for me. I'd love to see get more bang for buck with his touches.
He doesn't break those lines in the way he used to.
Myercheck grabs it out of the... McStay rather grabs it out of the ruck. Gets a hand pass over his shoulder for Collingwood, but there's a free kick. Hollands was tackled without it by Bobby Hill, and so Ollie Hollands will get it. Left half forward, man on the mark, 48 out.
It's just probably venting a bit of frustration there, Bobby Hill, I think. He's had a bit of a quiet night.
He's been well held tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Bobby Hill.
Carlton led this game by 4 at half-time. They haven't kicked a goal since then as Hollands drives it goalward. Is it touched on the line? There was a good effort down there, leaping up. McStay, and they're going to check it in the arc. You like it, Murph?
Yeah, I think he's kicked that.
Ollie Hollands had to go all of 55 metres. The soft call is touched.
Oh, hang on.
Here we go. We're getting a look on the replay, and it looks as if it's touched over the line. And so it's an unusual way for it to come as Carlton now rush over to Ollie Hollands. Their first goal of the second half comes at the 13-minute mark of the final term. And Ollie Hollands will get it as it's overturned on the video. However they come at this stage for Carlton. The Blues 5-7-37, Collingwood 8-15-63. And Ollie Hollands has kicked a couple tonight. The Pies by 26-13 gone final term.
Yeah, I haven't mind Ollie Hollands going down to half-back. I think because he can run, he can cover off and give you a little bit more in terms of, yes, defensively, he doesn't just sag off because he backs himself to be able to stay with him, but then he offers that offensive drive as well. We've seen him break through a couple of times. Kicked 2 goals from half-back. He's going pretty well.
Not a bad day.
Couple of interested onlookers. Dean Cox in the house. Coach of the Sydney Swans. They play Collingwood next Friday night in Gather Round. So that's the reason for that. And of course the Swannies here to play North Melbourne on Saturday night.
Looking forward to that game. A debutant for the Kangaroos once more. Back in the middle of the ground. No chance to try and clear it for Carlton as Perryman lays the tackle and the umpire will ball it up with Louis Young on the bottom of the pack. The Blues turn their attention to West Coast next week in Gather Round as Chero tries to break clear, can't get a disposal away. Walsh just hacks it off the ground, out to the members' wing. Jack Crisp after it. He volleys it forward. Everything's clicking for Collingwood as he finds Schultz. It was exactly the same as the previous one for Carlton, but this one came off effectively. Lockie Schultz, who's kicked a couple of goals tonight, alongside Jordan Ngoe, the tactical sub for the Magpies. That kick won't get to the intended target, Jack Crisp, and getting back. Chero spoils it out of play. Crowd is just starting to thin below us. So maybe a few Carlton fans feeling like they've seen enough with Collingwood leading by 26 points, although the rain has stopped.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much to get excited by in this second half. It's just the 1 goal too for Carlton.
McStay just moves Young out of the way. Says it's all okay. Picked up by Pendlebury. Hand pass went straight to Akers. Wrapped up in the long tackle. Ball comes out. Walsh hunting out after it for the Blues. Hand pass through the hands of Chera. He becomes tackler on Nick Dacos. Now to play once more. Crowd posted an 82,058. So 82058 is the final crowd. How many still here, Quenchy?
Not quite 82,058. Maybe 60.
You hear the murmurs going around the crowd. Collingwood home game. Guaranteed a big roll-up to start round 4. These arch rivals from the restart. Pendlebury to Moore. Kicks inside 50. Punched away at the back by Silvani. He's done some nice things. Handball close to the boundary line. And in the end, Sard slips out with the footy. So throwing right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary line.
Yeah, he's had another good night. Jack Silvani down back. He's been one of their wins this year. Only very few wins from there in Carlton, but he's been terrific again tonight.
Pies by 26 points, 16 gone final term.
That is the last 7 consecutive games between these two sides has got over 80,000 as McStay gets Collingwood inside 50. Membry needs a teammate, can't find it by hand. It's picked up by Hewitt of the Blues, kicks up towards Kemp. It bounced off his shoulder. Lord with a hand pass inboard to Walsh. Now the run of Akers off half back. Links the hand pass over the top to Kemp. Keen to try and redeem himself. Spinning out of a tackle from Houston. Gets it to Chera. He kicks up towards 50. Quaynor and Frampton went back with a flight. Neither could mark. White dribbles it towards goal and it misses offline to the right. It's been about 3 behinds, I think, from on debut. Will White just couldn't quite finish in front of goal again on this occasion. 17 minutes gone. Final term, Collingwood by 25 points.
Don't blame him for having a shot on debut. You're down, but did have Motlop running past.
That was the kick, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just an easy little handball, allowing him to run into the open goal.
Quaynor marks in the back pocket. Goes long out to half-back. And come from all directions. Punched away by the Blues, but into the lap there of Young. His hand pass a turnover. Side bottom. Handball away to Houston. He gives it to Perryman. Through centre half-back. Away to Moore. Steps around the would-be tackle. And then kicks straight up the corridor towards half-forward. One-on-one here. Hill and Hollins. Hill trying to turn him inside out. Paddles it out in front of Elliott. He's tackled. Knocked it out, though, to Crisp. Handball along. Hand pass away to Lipinski. Hooks it through. Does he get the Shepherd on the line? No, it's touched. Right on the line. The tangle between Wiedering and Myercheck. And Myercheck tried to bring down Wiedering illegally. So free kick for the All-Australian fullback. We'll give it to Hollins, who goes short to Walsh. So Collingwood in control. 18 gone final term. Pies by 25.
Walsh over the top to Hewitt. He'll get it back here, Sam Walsh. He feeds the hand pass through traffic to Hollins, who pulls his kick to Lord. Centre wing on the Shane Warne stand side. Looks out to right half forward. White takes the mark. There's 2 kicks out from goal as he looks into the pocket. Tacconi's gone to full forward. Kemp as well. Howe is stuck in front. Howe makes the spoil. Gets it down to Darcy Moore. Hand pass to Pendlebury. They do this so well, Collingwood. Out to Steele side bottom. He marks it left half back.
Yeah, the difference there, Clinch, is that Collingwood can find a target and work the ball up the ground, whereas Carlton, when they win it back, they're just bombing it out of their back 50.
Well, the rub, insult into injury. Steele side bottom, sidesteps around Louis Young on the mark. Kicks up towards half forward. Clears the pack. Myercheck and McGovern race back after it. McGovern gets there first. Trying to knock it onto Hayne. Little toe poke from Jack Silvani. Membry for Collingwood. Hand pass to Perryman. Kicks over end. Straight to Myercheck. Standing start from 48 towards the goal line. It won't have the distance. And in the end, Blake Akers, the goalkeeper, takes the mark on the behind line and kicks up to Kemp.
And talking about Carlton's second half quarters, haven't won one so far. 1, 2, 8 each in this term so far. So at least that's still there to play for. 19 gone final term. Still at 25 points as it was at three-quarter time as Walsh goes short to Young. They're both at Adelaide Oval next week and gather round, of course, with games across 3 different venues. The whole competition comes to South Australia. Matches out in the Barossa for the first time on Saturday and Sunday. And games at Norwood across the weekend as well as the Blues work it down to high half forward. Here's Doherty inside 50. Curnow the target. His opposite number Moore punches it into the advertising boards and a boundary throw-in.
Been good, Darcy Moore. I've liked his game. He's got back to his best footy, hasn't he?
Yeah, they've been really good, the tall defenders for Collingwood. It's been a tough second half for Charlie Curnow trying to operate with not many opportunities and the ball just been pumped in long again.
Hasn't touched it in this final term so far. McStay wins down the tap against the Koning, does the roving as well. Kicks out to Lockie Schultz, who marks it left half back. Collingwood by 25 points. In front of 82,058 fans. Schultz thought about switching. Instead kicks down the Shane Warne stand side. Touched off the boot as Wiedering thought he had the mark. And he's tackled by Myercheck, and the umpire comes in to confirm with everyone what maybe they did not hear.
Carlton again led this game at half-time, 4 points in front then. And Pies taking over with 4 unanswered goals in the third quarter. As Tacconi in a wrestle here again with McStay, and McStay's going to get a free. Didn't have the footy and held off it illegally, said the umpire. So 21 gone final term. Pies by 25. And McStay with the contest kick down the wing, and Wiedering does well to take a mark. And amongst a bunch of Pies, sends it back for Carlton to Chera. So Collingwood Sydney Friday night. It's a standalone Friday night game in Gather Round. Previous years we've had the double header. Just the one match, and two teams which are undefeated in a short gather-round existence so far. Both the Swans and the Pies won both their two fixtures. Collingwood have played in a couple of beauties. They beat St Kilda by 6 points. They beat Hawthorn by 5 points. Another close one next Friday night. We'll wait and see the Swans and the Pies as Carlton turn it over on the wing. Now here's Crisp, kicks to centre-half forward, but picked off by McGovern. Takes the intercept mark as that haunting Collingwood chant starts around the MCG, and just Pies fans really remain as the Carlton crowd has thinned out. Doherty gives it to Chera, kicks to half forward. Kemp outnumbered, broke it up, but the numbers win out. Crisp, hand pass away to Moore, sweeping Polyfarmer, hand pass down the wing. Perryman fakes the bump from his old teammate Haynes, and Carlton clean it up as Hollands goes back to Chera, defensive side of the wing.
The game has opened up a little bit more, but neither side able to score in the last few moments. Chera goes back to Wiedering, looks out to the members' side. Haynes in space. He slides to take the mark, wants to try and move it quickly. Why not? In space, Lord. Marks on his chest, left half forward. Swings onto his right. Long kick over the head of White. To Koning off balance, almost hung onto the mark. Charging in, Motlop was he taken high? He was. And Jesse Motlop will have the shot on goal directly in front. It's about 40 metres out from goal.
There's not much in that. Goodness me.
He ran right into the midriff of Isaac Quainer.
Head-butted his midriff.
Yes.
That's what he did.
Catch-up mode's on.
Yeah, it shouldn't be rewarding players leading with their head like that. You've just got to let that one go. You can't do anything there, Quainer. He's just standing there.
Yeah. 10 disposals for Jesse Motlop tonight. Time is not the friend of the Blues from directly in front. 40 metres out. Yeah. Hangs it out to the right. The Bronx cheers come from the Collingwood fans. 24-point lead Collingwood's way, and Dan Houston goes to let him know about it.
You didn't leave any notes in the locker, Murph, about how to draw a few of these, or?
Can't recall them.
Kick goes out wide, and Frampton thought he took the mark from the kick out, but it was out of play, so out of bounds on the full free kick for the Blues. Williams to take it, dabs the kick, turns it over. If you're driving home, you thought, look, I'll just beat the traffic, I'll get out early, I'll watch the final quarter back on replay.
I wouldn't bother.
He probably didn't miss a whole lot, to be honest. The Pies busted open the game in the third quarter, and that was the match. There's Nick Dacos on the back flank, kicks Collingwood down the wing. Off hands, it spills through to Elliott. Bursts through the would-be tackle, gives it to Josh Dacos. Sweeping hand pass to Lipinski, quick hands to Long. Here go the Pies, handball straight to Young. He's tackled by McStay. And a ball up on the wing. Carlton's gather-round fortunes, by the way. They're 1-1. They lost the opening game of gather-round. There is a huge cheer every time Peter Dacos is shown on the screen. Of course, the father of two of Collingwood's premiership stars. And the current leading man in Nick Dacos. Carlton, first year of gather-round, they lost to Adelaide. That Thursday night game. And then last year they had a win in gather-round against Fremantle.
You had to know the director would show him again after that rousing applause.
Just playing to their audience. That Freo game last year, the Blues won rather controversial with the descent free kick late in the piece. And all that was baked into that. Carlton will head to Adelaide this year looking for their first win of the season. This is out of bounds again on the wing here. So boundary throw in, final 3 minutes. Crowd of over 82,000 in to see it tonight. Collingwood by 24 points, but it was the third quarter where they made their move. Here's Peter Dacos again. And the crowd responds right on cue.
He loves it.
Raises his hands to the crowd. Having been shown on the monitor on the big screen for about the third time in a matter of minutes. Hewitt kicks the Blues up towards half forward. Howe flew in front, couldn't hang on to the chest mark. Fogarty and Cripps lays the tackle. Collingwood by 24 points. Leads them. Sure, the talkback callers will come tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not tonight.
Well, no.
Well, I'll be tuning in tomorrow, that's for sure.
I'm sure they will be.
Gets me through my work day.
Can be if you wanted to, Lids.
Open them up.
Take calls after dark.
I'm sure Murph wants to stick it.
Can't wait for it.
De Koning got the tap down. Ends up in the hands of Moyer. He's tackled and thrown to the turf. 0-4. Carlton for the first time since 2019. As the umpire throws it up, De Koning trying to clear a path against Cameron over the shoulder. Against Darcy Cameron, and Tom De Koning has it. No one's on the mark. He doesn't play on immediately. Is there time for another late one here for the Blues? He kicks in the pocket. Darcy Moore caught in front of Charlie Curnow. They try to compete for it at ground level. Walsh trying to lock the ball in. Maynard trying to tap it out for Collingwood. Hewitt surely was taken high. Umpire missed that one. And a Ball up in the left forward pocket. Hang on, we've got some microphone work going on. There is a Carlton free kick. We got there eventually. George Hewitt with a chance to try and kick another goal for the Blues. He's kicked one already so far tonight. Out to the left. 35 metres out from goal. 28 disposals so far tonight. George Hewitt comes in, fires on goal and finishes. Something for Carlton fans to smile about, but it's been a tough second half. Just the second goal for the Blues in the second half, while the Magpies have booted 5. Collingwood's lead is cut to 18 points. As we tick past 27 minutes gone in the final term. Collingwood 8-15-63 to the Blues 6-9-45.
Yeah, well, he's been their best player tonight, Georgie Hewitt. He's had the 29 disposals and the 7 clearances, 5 tackles, 2 goals. He's had the job on Nick Dacos, who's had the 25, but hasn't really been damaging Nick Dacos.
36% kicking efficiency.
We're certainly used to, so he's one that can certainly hold his head up high, Georgie Hewitt.
Not sure he'll squeeze into the vote zone.
No. That's surprising though, Lids. He's had a pretty good night.
He has, but
90 seconds left to play as Cameron wins the hit out back in the middle for Collingwood, but first clean possession for Chera. Sweeps a hand pass out to Hollands, who's off and running. Got a sweeping hand pass down to high half forward, finds Doherty. Now for the inside 50 kick. Punched away by Frampton, back out of the 50, but straight to Hollands. Ollie Hollands looking for his third, shoots goalward. It's offline, it's a behind. They're going to win a second half quarter for the first time this year at least. Carlton, after being 25 down at three-quarter time, the margin's 17 at the moment. But Collingwood never threatened in this final term.
Howe quickly brings Collingwood back into play, looking for Jamie Elliott, who was in space momentarily. Zach Williams came and spoiled it and sees it out of play. Zach Williams found a place across half-back, Murph.
Yeah, I like him down there. I like what he offers up forward, though, unfortunately. Like he's pretty crafty around goals, but obviously with Cowan going out, it's a smart move, putting him down back. He looks pretty good down there, though.
Shallow throw in. Cameron managed to knock it down to Elliott. He kicks up towards McStay. And Louis Young see it across the boundary line for a throw in. Centre wing on the members' side. Collingwood by 17 points. 8-15-63 to Carlton 6-10-46. Dying stage of this match. Thrown back in. De Koning tries to take it out of the ruck. Spills out the way of Nick Dacos. Look away, hand pass over his shoulder. Zach Williams has tackled. Long lays the tackle with support from Bobby Hill, and the umpire will ball it up. Not far from the two benches.
17-point lead. De Koning knocks it down. Here's Pendlebury. Hand pass out in front of himself, close to the boundary line. Sweeping hand pass over the head of McStay and out of bounds. Half forward for the Pies. Due to prolonged run now for the Magpies against the Blues. So 6 of the last 7. If you want to extend it all the way back, 18 of the last 22. 17 points at the moment. And the boundary throwing. Sahn got a handball away towards Williams. Tumbles a kick down the wing. Maynard trying to take the mark. Goes to ground. Tries to scoop it up to Darcy Moore. They will pole in. They'll have the ball up on the wing.
Players looking to stream forward inside the forward line for the Blues. Cameron and De Koning. Cameron slaps it down into the path of Jamie Elliott, trying to tap it out to Nick Dacos. Runs into a dead end. Silvani lays the tackle. Josh Dacos has a go at it. He gathers for Collingwood. Hand pass to Elliott. Over the top to Long. Cleverly tapped it onto Maynard against the boundary line. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Kicks up towards McStay. And the siren sounds. Nothing sweeter than bragging rights against the arch rivals and sending the Blues just a little bit deeper. They are 0-4 to start the 2025 season. Collingwood by 17 points.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
The Blues Blues led by 3 points at quarter time, by 4 points at half time after keeping Collingwood goalless in the second quarter. The Magpies returned the favour to Carlton in the third quarter, putting 4-6 to Carlton's 1 behind, while the Blues did claim the final term, but it is little reward, putting 2-4 to Collingwood's 1-1. The Magpies 8-15-63 to Carlton 6-10-46 in front of 82,058 fans. The Magpies move to 3-1. The Blues are 0 wins and 4 losses for the first time since 2019.
They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
For the winners, 2 goals to Lockie Schultz, 2 goals to Isaac Quainer, 2 goals to Jordan Ngoe, 2 goals to Jordan Ngoe, 2 goals to Lockie Schultz, individuals to Maynard, Perryman, Membry and Long, while for the Blues, 2 goals to Ollie Hollands, 2 goals to George Hewitt, individuals to Cripps and to Curnow. It's now in terms of second half fade-outs, the Blues managing 11 goals in their first 4 weeks to their opposition booting 29 goals, so their second half fade-outs is certainly a concern for Michael Voss, who has all the work to do in front of him. Collingwood winners by 17 points.
More of the same, wasn't it? So Collingwood win again. That's 3 on the bounce. Carlton lose again, zipping forward to start their season, and in the run between the two teams, stretches out even further. 18 of the last 22 going the Magpies' way. The Peter Mack Cup will be presented, as will the Richard Pratt Medal for the player adjudged best field. So all of that still to come. We'll take those presentations in just a moment, but Collingwood winners by 17 points. The initial thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was another disappointing night for Carlton.
Could have wrote the script, really.
Yeah, they're certainly consistent, aren't they, in their second halves? It's hard to put a finger on it, what they're doing in the second halves this year, but they're not getting their hands dirty. But it was they just couldn't really fire a shot really in this second half, and they were penetrating through the first half of the game by hand through the corridor, and then once that mode got shut down by Collingwood, to their credit, they covered off outlets really well and pressed up really high. They just couldn't have another mode to go to. They couldn't get their long down the line players working for them at all either. I made mention of it a couple of times, but I thought Collingwood's tall defenders are really strong in the air all night.
Let's take these presentations. The Pies winners by 17.
Cup recognises the Peter Mack Foundation and their work supporting those affected by cancer. Every dollar raised through the Peter Mack Cup this year will help researchers improve care for patients with cancer. And tonight, all donations will be doubled thanks to the Pratt Foundation. Alongside the Peter Mack Cup, we also award the Richard Pratt Medal. The Richard Pratt Medal is awarded to the player voted best on ground and presented in honour of the late Richard Pratt. I would now like to welcome Millie Weislitz and Sammy and Ben Gaminda, who will present the medal on behalf of the Pratt Foundation. I'm pleased to announce the winner of the Richard Pratt Medal goes to Lockie Schultz.
Okay, Lockie Schultz, the winner. 18 disposals, kicked 2 goals, 1. Also had 7 tackles as well to go along with the night.
It was good.
Right under Lockie Schultz.
Not best on.
I was interested to know if he's going to fit in your 3.
He was, but...
Was he?
Not at the top.
The Collingwood players certainly celebrated with him.
Jeez. Let's have a listen to what Lockie has to say.
Firstly, I'd just like to thank Carlton. Always a great game between us guys, and obviously a very special week building up to this game, and for such a great cause to bring awareness to the Peter Mack Foundation. So a very special game for everyone involved. To our boys, thank you. Love playing with you. Great fun tonight. Got the W, so that's the main thing. But on to next week. Finally, to the fans, we couldn't do it without you. So, thanks very much. We really appreciate everything you do for us.
Thank you, Lockie. We now move on to the Peter Mac Cup, and presenting the cup today is Peter Dacos. I would now like to call forward Darcy Moore to accept the Peter Mac Cup on behalf of tonight's winners, Collingwood.
As you can imagine, a pretty good portion of the Collingwood fans sticking around for this. And as Peter Dacos hands over the Peter Mac Cup, here's Darcy Moore.
Firstly, to the fans, over 80,000 of you turning up tonight. We appreciate all of your support and you make our game great, so let's hear it for yourselves. Collingwood and Carlton, we are the fiercest of rivals, but for us to come together and channel that rivalry into this Peter Mac Cup game is super important. Obviously, the Carlton Footy Club, your support and the way that you've driven this game and this cause, raising really important funds and importantly awareness to cancer, which touches the lives of so many. So we are truly honoured to play our part in this game, so thank you so much. And lastly, to the Pratt Foundation for your continued support of this game. The oldest continuing charity game in the AFL, and we're proud to be a part of it, so thank you so much.
So Darcy Moore, the captain of Collingwood, on the back of receiving the Peter Mac Cup. So well done to him. petermac.org if you're in a position and able to donate to the Peter McCallum Centre, of course, to raise vital funds for cancer research. Big game player, Lockie Schultz. He's actually won 2 Glendinning Allen medals as the best player in the Western Derby. So he's won a couple of those in the past, round 3 2022, and then one round 2022 2023. So that's the following year. Lots of 2s in that number, but he won 2 in a 4-game stretch in the old Derby. And now he's the best player on the ground in a game between Collingwood and Carlton, at least according to the judges, and not according to the ABC Footballer of the Year, which we will stand by for those votes.
They're the most important ones.
They are.
They're the ones that count.
Yep, that's why Nick Dacos holds his head so high as the reigning ABC Footballer of the Year, despite some of those other awards going in other directions. Big win for the Pies tonight. If you've just joined us, a 17-point win for Collingwood, 8-15-63 over Carlton, 6-10-46. It was interrupted by weather way more than we thought it would. There was a light shower at the start. There was a heavy shower at the beginning of the second term, which really affected the contest. And then rain again throughout the second half, most of the third quarter, and then at times in the last as well. And as a result, became a bit of a slip and slide at times. One other incident to note from the night, in fact, a couple of other incidents to note from the night. Lockie Cowan appeared to tear his left hamstring, so he was subbed out of the game in the opening quarter. And Jordan De Goey was subbed out at three-quarter time. It looked like a tactical sub. He looked very happy with the performance at the end of the night. Didn't look too dejected at all, sitting in the back row, and they were able to give the 29-year-old coming back from that knee complaint an early night. And for Dan Houston, he'll have a nervous wait ahead of him after he decided to bump. He caught Lockie Fogarty high, and as a result, that will be cited, you'd think, in some way, shape or form by the match review officer. Post-game, we got 40 minutes to be able to pull it all apart. We'll have reaction from both the Carlton and the Collingwood rooms. So both Ben Cameron and Tim Hodges downstairs. Plus,
Litz has asked for it.
Should we throw the phone lines open?
Oh, absolutely we should.
Don't worry about the SMS. The best way to get in touch with our crew is on the talkback number, so you can have your say to us the next 40 minutes. Carlton fans, Mark Murphy's here to debrief with you. 1300 558 222. So
Post games with Murph.
Looking forward to hearing from the Pies supporters.
Call in. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. So 1300 558 222 if you want to have your say. The Pies are just dishing out a few high fives and some selfies with their fans that have stuck around after the presentation of the Peter Mac Cup. Dan Houston was just on 7 Sport a short time ago with a guy named Mitch Cleary, the best newsbreaker in footy. This is what Dan Houston had to say moments ago.
Actually, I thought I had a fair play on the ball, and obviously I've gone to protect myself, and those things happen. And I didn't actually realise it happened until you mentioned it. I was fully focused on the team.
We saw the incident on the showdown last year. Is this something you continue to work on to get out of your game?
I think it's such a hard game to play, and especially behind the ball, you've got to make those split-second decisions when you see the ball coming at you. And Yeah, he was in front of me, and I don't think there's anything in it.
Look at that. You let a journo go on the field post-game. He's out there mass high firing some questions.
Yeah, and he nearly had his eyes poked out because his nose grew that much there, and I didn't know he was there. Give me a spell, Dan. You threw an elbow.
So he's in trouble?
Oh, absolutely he's in trouble.
Yep. Does he have a problem with his elbow?
What do you mean?
Well, he's now been suspended on a couple of occasions for making high contact with his elbow.
Yeah. Oh, well, the other, I didn't have as big a problem with the other one. I know it was a big hit, but
massive.
That one that looks dirtier because he
didn't have a problem with the other one.
Right, he ran straight. Right, it was just a clean up and down the middle bump.
Just a shirt front.
Genuine shirt front. What did he get? 4 weeks?
5.
5 was it?
Yeah, whatever it was. He missed the final series.
You were happy with it, Lids?
Pies by 17 points. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms. The Pies aren't far from making their way to him. 5 lead changes in the game, the last of them early in the second half, and Collingwood rode all the momentum throughout the third quarter, dominated that and turned it into a 17-point victory. Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms. Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Plenty of people in here, and you'll hear the Pies are about to come in. Interesting to see Eddie Maguire's in the rooms. We think it's about 2019 since he was first in the rooms. Last in the rooms. He's had COVID, of course, then, and then 2021 he left the club. So it's really great to see Maguire back, and all the players, actually, a lot of the players going to him, which is a nice thing to see. Darcy Moore is one of the last ones to come in with Jordan De Goey. We'll be talking to Josh Dacos after the song. Brody Myercheck grabs his young fella, and he will be the last one into the song for the Magpies. Always a big one after they beat the Blues. And then Pendlebury and Myercheck join arms, and they'll sing the song. That was Brody Myercheck's young fella who was very upset when the boys started singing the song. He's quite emotional. Everyone else is pretty happy down here. So we'll grab Josh Dacos and come down very soon.
Thanks, Tim. Looking forward to that. Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms.
That was $1. That was always going to happen.
What, the bub?
The baby crying for Checkers' his young fella.
He was never going to roll with it, was he? 17-point win for the Magpies over the Blues. 8-15-63 to 6-10-46. Are we straight back down, or we got a minute? If we've got a minute, we might take the first of our calls. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. James joins us from WA. Hello, James.
Hi, mate. How are you, boys?
What have you got for us?
So with Carlton being 4-0 at the start of the season, what are they looking like for next year when they get subpar performances from their midfielders, losing their first rounder to Hawthorn?
So that doesn't help, does it, that their first-round pick belongs to the Hawks?
It compounds, doesn't it? Compounds the whole situation.
Hawthorn's first-round pick, by the way, actually belongs to the Eagles. Yep. So the Eagles had their choice of whether they wanted Carlton or Hawthorn's future first, and the Eagles banked on the fact that the Blues would be better than the Hawks, so they took...
Interesting call.
They took Carlton's. Sorry, they took Hawthorn's, thinking that the Blues would be better, and all of a sudden, looks like they made the wrong decision.
Had the choice, yeah. I'll tell you what doesn't help is Jagger Smith doing his knee early on in the season. He adds a little bit of class in for that midfield, but, you can't help injuries, unfortunately.
They got another team's second-round pick. The problem for them, that pick is the Brisbane Lions, so we expect that'll be...
That'll be at the top end as well.
That'll be high as well.
39s, 40s.
Yep,
that's not handy, is it?
So it's a tough draft hand for a team at the moment that looks like they're sort of going to finish towards the back end of the table. At least that's where they are at the moment. 0-4 to start the season, Carlton. So their season worsens, and particularly given the storylines that we spoke about leading in, second half's been overrun. Voss has been asked about it repeatedly. Continued to say, "Look, we don't think it's a fatigue thing." He was very strong on that. and he's sort of bristled at some of the questions that were asked, particularly around the nature of their second half performances. Well, in the third quarter, they got blown off the park tonight, so 4 unanswered goals for the Magpies in that term and opened up the game.
Their fitness boss, Andrew Russell, of course, parted ways with the club at the end of last season, so they brought in a new fitness boss, and I guess the question is in terms of trying to get the right balance between having your players match hardened and ready to go and trying to make sure you're not getting a growing list of injuries, which was half their challenge last season. So it's a delicate question to try and answer, but yeah, 0 wins and 4 losses for the first time since 2019. That season, of course, Brendan Bolton departed, so it doesn't bring back all those good memories for Carlton fans who thought they'd passed this juncture in the last few years.
If you are driving home, 1300 558 222. You don't have to be driving home. You can be listening anywhere in the country. We're keen to hear from you. Carlton, Collingwood fans, 1300 558 222 is the talkback number if you want to have your say.
Yeah, I don't go with the narrative of, they're not fit, because that first half of that third quarter, you've just had a rest. You come out, you can't get your hands on the footy. That's not fitness. No, if they got overrun late and they weren't good enough late because Collingwood were just holding onto the footy and they were completely outrunning them, then yeah, you can argue that. But not when you're just not getting your hands on the footy. That's mental, that's application, that's setups, that's whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, no doubt Collingwood raised their level. They went to another level in that third quarter, and Carlton just got exposed around the contest, and then they just didn't get their moments right in the, whether that be a contest decision or whether that be, staying and taking a man rather than being sucked into the contest. I think that was the start of the bit of the downfall, and then it was trying to go for too much through the middle of the ground when,
trying to force it, weren't they?
To Collingwood's credit, they obviously went to work on that at half time and said, well, Carlton are using the ball through the middle of the ground. They're getting a lot of overlap and run by doing that mode of football, and Collingwood, as a good team, they shut you down. You've got to have other modes to go to, and they weren't quick enough to go to that new mode of, well, it's slippery conditions, it's time to go long and get numbers across the contest. They just still continued to try and force the ball through the middle of the ground and got exposed.
Carlton 0-4 for the first time since 2019. That was the year Brendan Bolton was sacked mid-season. So the first time under Michael Voss at the side finds themselves 0-4. Murph, you're a Carlton great. People, I'm sure, stop you all the time and basically say, hey, what's going on with the Blues? What's up with the Blues at the moment? If you were to try and distill it down into a nutshell as to what is wrong with Carlton, the team that you're seeing at the moment, what would you tell them?
It's a hard one. I certainly get stopped walking down Rushdown Street a lot these days, which I don't really like, but just trying to get the morning coffee lids, and these are the questions.
Machine, mate.
These are the questions I get asked, and is it one thing? I'm not too sure it's one thing, but yeah, I think it's certainly I think a lack of a depth. I think at this point in time, I think they've got some great top end talent. They probably just don't have the sort of leg skills, I reckon, foot skills,
yep.
of other sides, and the leg speed is something that's been a concern. And they can move the ball quick, and they showed that in the first half tonight, but then they just were, just still trying to go down the same way, and you've got to change things up, and good sides will put the brakes on certain ways of playing football, and they weren't able to change their method of moving the footy. So, again, they score 6 goals, 10. You're not going to win too many games of football having 16 shots on goal.
Is it retrievable?
Well, it's got to happen pretty quick, doesn't it? It's a long way back at the moment. Zipping 4.
Hawks were zipping 5 last year, weren't they?
It is, yeah. So it can turn, and I thought I was probably more on the positive slant coming into tonight's game, because I thought the way in which they played for majority of last week was a better sign, but again, they're just playing patches and they don't get their moments right when it's
against
really
an undermanned Bulldogs, mind you. So yeah,
they are. Well, they had Waitman out, Bontempelli and Treloar, and someone else was out. But it's there's some big names, aren't they? That they weren't able. Jamara, they weren't able to get the job done against the Bulldogs. But the Bulldogs ran Collingwood here to a kick the week before, so I think they're a pretty good side, the Bulldogs, this year. But I thought the signs that they showed last week were encouraging coming to tonight, and you would have said at half time, same thing again, but that's still the question mark, is after half time, I don't think they can't run out games, but they just don't get their game to a level where it's going to challenge the good teams.
What about Collingwood kicked 4 goals, 6 in that third quarter to 1 behind.
Oh, yep.
do they have a plan B? If it's not Paddy Cripps, if it's not the midfield, is there
They tried to keep going Clinchy, didn't they? But they were choked up, mate, and you can't force it.
Yeah.
I mean, Mitch McGovern tried to take the game on from full back. It's like that's the lowest percentage scoring option that there is in terms of trying to play on from there. And then like when you're trying to force it and make things up on the fly, when you're under the pump, you've already got scores against you. Geez, you can see it capitulate really quick, can't you?
And it was a slippery ball, so it was raining.
Yeah.
And the Collingwood midfielders were sitting back and actually going, well, we're going to cover off this, as opposed to the first half. They were probably investing numbers more long down the line, Collingwood. And Carlton just decided to keep on going down that mode. But Collingwood, to their credit, changed the way it up, and they had to go long down the line and get numbers across the contest, and they just didn't do it enough.
17 points the final margin. Collingwood winners over Carlton, so 3 in a row for the Pies. They've now won 18 of their last 22 against Carlton, while the Blues are winless as the competition gathers in Adelaide next week, and they play the West Coast Eagles, which is their Saturday fixture. Of course, the Eagles still to play this Sunday against GWS, so they're still a couple of days away from even playing. Lids, same question before we head back to the phones to you about Carlton's issues in a nutshell.
Yeah, I think I agree with Murph. I think it's their top end talent really, really good, but then it's the next. You always rely on your bottom six, don't you, in games to get you over the line in terms of can they compete for long enough. And they had a couple of kids out there, so I'm not going to hang any of those guys. But yeah, it's across the board. I think foot skills and speed that really let them down.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your calls in just a moment, but first the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, 82,000 at the G. It feels like most of them are down in the Collingwood rooms. It's been great for Josh Dacos to come over and join us. Josh, can I ask you about Lachie Schultz first, winning the medal tonight? An unbelievably and maybe surprisingly popular bloke. Everyone jumped on top of him. You must have been really thrilled for him.
Yeah, we're all so wrapped for Shooter. I feel like his first 4 games this year, he's just kept building, and the way he played tonight, I mean, he's small in figure, but he doesn't play like it. His aerial's unbelievable. He fights even when he's outnumbered, and now he's kicking goals. So it's really good to see, the amount of effort he puts into the game. That it's coming back to him, and he's just someone that you really rally off and gives you a lot of energy out there on the field.
Nice. It was a tough first half, but the third quarter you really hit your straps.
Yeah, it was. We knew they were going to come out, put up a good fight. We knew the amount of pressure they've been under, so we knew. They'd come out and throw the first punch, and they did, and it was, like you said, really tight there in the first half, but we knew we could break them the longer the game went. I feel like our pressure in the third and fourth quarter was unreal, and I feel like once the game got a bit wet and windy, that really played into our strengths.
It was a rough start to the year, losing to GWS. You're probably still scratching your head at what happened on that day, but ever since 3-1 now, you seem to have got your season right back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as a team, we didn't overreact to that loss. Obviously, it's disappointing. You wait so long to play. We're all itching to play, and you dish out a performance like that, which just isn't good enough. But I'm really proud of the group, the way we've bounced back. Our last 3 games, like you said, we've continued to build, and no one wanted that bye week. We feel like we've got great momentum, and as a team, having so much fun out there. So, a little freshen up, and then coming into tonight, the boys were full of energy.
It's great to have Josh for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Josh, Brett Delidio here, mate. Well done on your own performance and the win tonight. I'm just interested in the conversation during the week about Carlton's second half fade-outs, but then was it also made mention of at half-time? I heard you say just then that we knew we could overrun them. Is that something that was mentioned amongst you boys?
Yeah, it was brought up. I feel like every week as a club, it's a big focus of us. Doesn't really matter what team we're playing. We know that, the longer the game goes, it's better for us. I think we've shown the last few years with our run in fourth quarters and the ability to, kick a good score in that fourth quarter. So we did touch on there, prolific first halves and then the fall off in the second half. So, coming into the rooms at half time, seeing the scoreboard was level, we knew how much work we still had to do. I thought we really brought it in the second half, and our forwards were unbelievable.
And there's a bit made of how old you boys were this weekend. Two of your best performers, I thought, tonight with Pendles and Sidey. Mate, you must be pleased with having those 2 boys out there, but what they're continuing to bring week in, week out.
Yeah, it's always an interesting topic of conversation, because I did see that stat that I think we're the oldest team on paper, overtaking Geelong in 2022, and they won the flag then. So clearly experience plays a big part in the game, and like you said, I feel like those 2 tonight were unbelievable. They're just even when they're not getting the ball, they're setting up blokes and really calming figures out there too in tense moments. So they've been through it all together, and they're consistently passing down their wisdom to all of us boys.
Josh Murphy, mate, you're killing me at the moment. But anyway, it's good to watch you guys go to work. But the even spread through that midfield is something that really stands out. Sort of talking to Lids before, it's hard to try and find a best on sometimes when you're watching a Collingwood game, outside of probably yourself and your brother. But the evenness across that middle is just so important. But one guy I really enjoyed watching tonight, and he had a job on Jacob Wiedering, Tim Membry, just that ability to try and lock him down and not allow him to come third man in was a really important performance for you.
Yeah, I'm happy you said it because he's been unbelievable for us. He's been an amazing pickup. I was ecstatic with the news when I heard, that he was signing on with us, and he's just an unbelievable forward. You learn so much off him. I feel like he's leading patterns. Like you said, he can also nullify an opposition player. He's unbelievably crafty, and he's just, he suits our system to a T. And we've loved having him. He's a great locker room guy, and that's the same with Dan and Harry Perryman. So, we've loved our off-season recruits, and I feel like they've just taken us to another level.
Can I ask you about your old man getting on the big screen the last 5 minutes of that game? Did you pick up on that?
Oh, mate. I thought once was enough, but they went twice, and then they went a third time. I was thinking, God.
He was just lapping it up, wasn't he?
I know. He should have run down the race by then, but no, he's extremely passionate, and Nick and I are so lucky for the support he gives us. He's constantly never misses a game, always there to rally around us, win or lose, and he's never cared if we get a kick or not. He just loves watching us play.
Josh, we love pushing the storyline up here that Nick's favourite player was Mark Murphy and he was a big Carlton fan when he was growing up. Were you also a Carlton fan? You vote for the Pies. Can you prove or disprove the theory?
Mate, I never went over to the dark side. It is true, though. Nick had a bit of a man crush on Murph. Had the number 3 Guernsey back in the day. And I think Murph could probably testify to this, but I think Murph used to work at a clothing store in Doncaster. And back in the day, Nick would hound Mum to take him up to Doncaster just so he could watch Murph from a distance in the store. So it's quite creepy when you actually think about it. But he was with the Blues for about a year there, and then thanks to the team in 2010 who won the flag, he was back pretty soon.
Josh Dacos is with us on ABC Sport. Josh, just a word or two about your role in 2025. How's that sort of gone down with, obviously, Craig McRae sort of issuing that to you? 31 disposals tonight, so still able to have an impact on the game when it matters most.
Yeah, I'm loving the move down back. I've predominantly played on the wing for most of my AFL career, and just been a nice change up. Did it back end of last year, and then training that during the off season and pre-season. So still occasionally get on the wing, but just loving playing with the back group. We've got so many great players down there, real leaders and players that great to learn off. So I'm loving my time back there.
You obviously had that loss to the Giants in opening round. Do you feel like you've built through the last 3 weeks to get somewhere close to where you think you can get to?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that performance we dished up wasn't a representation of where we're at, where we are at as a team. And it's a real credit to Fly and the coaching staff because whilst it was a really disappointing performance, we went straight back to work. They showed us things we need to improve on and the impact that would make. And since then, as a team, it's been awesome to see blokes tipping into their game. We understand that there's no shortcuts to get to where we want to get to. So everyone's putting in the work, and it's great to be getting the reward for it.
Hey, Josh, enjoy the weekend. You've earned it. We'll see you in Adelaide.
Lovely talking with you guys. Thank you.
Josh Dacos from the victorious Collingwood Rooms.
He's one of the good guys.
What a great story. That's a fascinating.
I didn't actually work behind the till at the retail shop. I was playing AFL football.
I was about to say I had so
I know what you were doing in there.
What on earth would you have been doing?
He was getting kitted out, head to toe.
I was involved. Small business. I was involved in a small business. I had a shop at Doncaster.
Right.
And I remember Sauce actually got a jumper organised to give Nick.
There you go.
As a bit of a...
So you would have met him a few times, and imagine knowing that it's Peter Dacos' son would have stuck in the memory more than perhaps if it was me as a little kid, for example.
Yeah, I think my old man told me as well, because he used to sit where the AFL life members sit, and he was noticing Peter Dacos turning up to a few Carlton games, thinking, what's going on here? So he had a young Nick Dacos with him.
Patrick Cripps is going to join us shortly. First, let's head back to the phones. 1300 558 222. Rick from Perth has been waiting patiently online. Hello, Rick.
G'day, mate. How you doing?
Well, thank you.
So I've got a quick question. If I look at the tactics or fitness of Carlton and I look at their second half, inside 50s, quarter 3 was 17-7 and then quarter 4 was 14-10. So are other teams working them out in the second half, or is their game plan not sustainable for 4 quarters?
It's a good question. Yeah, but usually they play a really contested style of game, but tonight they were getting them on the outside and using that handball, run and gun sort of style of play. So
I think the second half, though, to answer Rick's question, was more about they didn't get their hands on the footy at centre bounce or anywhere around the middle of the ground to get it inside forward 50s, then be able to kick a score. So get your hands on it as a midfield and as your high half forwards and half backs creating that run, and it gives you more opportunities. But if you don't, you get cut up the other way.
A stat I reeled off is across the 4 weeks they've kicked 10 goals. Their opposition has kicked 29 goals after half-time. The hard part to analyse from a Carlton point of view is it was 17 inside 50s to 7 in the third quarter, which Collingwood kicked 4 goals, 6 to 1 behind. So, I mean, it's hard to be a forward in a side where the ball's not going down there all that much.
Can't blame the forwards.
Hard to be a defender where the ball continually is getting banged into you and you're trying to desperately defend.
It's on your mids.
Yeah, well, I looked at one point in that third quarter, it might have been the 20-minute mark, and top 5 disposal winners are all half-back flankers.
Yep.
So that shows you where the ball was. They couldn't get it past halfway, really, could they?
Well, I think we made mention that third quarter too, that Cripper, Walsh, Hewitt, Chera, they'd all hardly touched it for the first 10 minutes of that third quarter. And if you're trying to eradicate that stigma around the place that we're no good in the second half, get your hands on the footy early and try and get it going our way.
Brett Deledio and Mark Murphy taking your calls on 1300 558 222. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch also up here in the box. Tim Hodges is in the Pies rooms and Ben Cameron is in the Blues room. So the whole gang's here on ABC Sport. Gavin the Truckie from Queensland is the next of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Gavin.
Yeah, g'day guys. I just want to throw a bit of love Darcy Cameron's way. You know, he finished top 3 in our best and fairest, didn't even call us Brownlow vote. And how good's he been playing that old-fashioned kick behind the play?
Spot on. I reckon he should feature in the votes tonight.
How many votes we give?
There's a few blokes who should fit in, but I thought he was great. He was great tonight. And Tom DeConning, we know the sort of player he's becoming. I thought he held him really well and ended up getting more disposals, maybe a few more hit-outs as well. So he gave his midfielders first opportunity at the contest, which is all we can ask as Collingwood midfielders.
You asked about the comparison between the two. Darcy Cameron had 22 disposals, had 5 tackles and took 6 marks, compared with Tom DeConning had 19 disposals, took just 2 marks and had 2 tackles. That's right.
Yeah,
2 marks, 2
8 clearances to Darcy Cameron. Whereas DeConning, what did he have? 6 clearances. So, yeah, he's a great player now, Darcy Cameron. He's so good at getting behind, as, what's his, Truckie?
That was Gavin.
Gavin the Truckie, as he made mention, getting behind the footy, but shoring up the defence so that allows, the defenders hold out. Darcy Cameron's clunking it.
I'm trying to find the exact stat, and this is always the way. I've got so many notes and random things in my phone, but teams that are 0-4 to go on and make finals, which the Blues have got to try and push around. I can tell you from 0-5 last year, which is where the Hawks were, they only became the 3rd side in history to do it.
Yeah.
So that's a long bit of history they've got to try and push against now from this position, the Blues, in the spot that they're in. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. We'll get a reaction from the Carlton rooms in just a moment with Patrick Cripps, and we will also might even hear a little bit from Michael Voss as well. We'll see how we go.
Where do you see the Pies, Lids? Are they top 8 guaranteed?
Well, they'll be thereabouts. Yeah. I just don't know whether they're not firing on all cylinders just yet. I know the weather probably played a little bit of a part in the second half tonight, where they look strong in that third quarter. 4 goals, 6. I mean, 10 shots on goal in the quarters. That's really good going. But I don't know. We made mention of it, didn't we, Murph? That they sort of just looked a bit clunky, like they weren't really firing.
Let's break into Michael Voss's presser, by the way. So here he is, the Carlton boss, after a 17-point loss.
Straight time you've given up a half-time lead and had a fade out in the second half. Do you think that's playing on the mind of the players? Is that getting into their psyches? Are they overthinking those situations?
Well, coming into half-time, it was, we were pretty clear on what we needed to be able to get done. Certainly the way we played in the first half gave us encouragement to suggest that we could continue it. There was certainly no signs to suggest that that was going to drop off. But ultimately the third quarter was unacceptable. And we talk about this game and about styles, but the reality is that the game is played at contest first. And we absolutely were disappointing in that area in the third quarter. So we lost territory, couldn't get ball flow, hard to defend the way we wanted to. The ball come out, we'd lose the contest, and the ball would go back in. Go back to the stoppage. They were cleaner, they were tougher around the ball, they dialed up the pressure, and we didn't handle it. So that'll be something that we'll review strongly. We've already had a really honest chat about that within the rooms. But that's not us. It's not us. We've got a standard that we play to, and we didn't meet that tonight.
Jacob Wettering in the rooms just then chatting to him, he questioned the mental toughness of the group. Is there an element of that from where you sit?
I tend to stick on behaviours and what I want to see in behaviours, and there's a standard as well. So there's an expectation and a standard and the way we want to play and the behaviours that support that, and that's the consistency we're after. But the fact is, when the pressure comes, we're not handling it. So we have to own that. So that puts a target on your back, but that's we have to step into that.
Such obviously an important game and an important half in that third quarter for the team to use your words, produce an unacceptable quarter when so much was on the line. Do you sort of, I guess, scratch your head as to what's going on with the play?
I think when you're out there, you're not really thinking about what's happening next. I appreciate that might be the bigger picture of things and how it might play out ultimately. But, largely I think when you're in the moment, you're sort of playing the moment. Players don't, I don't think they do. They don't delve into what it means and, can we get back? They're just like working out, okay, what's the next contest need to be? How do we get the three-quarter time huddle? How do we keep the scoreboard in check so we can reset and go again? That's only where we need our players totally present to what we're doing.
And last week you mentioned how you guys had played away from us, like what you are, and it's happened again tonight. Can you sort of, is it really concerning now?
It was unusual today because it was around something that we've been quite strong at regardless, and that was around the ball. So, and they were cleaner. They brought the pressure. We didn't handle it. We didn't step into it. So we'll look at that pretty closely. Won't be missed, I'll tell you that.
What explanations you said you had on this challenge?
That is Michael Voss, the coach of the Carlton Football Club, at his press conference. A 17-point win for Collingwood tonight. If you've just joined us, the story of the night, well, Carlton again led at halftime, so the fourth time in as many games. But then the run came in the third quarter. It was Collingwood kicking 4 unanswered goals. They had 10 scoring shots to 1 in the term, 4 goals, 6 to 1 behind. And then for whatever it's worth, Carlton won the final quarter. It was the first second-half quarter they've won all year, but they never really threatened the contest from that point on, and the Pies cruising to a 17-point win. So Collingwood 8-15-63 over Carlton 6-10-46. The Pies win 3 in a row. They find themselves 3-1 and a date with the Swans Friday night in Gather Round next week. Meanwhile, for Carlton, they are 0-4. As the competition gathers in South Australia, they will be looking for their first win of the season. First time under Michael Voss, they're 0-4, and the first time since 2019 when they sacked their then coach Brendan Bolton.
They've now won 2 of their past 13, so, his line around, that's not us. There is a trend, a pattern starting to develop from the side mid-season to now.
Yep.
This hasn't been a inconsistent event. Sure, second half fade-outs have been, but they haven't played great form now for some time.
Yeah, and that's where you try and come up with answers, for them and why they're not playing their best footy. But unfortunately, the proof's in the pudding, isn't it? Like they haven't been performing every single week for the last, how many? 15 games, did you say, out of the last 15?
Won 2 of their last 13.
2 of the last 13.
Including a final. So Swamp Thing has just let me know that only on 7 occasions has the side come back from 0 wins and 4 losses to feature in finals. Carlton have never done so.
Doesn't bode well, does it?
No, sorry.
No.
Give me the votes. Lids in the ABC Footballer of the Year. We'll try and get Paddy Cripps in before we're off air in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, so you want me to whip through them, or do you want me to give you a bit of love on them?
You've got about 2 minutes.
Oh, sweet as. One vote I'm going with. I had a couple of honourable mentions. I thought Scotty Pendlebury did a fantastic job. Probably didn't play on Paddy Cripps the whole night, but was accountable for him for a lot. And just, for Paddy Cripps to only have, 16 disposals. When your side's up against it, I thought, honourable mention. Well done, Pendles, oldest bloke ever. One, the medalist, Lachie Schultz. I thought he was...
Only one?
Yeah, only one.
Was he guaranteed?
I reckon he had Pendlebury.
Yeah, I think there's been a late change there.
Lachie Schultz, 1 vote. 2 votes. And I think this guy's starting to get back to his best footy, Darcy Moore. I thought he was unbelievable tonight. His ability to read and come off his man at the right time. He had 8 intercepts to go with his 17 disposals and nearly the leading metres game player on the field as well. But 3 votes, and another old bugger is Steele Sidebottom. I thought he was fantastic on the wing, was calm under pressure, especially early. That kick from the other side of the ground over a couple of players to hit Geordie to go early, sort of got them up and going, but he was calm when everyone else around him was a little bit frantic. Just won some big balls as well that I really enjoyed. And to have 7 tackles when you're on the wing, trust me, that's hard to do. So 3 votes, Steele Sidebottom.
Love it. 3 for Sidebottom, 2 for Moore, 1 for Schultz. The votes in the ABC Football of the Year. Happy with those, Murph?
Oh, I'm very happy with them. Although I reckon Schultz wasn't even in his top 6 so in his head.
Just a small half-forwards game, isn't it? Let's be honest. He was good.
Don't forget Brett Delidio available tomorrow morning on the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. So
up early.
Wherever you get your pods with Ben and myself. So not just a look back on the Thursday night fixture, but also a look ahead to the rest of the round. So new drop available every day through the ABC AFL Daily Podcast feed. NRL tonight, full-time, 24-20, a win for the Canberra Raiders over the Cronulla Sharks. So 24-20 is how that ended there, a 4-point victory for the Raiders. Of course, tomorrow night it is Friday Night Footy. You can hear all of that on ABC Sport. It is Geelong and Melbourne. So Friday night down the highway. Looking forward to heading down there tomorrow night. The whole gang will be there. Kelly Underwood, Nick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling. Short trip for Lingy.
Yeah,
someone
around the corner.
That lives
he lives just there, doesn't he?
So he'll be happy with that. Stewart and Manor, the 2 ins for the Cats. Nevitt and Clark go out. Meanwhile, for Melbourne, they make 4 changes. So Pickett's back, returns from suspension. Also, Caleb Windsor is back, hoping to add a little bit of dynamism to that midfield. Turner and Spargo also return. Billings, Lindsay, Johnson and Howes are the 4 that miss out amongst that lot. 17-point win here for the Pies tonight. Can the D's keep it close, make it interesting?
Well, Maxi Gawn seems to think they can from listening to him on the radio this week. He's looking forward to getting down there, but I cannot see it happening. No.
Okay.
No.
The rest of the weekend, is it fair to say the game of the round, Gold Coast Adelaide?
I think so, yeah.
Unexpected blockbuster?
Unexpected, yeah. Hopefully they get a big crowd. Hopefully they get a big crowd. That'll be awesome.
Saturday afternoon footy. Let's catch up with Paddy Cripps. He's downstairs with Ben Cameron.
Captain Paddy Cripps, how would you explain what you're feeling right now?
Mate, probably frustrated, disappointed. I feel like it's pretty clear. Probably had a good month of footy now, what we need to work on. But I feel like tonight they probably got us through the contest, which I feel like the other few games, we've probably matched it or won that sort of area of the game. But I feel like tonight their pressure was really good. But at the same time, mate, unfortunately we've been in these positions before, so this is the time where you really got to dig in and stay connected as a group, and we've got to lead really well. So frustrated, but also determined to know we can turn this around.
How do you keep the group together then in such a challenging time?
Yeah, that's the hardest thing, mate. You can never lose hope. So that's number one. You got to be really honest with where you're at too. So you got to have those conversations. You can't sugarcoat it. The facts are the facts. So we face reality, but you never lose hope, and you never lose your identity or belief as a group. That's so important in these moments.
What did Michael Voss say to the group in that brief meeting you did have?
Yeah, probably that's what I just reiterated there. It's a month of footy. There's probably a bit of a pattern emerging. So we've been in every game. It's just what do we do when when the opposition comes at us? So that's our biggest work on. It's pretty clear. At the same time, we know some of our best footy does stack up. Like, we've been in every game. It's a really good side. So it's not losing that belief, but how can we be consistent for longer?
The second half fade-outs are an interesting point for those of us watching on. I mean, you did win the final quarter today, but really the game was lost in that third term. Why is that happening, do you think?
Mate, if I had the answers, I fucking wish I'd know. I think it's just that fight and that contest stuff, and still being brave in moments. I think when the opposition comes at the moment, you can probably see it. When you watch the game back, voice probably a little bit tight. So that's a hurdle we've got to face, and I know we'll get through it. It's just frustrating at the moment.
You guys left the coach's room, the little chat with Michael Voss. You went into the sort of private part of the change rooms. Did the players have a little powwow there, and what was sort of said? Yeah, we try and do that most games, just to recap the game, but also set the intention of the thing. But we talked about honest with each other, but also we got to stick together. It's spoke about we've been in these positions before, and we know how to turn around. So that's never going to waver. Support for each other is not going to waver, but reality is we need to get better. Are you confident that this year isn't wasted at Zip 4? I'm very bullish on what we can still do. Obviously, you don't want to be zipping 4, but that's where we're at the moment. So we got to get better. We'll have some honest conversations where we can keep improving. But number one thing is, like I said before, you never lose hope. So in 2023, mate, we're playing a lot worse than footy than that, and we found a way to turn around. So we've been here before. We sort of know what to expect, but we're really going to have to dig in. It's interesting because I look back to that back end of 2023, and you guys were able to catch lightning in a bottle, and it just hasn't happened since. So, how do you look back at that and think, how do we do that again? Yeah, that's you look back at your notes, but also you've done it before, so that gives you a lot of belief as well. And I feel like at the thing at the moment that's holding it up is our defence is sound. So if we were sitting there and we'll conceding 120 points, that would be a worry. But we're holding some good teams to low scores, so we know we're always going to be in the fight. We just got to fine tune a few other things and get the confidence up of the boys. So and that's the thing. I know it can turn. So I'm not losing hope. I know it's going to be a bit of hard work ahead, but as a leader, that's what you got to do. We got a few texts about you being such a warrior tonight throughout the broadcast, and I think all footy fans look at it and admire that in you. But all of a sudden you're 30 and it feels like it might be another year. Are you frustrated thinking, gee whiz, what have I got to do to be in a team that can run it deep and maybe win a flag? Yeah, you can't look that far ahead, to be honest. If you do that, you can waste years, and I've never been about that. And like I said before, 23 is a perfect example. So I still have a lot of belief in this group. I feel like I've got a lot of footy left in me as well. So you start thinking like that, mate, it's a slippery slope. So I don't go down that path. My main thing at the moment is keep the group together, keep leading from the front, and find a way to turn around.
Paddy Cripps in the Carlton rooms post-game with Ben Cameron. So thanks to Paddy Cripps for his availability tonight after another rough night for the Blues. Again, they led at half-time. Again, they let it slip. Collingwood overrunning them in the second half. The Pies winners by 17 points. Thanks to the whole crew involved, to Tim Hodges and Ben Cameron, to Stuart Hollywood-Baker, to Murph and Lids, to Matt Clinch, and to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. That's us done from the G. We'll see you for Friday Night Footy.